Good morning. I tried to eat a sandwich as quickly as humanly possible. Good morning! Oh my god. I feel like I slept for 1,000 years. That was needed. It was necessary. Hello, happy Sunday! Happy Sunday, I've got some tabs for you. Kirsche saying she wanted some permanent stock and maybe digital files of various voiceover sound alerts. I still have sound alerts I need to deliver for Donathon top donators. I don't think I will ever do voice files. It's probably just not something that I can incorporate into my schedule very easily. Making chicken soup with rye toast. Who wants some? Fin the chat, thank you. Das Foxu ist in. We're here. We're fucking here. For the past week, your throat has felt like a desert whenever you woke up. I keep water by my bed, so whenever I wake up to pee, I rehydrate. My body is a machine that turns water into pee constantly. John Burt, thank you. Their boons, by the way? Their boos mean nothing. I'm a little illiterate, please forgive. We've seen what makes them cheer. Every breath we take without their permission raises our self-esteem. Munya. Yeah, Nox fucking pumping out some bangers on Twitter. I am glad that everyone is equally fed the fuck up. Cause as much as you know, we wanna relax and we wanna play things. Everybody needs time to decompress. Don't forget what's going on, you know? Don't forget what's going on. Don't forget what's happened. And make sure these people are not able to be in positions of power. Ever. Thank you for everything you've done. Said, God bless America. God bless you. Thank you, my guy. Thank you for being here. Made to piss, forced to drink. True. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. You're playing yesterday's stream on the big TV while making dinner last night when your parents came over. Had to explain to your elderly father what a VTuber is and why anime women can't show hips on Twitch. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. We are truly the most oppressed category. Do I have a tab on the dude that runs Fortnite agreeing with the people laughing at Charlie Kirk's death? I do not have the tweet. I was scrolling through stream suggestions while I was eating my sandwich. But I only got to, like, yesterday at around 9:43. But, yeah. I can't remember his name. The fucking, Epic owner. Tim Sweeney, I think it is. Tim Sweeney? Yeah, he is, not a great guy. Like, wow, I'm shocked that the guy who tried to bring exclusivity to PC where it was unnecessary in video games and does really shady shit with the Epic Store, I'm shocked that he's not a good person. More like Tim Weenie. Tim Sweeney's been off his rocker for quite a while. Yeah, exactly. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you again. Also, the audience demands that I react to more Jack Scalfani's Cooking with Jack Sloppa, the chicken in a bag with chef's kiss, and I loved it. Someone commented under yesterday's live stream. They were like, hey, didn't you watch this, like, cheese salad video with Mari_en? I think you did. I was like, what the fuck? I have zero recollection of that video. Like, literally zero recollection of that ever happening, but like, I trust that guy. It must have happened, right? Holy shit. This is what happens when you have, like, early onset dementia-heimers. I don't even know what's wrong with my brain, dude. Where have you been, dummy? What do you mean? Y'all probably yapped too much during it. I mean, maybe. The cheese salad of forgetfulness. The Pally Dan, thank you. This week has been exhausting, mind, body, and soul. The amount of friends and acquaintances who started posting support or justifying Charlie's death. You thought they were normal? Yep. Yep, I opened my Facebook once and I immediately got hit with a wall of, he deserved it. And I was like, yep, not going and looking at that. Thanks for the fun stream. Your grandma, for whom you were the caretaker, passed the day after Charlie. Oh my god, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. You are having a rough time. I hope she at least lived a very long life and it was painless when she left. Charminator, thank you for the Canadians. Please, more Jack Scalfani. Munya! Fox with the tabs, what is your wisdom? Well, we have a little bit of updates on what's going on with, the killer nonsense. A little bit of update stuffs. So let me bring these up. And if there's anything that was posted, like I said, I didn't get all the way through looking at stream suggestions because I woke up. It's on time technically, but that's kind of late because I tried eating. I tried eating. So if I'm missing something, feel free to point me towards there because I do have it pulled up and my Discord's behaving today. It's behaving. But I have Andy Nyo first and foremost here. Bing. Fin the chat, thank you. Facebook, not even once. Yeah, it's just how I keep in touch with a couple of people I've known since high school, and they do not have good takes on the situation. Please tell you I at least ate that muffin. You're a little worried for the muffin. I put it in the microwave because I was like, I'm gonna eat dinner, but it can't go back in the package with the other muffins because it's been exposed to the air, and I don't want the air exposure to infect the other muffins. I know that's not how it works, chat, but shut up. Just let me be autistic. So I put it in the microwave just for, like, safekeeping. And then I ate dinner. And I had gelato. And I passed out. And I woke up and I went to heat up my chicken sandwich for breakfast. And I wanted to make the bread soft. So I went to put the bread in the microwave and the muffin was in there. And I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. So I have to keep the muffin quarantined, you know? As chat could have eaten that muffin. I'm sorry. If only chat was here in the bunker to eat my muffin. Eddie Lombardo, thank you. Finally, there's some good news. Anime women in swimsuits have been shared en masse to X. So much that in today's news, when you do a search, that's interesting. I wonder why it's in the news. Chaz Dragoon, thank you. Is it just you, or is September a cursed month? Nothing but bad stuff seems to happen in it. It does seem fairly cursed. I would not want to birth a child in September. I feel like that would be a bad omen. Ryan, thank you. Somebody says those words around you and they'll learn you're not as peaceful as you act. It's rough out there for deranged individuals, I guess. Rock Roldus, thank you. Time for anime, I don't know what that word is. Time for anime woman. Holy shit, Erica Kirk's speech was powerful. You have such respect and admiration for that woman. It was very powerful. It was a very powerful speech, and I think sometimes when I'm feeling a bit black-pilled, I might have to go and rewatch it. Platinum Sniper, thank you for the Canadians. Your Canadian brethren are having freaks in Canada that celebrated the event fired. Time of accountability has arrived. Absolutely. It's so fucking amazing to see everybody banding together to try and get these freaks out of their positions. It's great. It is the biggest comeuppance I have ever seen in my lifetime. As being a super silly pronunciation spelling nerd, spelling fox in a weird way. Oh, I never would have gotten that, man. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. You love how the X notes on the people losing their jobs being called satire? Really? You wonder how many leftists are trying to spin it as just jokes and satire? Probably a lot. But once again, we all know and continue to remind people who might not yet know on X when they do this with community notes that they're not actually joking. They try to hide behind jokes because we have defended people for saying edgy jokes and edgy things for forever. And they want to exploit our principles in order to defend them saying what they actually feel that aren't jokes. Mr. PMC129, thank you for those 5 gift subs on Kick, brother. Thank you for handing out some blankets to the warm bodies. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. No, you can't fight back. Let us keep attacking. Exactly. Exactly. If you kill your enemies, they win, you know? Except we're not killing, we're just getting them fired from their jobs. That's a little crazy. You missed the stream start. What are we up to today? We're gonna be talking about stuff. I haven't started talking about articles yet. I've just been thanking people so far. Battle Brother Opossum, thank you for that member. Wolf's Pain, thank you. Don't want a September baby. Don't do the deed around Christmas and New Year's. I don't know. If I'm in a relationship, I don't think I could do that. You know, holidays are like, you're gonna be exhausted. I'm gonna be dragging you to the family dinner, okay? Dark Rush, thank you for the euro, dude. Chet Chisholm, thank you for the Canadians. Found more stuff on who knew about Charlie's murder beforehand. L tagged me in the thread. Found Tyler's stream with furry corn games. I was tagged in the thread. I don't even know how to find where I've been tagged. I have so many fucking notifications. Okay, there's a tab for mentions. Where is it? I'm looking for L, so I'm just scrolling until I see L's name. God damn. I'm only up to 40 minutes ago. Jesus Christ. I get tagged so often and I don't even know it. I mean, I guess if somebody has a link, that might be faster. That might potentially be faster than me trying to sort through my mentions. It's in a place which is in a spot, true. You're staying at family for holidays sounds interesting. Well, I would stay at a hotel, you know? I'd stay at the hotel. The entire right wing right now. Fear God and tread not. Okay, I'm up to an hour ago now, and I still don't see it. I'm assuming this was oh, here we go. I see L. Oh, this is a huge thread. Lance Twiggs was active in a Tally Hall subreddit. Okay. I guess I will go through this thread first, and then we'll go back to Andy Gano here. Thank you, Chet Chisholm, my guy. Lance Twiggs was active in a Tally Hall subreddit. Whatever she was quote tweeting has been deleted. Doesn't exist. Interesting. It's a rock band that disbanded in 2012, had a niche internet subculture. Smoke them out. So a random duo to tag, but two of my favorite people. Oh, that's so sweet. Was a boyfriend Spotify. Shawnee Jash faves, my Tally Hall stuff. I don't know why it's been taken down, but the OP was a post from Tally Hall fan account with prior knowledge of Charlie's murder, and which stated a different date about President Trump. Huh. Focus on the Tally Hall connection. Tyler Robinson has a playlist on Spotify, and the trans boyfriend frequented a Tally Hall subreddit.
My principles have changed from a live and let live to fuck around and find out. We have let them confuse peaceful and harmless for too long. Time to make these people face the consequences of their actions.
Cold acid, thank you. Live and let live is a very good principle to abide by, but it only works if everyone is abiding by it, and commies do not give a fuck. Is that the band Tally Hall? Yeah, it seems like it's the band Tally Hall. She said it's a rock band that disbanded in 2012 and had a niche internet subculture. I've never even heard of the band. The killer was a conservative straight white man. Yeah, I have no idea how they've been trying to spin it that way. Like, it's actual mental illness. They've been deleting and covering their tracks like mad. I have always said, archive everything. If you find something before you post it anywhere, archive it. Archiving is so very important, especially because all these people do is lie. And if they lie and all you have is a screenshot, they'll be able to say, well, it's doctored, it's fake. And most people aren't going to investigate further than that. You need to have archives. Archive everything. Zenik, thank you for the czar. On this hill, celebrating murder is actively encouraging violence, just like calling for violence. It thus goes past free speech into action. There's no hypocrisy, and the left can suck it. Yeah, 1000%. Tally Hall has 2 or 3 songs that are hilarious or good, so it's disappointing to see them dragged into this. Yeah, I mean, it's always disappointing whenever, like, people who do these kinds of things try and drag, like, completely unrelated things into it. He had a trans boyfriend. How could they claim that? The man was anything but conservative or straight. Yeah. Imagine the investigation just got much broader. The ex-user with seemingly advanced knowledge, their username is Tally Halal Bum. Oh, Tally Hall Album. I was like, halal? That's like a weird flag to throw in. That's like an Islamic thing? Okay. Tally Hall Album. Tyler Robinson had a Tally Hall Spotify playlist, and his boyfriend was active in the R Tally Hall subreddit. This is significant not because of the band, which broke up in 2011, but because close-knit friend groups tend to share the same interests and fandoms. Just honing down the elevator pitch. Yeah, no problem, man. Fandom involvement is everything to people who have very little that they consider to make them happy. I have another kernel of knowledge, just finishing the internal writing workshop on the post. I have so much of the Reddit activity saved. Hold, please. Look at that archive, man. Having to find archives on Wayback Machine and transfer them somewhere safe since Wayback is compromised. For people who don't know, Taylor Lorenz, I don't remember exactly who, but Taylor Lorenz, someone in her family has, like, connections to the Wayback Machine or, like, owns it or some shit. And so when she was getting in hot water about stuff, they were deleting things about her on the Wayback Machine. Uncle, you believe? You think it's her dad? I couldn't remember if it was, like, her dad or her uncle or something, so I didn't want to say, like, the wrong family member. That's a little crazy. Kermit of Revia, thank you. You recently discovered that your industry requires equity statements in your state and you want to fight it. How? I would contact the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and I would file a complaint for discrimination. Archive PH is a good alternative. Ghost Archive is what I use for tweets specifically. Ghost Archive is a little slow to load in comparison to like archive.ph or archive.is, but Ghost Archive is very, very good for archiving things on Twitter. I think it's her dad. Taylor Lorenz's uncle owns it. See, we can't remember which family member it is here either. You think you remember hearing some COVID-related things disappearing off Wayback as well? Yeah, Wayback hella compromised, bro. She said she has a long-time goal to offer collaborative alternative to Wayback for these reasons. That would be wonderful. They'll wipe it if they know they have it. The significance is the rabid adherence to fandoms. The band itself might not be of interest. It's a shared obsession with a niche disbanded music group. On the subreddit r4tran4... What? Right after the election, a user asked the question, what keeps you going? In the replies, user Lancelot3, the boyfriend, replied, for me, just the overall enjoyment of different new media still being released. Along with the old stuff I still haven't sifted through. It gives me more than enough dopamine. Libraries feel endless enough. They're basically infinite entertainment. Beyond that, my boyfriend. Media obsession boyfriend. This is the archive. Welcome to Reddit. Here's the Lancelot post highlighted.
What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
And that is the exact thing that she transcribed in the tweet 12 days ago. Hot damn. Patchouli, thank you. If this kid were a groiper, his partner would have been Malaysian or Filipino. Checkmate, Twooter! I mean, to be fair, it's not really a big leap of the imagination to imagine a groiper sucking dick. Like, that checks out to me. I was like, you know, I would believe that, but I do not think this is a groiper. Platinum Sniper, thank you for the Canadians. Fox, who missed my Supa? I have missed a lot of Supas already because I am trying to read through this thread. No, earlier Supa, never knew Marty O'Donnell, the Haler composer, was based on X. Yeah, he's running for some Congress seat. I can't remember which one, in Nevada, I believe. I think he lives in Nevada. I've retweeted him a bunch. After Erica's speech, she said we need to finish the fight. Perhaps there's some good people in the industry. There certainly are. There certainly are. Like, there are some good journalists, and that's why I wanted to try and endeavor to start calling the propagandists exactly what they are instead of journalists, because there are still journalists that treat their job the way it should be treated. And also, you like how all the Dems are like, oh no, he doesn't look trans at all. Oh no, he doesn't look trans. What did you mean by this, dear Democrats? Surrounded by suicidal R4tran4 users. These the other things around it. Courage, it's gay. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. So I guess this is, I don't know what else we would be able to find from the Tally Hall connection. Possibly more people who, like, knew about it ahead of time, which I will go into. There are a whole bunch of people that knew what was going on. There were a whole bunch of people who posted, like, oh, something is gonna happen on the 10th. Like, it's really weird how many people seem to know immediately when it happened to, like, post about it and shit. Fin the chat, thank you. Groipers aren't gay. They have relationships with women and sex for men. I got news for ya. That means you're gay. Grapers are only saved by the killer calling Charlie a fascist. They would have called him a Jew for supporting Israel. That's actually fair. Actually fair and real. Onion Person is one of them. I was not shocked when I saw that. So Andy Nyo here wrote, unmasking Luna, Charlie Kirk assassin suspect's alleged lover, is confirmed to be trans. I can report that the roommate and suspected romantic partner of the man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk is confirmed as trans. On Friday, Daily Mail first identified the partner as 22-year-old Lance Twiggs. Twiggs lived with accused assassin Tyler Robinson in an apartment in St. George, Utah, about 4 hours from Utah Valley University, where Kirk was murdered. Twiggs' social media history remains online, and I have reviewed it to confirm his transgender identity. On the video game platform Steam, where Twiggs is very active, he used the screen name Fluxolotl, according to a US government source I spoke with on condition of anonymity. That account's prior usernames match those on one of Twiggs' TikTok profiles, Lancelotl and Lancelot, which displays his face. I always thought it was really neat how Steam kept track of, like, every single previous username you had. Lance Twinks. Is this some reject script from Tropical Thunder? And there's his TikTok account, the Lancelotl. In December 2024, Twiggs changed his preferred display name on Steam from Lance to Luna. A search of Reddit for usernames connected to his Steam username history revealed a match, user Lancelot3, with the display name Flux. Biographical details on the Reddit account line up with Twiggs. The account was highly active on the r/4trans subreddit. In November 2024, Twiggs posted about his anxiety with injecting cross-sex hormones. Replying to a thread on injection pain, he wrote, "Seriously, sometimes it's just muscle memory. Sometimes I gotta get buzzed on something, so I'm not too anxious about it." Hey, cat! Hey, cat! Hey, cat! Sorry, I had to yell at the bunker cat. I didn't have anything to throw at it. Please leave cat alone. Cat was getting into something it shouldn't have been getting into. Meanwhile, cat mom. Sorry. You heard that? And you knew exactly what those sounds were? Yeah, I like paused for a second because I was like, fuck, what do I do? Aren't you supposed to clap to scare them? If you raise your voice, it also scares them. Clapping never scared my cats, which is why I started spraying them with a water bottle. That was the only way to get Cheem's ball to detach from whatever he was autism focused on. It's wild that they're down in St. George, is where a huge number of Warren Jeff's FLDS cult members still live. They call it the Crick. You dated a girl from there? Didn't go well, Jesus. Cat was getting into the himbo stalking files. Your sister's cat ignores the water bottle. Yeah, there have been a few times where Cheem's ball wanted my chimkin so badly that I basically had to soak him to get him away. He was like a sopping wet pussy afterwards. I was like, yeah, that's what you get. She does have a nose. You can't unsee it. Now, I've always had a nose. What do you mean? Cheem's is orange, so they don't really get it with their one brain cell. True and real. Remember, guys, when they dox and try to get you killed by finding your name and home and job, you deserved it. But when it happens to them, because they fuck a murderer, that's violent. True. True. All they have is hypocrisy. Fringe Horizon, thank you. Benyanto Mussolini will not be stopped. His reign of terror has just begun. Okay, I already read that. Anon goes super gender 2? The fuck does that mean? Someone commented on this thread and said, to be fair, some nights the injection just fucking sucks. Like, it sucks so bad. And then there's the boyfriend of the murderer saying, sometimes just muscle memory, sometimes I gotta get buzzed, so I'm not too anxious about it. What the fuck? Around the same time, he responded to a now-deleted post lamenting about the re-election win of Donald Trump and what it means for transgender people. Trump winning has motivated me to finally fix my life, the 4chan post read. I won't let the idiot cis slurs who want me to be miserable win. I'll be independent, fit, happy, and trans, and they can't stop me. Twiggs responded, honestly, same. I realized after a bit of dooming that even if I was overall hiding from the local public now, my life socially wouldn't really change, which was more depressing than any election. So, working on that as my New Year's resolution. And then there's a screenshot here of his locked Instagram account featuring a furry cartoon of a female Garfield furry. Mr. Andy, no, that is Miku. That is Miku wearing a Garfield costume. That's Garfield Miku. I'm going even further beyond super gender. Yeah, Garfield Miku, man. Lance Twiggs lived in one of the units at the apartment building with assassin suspect Tyler Robinson in St. George, Utah. I like the roof of this apartment building. It's very nice roof. Twiggs was raised in a devout Mormon family. Oh fuck, that guy called it. It was the crick. It was the crick. Twiggs was raised in a devout Mormon family, but said he left the faith. On the r/ex-Christian subreddit, he claimed he was expelled from his family home after refusing religious spiritual help. Was told I was possessed by a demon, and then within 30 minutes kicked out of the house because I started laughing and wouldn't go to the bishop for a blessing, Twiggs wrote. Later found out they just didn't like me and were looking for a way to get me out of the house. Wasn't even 18 at the time. I'd be very interesting to see what his parents have to say about it, since we know all these people do is lie. Twiggs added, if you have to deal with wacky evangelism, simply leave because you won't be able to help them and they will continue to hurt you. You know, when I was going through my, like, goth phase, and I was spending a lot of time, being with my mom because shared custody bullshit, at one point, my meme sprayed holy water on me. in the hopes that, it would correct me, I guess. She was just so flustered and angry. I love my meme, man. Like, I didn't fucking wish her dead or anything. Begone evil. Yeah, exactly. Sean Duncan, thank you. What would you recommend for someone starting content creation? After this week, you want to start having your voice heard. You're tired of feeling like you have to hide. I guess that depends on exactly what you're trying to do. And I would say don't spend like thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars when you first start, because there's always a chance that like you put up tons of money as an investment and you're just not, like, realistically, you're not gonna get any return on that investment for a very long time. It took me like 4 years or so to get anywhere near making like minimum wage in a month. So it can take a while. You can get lucky for sure. You could rock it off immediately, right? But you don't want to have that like mindset of I'm immediately going to start making returns here. And I think the best way to go about it is to not think about making money. To think about like, I'm doing this because I want to, because it'll be enjoyable, because there's something that I feel I have to do. Like in your case, you said you just want to make your voice heard. If you're just doing that, I think you're going to be in a much better mental position when you do start gaining traction and when you do start getting an audience than if you're constantly looking at your numbers and lamenting why people aren't watching you. It's a hobby that becomes a job. Yeah, exactly. There's always going to be some degree of luck. Nobody really can pinpoint with 100% accuracy how the algorithm blesses people. Chet Chisholm, thank you. And the much larger threat is posted in Discord. Oh, there's another one? Okay. A neighbor of Twiggs and Robinson told The Sun he believed Twiggs was trans and that he saw them kissing about 2 weeks before the shooting. Here's a video.
Were they holding hands?
Yeah, they were. So, yeah, they drove off in his car, the Dodge Challenger.
The time you saw them or this week?
It was about the time I saw them, so...
How long ago was that?
I would say about 2 weeks ago.
And so they looked like they were a couple?
Yeah.
Look at his fucking lazy eye, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. And you thought he was weird?
Yeah, I definitely, yeah.
What was weird about him?
Just the way he walked and just the way I've seen him. I've never seen really anybody dressed all in black with a mask on, and I thought that was just quite weird.
For those who've never seen the roommate describe...
In high school, I dressed in all black, and I even imported clothing from Japan, and the Japanese have been wearing face masks for a very long time. And so when you start getting into, like, Japanese alt fashion, like Visual K and Jirai K and just, like, that kind of stuff, right? they all have like fashion masks. So I had like black masks with like spikes on it, with like zippers all over them, right? Like I had a lot of face masks that I would try to wear as fashion, but my asthma would kick my ass when I would try.
Describe that person's face.
He did have freckles on his face. For the haircut, he did have, it was a weird haircut. I can't quite, it was kind of a mushroom.
A mushroom! He had a dickhead!
I've gotten lots of hate for my takes this week, but a lot more love. Far too many people quote Sam Hyde but seemingly forgot it this week, saying it's wrong to cancel them. Thank you for not being weak like them and recognizing you don't work with evil.
Oh, hey, thank you, Dragon's Treasure, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna use that quote from Sam Hyde and then be like, now is the time for forgiveness. No. No, these people want you dead. You cannot reason with them. Moist concoction. Are we volunteering to dribble past our teeth flesh and ooze down the slick tunnel into our gurgling gut pockets today? What the fuck? You okay, bro? Platinum Sniper, thank you for the Canadians. Was the shooter a Hassan viewer? I don't think we know anything about that quite yet.
Shaped one. Yeah, he was, I would say, he didn't come out much, but definitely a few other. Like,
just asking what we're drinking. Water! I'm an extremist. I drink water!
There that this individual, the roommate, may have been transitioning. Did that correlate with what you saw?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so he was going to have an operation to be to turn into a woman.
Yeah, and I think he's getting ready for that.
Sorry, in what way do you think that?
I remember them talking about a doctor's appointment. It was about 2 weeks ago, I would say.
And they were kissing?
Yeah.
Do you know, where did you see them kissing?
Just coming out. I was riding with my bike, so I didn't see the whole thing, but yeah. I saw them.
And when did you hear them talking about a doctor's appointment?
I would say about the same time that they came out. So that one time, yeah.
Where were you standing for that?
I was just riding by here.
Okay.
So.
And you were able to hear snippets of their conversation?
Yeah. Yep.
But you were sure that they were a couple, but you have only seen them together once?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, random guys don't hold hands. Definitely.
That's true.
So. I would have tried to stop him if I knew it was him, like before. I definitely do not like the fact that he was living close to me. It was covered with police tape, a ton of police cars. We had a guy sitting up on the hill with a sniper, and SWAT trucks, and definitely a few helicopters, and a drone as well.
What was going through your mind when you stepped in
I
and
was
saw
like,
that?
I was like, what is going on? And I asked the police officer, I'm like, did a killing happen here? They're like, I can't tell you. And so I called my grandma, found out that the guy that shot Kirk lived right close to me. So for Charlie Kirk, I knew him over the years. Like, I didn't know him personally, but I've watched his videos before. And so
how did you know they were a couple? Well, they were holding hands and kissing. But what if they were just a one-night stand? Platinum Sniper, thank you for the Canadians. Big push here to revive TP Canada that closed in 2018. I'm surprised. Canada waking up. Massive Doge, thank you. Hey, boss, are you planning on getting a PC from Starforge? Do you go Linux or Windows, or is it preset? I'm pretty sure they're preset. I don't think I've seen a PC come stock with Linux, but I mean, if you wanted to have a drive with Linux on it, you do you, baby. Timothy Farm! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, Timothy Farm! Thank you for the slaves, my guy! Thank you! I'm on ya. Thank you, Jimothy. Let's see here. But thinking about the breaking of the indoctrinated, we might need to make a similar approach to Dr. David Wood with Islam by figuring a simple Marxist dilemma and making fun of the founder of their feast. Like making a mocking thing like Muhammad's boom boom room. Jesus Christ. Mocking doesn't really seem to work on Marxists, especially the, like, critical theory Marxists of today. They don't seem to feel shame, so I don't think that would work on them. Doesn't even matter if it's a one-night stand. He's still gay! Yeah, I know, I was mocking, like, because people would say that. Marxists have a humiliation fetish. It wouldn't work! Exactly. There are some places that have Linux as the default for their PCs. It's not common, though. Yeah, I can't say I've seen Linux being the default somewhere. You don't mock them to change them. You mock them to convince onlookers. I mean, fair? Fair? I don't know how much that would work, considering we've been using the mocking tactic since, like, 2012, and it hasn't worked since then. So I do not have any faith in mocking working. Convince their social circles that they're heartless. That's a good way to go. Linux scares you. I haven't used Linux since high school. Our physics teacher, all the computers, they worked on Linux instead of Windows. Mocking them doesn't work. They continue regardless. True and real. Oh, let me see here. Okay, I just had to make sure I was up to date on what's happening. Here's your beatbox session. Oh my god. Mocking only works if there's shame in their hearts. They're too convinced of their moral superiority for that to happen. True and real, unfortunately. Sad Cambridge, thank you for the 18-month member, thank you. Finn the chat, thank you. Been using Mint since last June, playing single-player games, no problem. I'm assuming Mint is some kind of Linux thing. Mildly OCD, thank you. Been on vacation since the 9th. It's been a rough time off from work and your sleep schedule is a wreck. You've never been more radicalized. It's been hard not to glow. Hope you're doing well. I slept really amazingly last night. I fucking needed it after how this week was. Using Mint Fantome, bro. Twigs was mentioned in the Utah criminal complaint against Robinson as an unnamed roommate who cooperated with investigators after being contacted. Robinson allegedly sent his trans partner messages related to the shooting, and surveillance video of the suspected gunman near the campus shows him appearing to communicate with someone on his phone. Twigs has not been accused of any crime. And I've seen some people being like, oh, they're cooperating, so that means they didn't do anything wrong. And it's like, a lot of the times accomplices will roll over to get a lighter sentence and cooperate so that they don't get the same exact thing as the people that they supported doing the actual bad action. So I have zero faith that this is like a, oh no, I'm so shocked that this happened, and it's more a, hey, we're gonna throw your ass away forever if you don't communicate. If he's smart, he would talk. Yeah, exactly. According to Axios, investigators are probing whether Robinson was motivated by Kirk's outspoken criticism of transgenderism. Kirk was in the middle of answering a question about trans shooters when he was shot in the neck on September 10th. Axios is also reporting that investigators are examining whether radical leftist groups in Utah played a role in Robinson's alleged assassination plan. One unnamed group had scrubbed its social media after the shooting, Axios reported. And I would say, even after watching that video of the guy who had asked the question being very visibly upset by it in the interview, I would still want him checked out, because now that we know that there are so many co-conspirators and so many people that knew this was going to happen beforehand, you can't rule out that this guy is just good at acting and this wasn't some sort of, like, trigger for it to happen. Like, it could be nothing, could be coincidental, but considering this is basically like a trans terror cell here, I would want his communication devices checked out as well. The guy who cheered immediately after better at least do some time. That guy's trying to say he was trying to create a distraction for, like, security to get away, but that doesn't make any sense. Because security would have ways to defend themselves. Did I see his interview? There's a, like, long interview. I saw the, like, brief statement that he gave. I didn't see the, like, full interview. Which, if my mods can grab a link for that, we can pull that up as well. That dude was 100% in on it. Yeah, watching the long interview was a great idea, so I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you. Beardmaster, thank you for the Canadians. The problem with Marxism is that no matter the situation, they have a reason to say capitalism is at fault. Things are doing well, it's because other countries are exploited. Things are doing poorly, it's late-stage capitalism. It's a very hard beast to fight, especially because of the way they weaponize language and try to cause as much confusion as possible. Emperor Creatine, thank you. There's a rally for Charlie at the corner of your local neighborhood market while getting groceries. Must be about 200 to 300 people there. That's nice to see, man. Hell yeah. Axios is also reporting that investigators are examining whether radical leftist groups in Utah played a role in Robinson's alleged assassination plan. One unnamed group had scrubbed its social media after the shooting, Axios reported. And considering that there's a lot of online involvement, I don't think they should be limiting it to just radical groups in Utah. Right, like if they find information about other radical groups within his Steam or his Discord or the Reddit places that he was in, those should also obviously be investigated as well. Meanwhile, many large left-wing social media accounts continue to circulate false claims that Robinson was a far-right Christian nationalist, while dismissing reporting that his partner and/or roommate is trans. And in my opinion, if he has all of these trans people who knew ahead of time that this was going to happen, if his boyfriend is trans, it makes sense to make him the fall guy to actually go and do the action, because you can't have another trans shooter, because then all of the rhetoric will just be about how they're trans and how they're crazy. So they were like, if we put up this guy who's just a white guy who comes from a Christian family, everyone will focus on that instead. I don't really understand how they thought that that would realistically work. I mean, maybe they figured that their lying apparatus machine would still be exactly as powerful as it was prior to Kirk getting shot. But him getting murdered happened immediately on the heels of a Ukrainian refugee getting murdered senselessly on a train. People were already agitated, and then Kirk's assassination happened. I'm sure there are still some people who will fall for the lies, but the majority have woken the fuck up. The majority of normies who like to tune out politics and say politics don't belong in my hobby, I don't want to think about politics, the majority of normies out there woke up to a different world in which they logged on to their like 5-10 minutes a day of social media and saw their coworkers and people in their communities celebrating that someone got murdered for political reasons, who didn't even do anything. There are even some crazy people who have been posting ad nauseum. Me posting Yamaguchi, who killed that Japanese communist politician back in the 1960s, completely with zero self-awareness, because that is something that should be celebrated. The guy that was killed was a Mao supporter. The guy that was killed wanted the same policies that plunged China into darkness to happen to Japan. That is not even in any way comparable to what happened to Charlie Kirk. A meme that no American can do. He got fired. Totally changed the course of Japanese history. And I think it's been a huge fucking detriment that generations before us did not immediately turn loose the long march through the institutions. And the Marxists were able to gain root and tell all of us how bad fascism was and how bad Nazis are. But we never talked about how bad communism is. You don't get to talk about how bad communism is. And you can even see the double standard over the past decade plus, where anytime people say, punch a Nazi, kill a Nazi, it's the right thing to do, they're celebrated and uplifted. And if you talk shit about communism, well, you're just some kind of fascist, aren't you? Assassinating a politician with actual power is completely different from assassinating some dude you don't agree with, 1000% as well. This is the interview. I can't open it from chat right now because of where I am in my tabs. Nazis bad, communism worse, to be honest. Commies were always quietly ignored and swept under the rug. Yeah, I've seen people ask for years, like, hey, you know, we talk about how many people Hitler killed and how bad that is. Why don't we talk about how many people communism has killed and how bad all of that is? Already put the interview into DMs. Thank you, Ziz. Thank you, Ziz. So here's Adam Cochran saying, the FBI and news outlets have run with any crazy tip they get and then retract it later. Sources telling you he lived with a trans partner when people in his apartment building have already been interviewed extensively is insane. You mean like that guy above? You think in a small town Utah conservative hotbed, the guy lived in an apartment with someone trans and no one noticed? Not one of the people that spoke to the press about him mentioned even a partner, much less a trans one? But after 36 hours of having his laptop and all of the claims of him being leftist being retracted and fake, and Kash Patel's job being on the line, suddenly a news story from another unnamed source is exclusive to an administration-friendly reporter and just happens to fit the narrative they were looking for. It was literally a Fox News affiliate at Fox News 13 who did the apartment interviews days ago. You're telling me they just chose to overlook the trans story? What absolute trash rag journalist. And I guess he's talking about Brooke Singman for her accurate reporting. Rifle cartridges used in the assassination had Antifa propaganda messaging on them. Utah Governor Spencer Cox told the Wall Street Journal in a report published Saturday, it's very clear to us and to the investigators that this was a person who was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. The mental gymnastics here deserve a medal. I am just glad that more people are finally realizing how far gone the like left side of everything has been for so long. And then we have a New York Post article here. It says Charlie Kirk assassination suspect had furry fixation and his trans boyfriend proclaimed support for Biden on social media. Alleged Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson appeared to have a fixation on furries, while his live-in transgender boyfriend espoused support for Joe Biden and joked about being mentally ill, according to social media posts linked to the pair. Joked about being mentally ill, by the way. Of course. Lance Twiggs, 22, an aspiring pro gamer. They should talk to that trans person that was caught cheating recently. And Robinson's roommate appears to have made a comment on a 2022 Reddit post saying, "We're riding with Biden on this glorious subreddit." Twiggs, whose family appears to be a conservative Christians based in Utah, is transitioning from male to female and was in a relationship with the 22-year-old Robinson, Governor Spencer Cox confirmed Sunday. The post was made on a jokey subreddit that was filled with sarcastic comments, and a subsequent post referenced former Republican primary candidate Jeb Bush. "One day Jeb will be president and America will fully reform into a utopia," the comment in the same thread reads. True! True! Full, total Jeb victory, honestly. I love that meme so much. These fuckers are all the stereotype. I'm surprised that Reddit is not a hive of glowy agents, much like 4chan became. In another post, Twiggs said he had been getting targeted adverts for treatment for schizophrenia and other mental conditions on social media. "I've been getting recommended treatments for schizophrenia, BPD, and a brain tumor recently by my social media advertisements. This meme is perfect, thanks," the post reads. I mean, where there's smoke, there's a fire, buddy. His posts were rarely political, but frequently referenced his gender transition, as well as being a former Christian. It comes as Robinson's bizarre ties to the furry lifestyle were revealed. An account on the website furaffinity.net. You know how there was that guy earlier who asked, if I had any advice for people starting a content creation? Scrub everything. You want your, previous life footprint to be as small as possible. If you start gaining any traction, and then people find out you've been posting about, fucking diaper fur inflation on Fur Infinity, you're fucking done, brother. Phoenix Diaz, thank you for the Canadians. So the left are trying to say that journalism on the right is trash. Are they even self-aware? They spent years demonizing even everyday people, calling them ist and ism, knowing, defaming normal people. They just think that they can keep lying and people will keep believing them because, again, they faced no repercussions for their lies and their lies have destroyed countless lives over the last few decades. It's insane. On the website furaffinity.net, which features sexualized images of cartoon animal characters, features an account name matching one that Robinson used on his various gaming and online accounts. Friends told the Daily Mail. The spent cartridge believed to belong to the murder weapon was inscribed with the message, "Notices bulges, oh whoa, what's this?" A phrase associated with a popular furry internet meme. And see, I think this is where the boomers don't really understand what they're reporting on. Yeah, furries might use this meme now, but that is not associated with furries. If as an old friend, when I see notices bulges, oh well, what's this? I think of first men in MMOs pretending to be women to get free shit. Second, I think of nyanners. Those are the two things that come to my mind when I see that phrase. Not furries. It's been an internet meme for forever? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. Furries appropriated it from 4chan. Stop spurg. I'm not gonna stop spurging! And I don't think it is spurging! Fin the chat, thank you. They never have the sense to use different IDs for different things. Oh, whoa, what's this? Is old as fuck. It is. It is! Fun fact, apparently they got contacted by the shooter that they were on the run, and instead of going to help their lover, they booted up Dead by Daylight. Yeah, there's a screenshot of them playing, I think it was Dead by Daylight, like, right after the shooting. And then they booted up some other game afterwards. I don't remember where I read that, but I was just like, what the fuck? Silk Song. It was Silk Song and then Dead by Daylight. I was like, what the fuck? The furries stole it. The furries are appropriating our culture. Zoomers using one name online and connecting to their IRL name and face will always be weird to you. Twigs was said to be aghast after learning of Robinson's alleged crimes. Yeah, okay. And is being extremely cooperative with authorities, law enforcement sources told Axios. It's pretty clear that Robinson's roommate knew a lot and didn't say anything after the killing. So they're a person of interest officially and are cooperating. We want to keep it that way, one official said. That's what happened. Oh my god, no. Here are all the messages, Twigs told law enforcement according to the source, indicating that he then shared all of Robinson's online communications with authorities. I would immediately go to all of the platforms that I was given from Twigs, right? I would go to Steam and I'd be like, hey, I need to see all of your, like, archived message system. I'd go to Discord and be like, I need to see your archived message system. There's no way. I would 0% chance believe. Oh no, that's terrible. I had no idea. Meanwhile, all of these other online trans people seem to know. There's no way random online trans people would know and not this person's boyfriend. Kane's Brain, thank you. Breaking news. Someone attacked the Kirk Memorial at TPUSA HQ and got arrested? Hell yeah. Not hell yeah for him destroying it, but hell yeah that he actually got fucking arrested. That's a disgusting thing to do. Imagine attacking memorials. I was like, I remember when, like, the Chibi Reviews harassment campaign was going on, and people went and, like, defiled his brother's grave or some shit. Like, how just outside of the realm of reality do you have to be like, I don't like this person online because of their anime takes. I'm going to go defile their family member's grave. Like I can't even imagine a situation in which I would do that, right? Like, as much as I think anal violence is a sick, disgusting freak who needs to be investigated by the FBI, if he had a dead family member, I wouldn't be going to do anything to it, because then I would be the disturbed, freakish individual. Because you're human, they're not, they're just demons, right? Eddie Lombardo, thank you. People used to say terrible things on the internet via anonymity. Now they show their faces and list their employers in their bio. They're confused when people use that info they shared against them. Well, once again, these are the people who have been telling us that we need to share our names and show our faces if we want to have opinions online. And we know that they've been saying that because as soon as we do, well, they go after employers. They go after the places that we go to school. They go after our sponsors if we're a content creator, right? Like, they try everything that they can once they know any piece of personal details about us. And they felt that they were protected because they were on the right side of history. So them showing their names and faces doesn't matter because nothing bad can happen to the good guys, you know? You can totally see someone keeping their partner ignorant if they were planning to carry out an attack to keep them from facing criminal charges. You don't see that being a thing for this guy, though? Yeah, ain't no way in this situation. Blades Arrow, thank you for the fucking 3-month pre-subbing, dude. I hope I'm okay. The stuff in the last week has pissed you off. There's other job-related stuff, but you digress. Thanks for being awesome, Kirsche. Cheers to your happiness. Thank you. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. He'll probably be a hero on Dateline or something in a few months, and that disgusts you. Codbo3 RGM3, thank you. Oh no, my boyfriend is on the run for being evil. Anyway, time to do my dailies. I mean, that's true. You don't want to forget about your dailies, right? Epsilon Sama, thank you. Just worried when people get in power who think it's justified to game over others due to their views. We need a permaban on anyone who says game over a nutsy from society. We're all Charlie Kirk. And this is another thing I've seen going around recently from content creators talking about how, like, oh, turn on restricted mode and look at news sites and almost none of their videos are restricted, maybe 1 or 2. This is a problem. People have been speaking out about this for years, right? Like the Quartering, Tim Pool, anyone who talks any kind of news has been talking about the mass censorship of people like us who talk about the news, while actual mainstream media news people aren't subject to the same rules. We have to say shit like game over or nutsy or like just make up random child speak in order to get around the censorship that YouTube puts on us. The mainstream media platforms on YouTube aren't subject to the same rules. They can say murdered, they can say raped, they can say sexual assault and not have to worry about getting demonetized. And this is a huge issue within YouTube, propping up the mainstream apparatus. You fucking hate Unalive? I hate it as well. Remember when YouTube decided to show only trusted news sources and search results? I remember. Robinson's online presence point to a hodgepodge of mix of liberal ideology, gamer-style humor, and post-ironic memes. He reportedly grew up as a member of the Mormon faith, but had long since left the church by the time of his alleged crimes. Federal and state law enforcement officials are examining leftist groups in Utah to see if any had knowledge of Robinson's alleged plans beforehand, or let him support after the fact. Psycho, thank you! Hug your family, hug your friends, hug your Kirsche! You've been crying for days, but seeing these demons getting unemployed has given you your first smile, no mercy. 1,000%. Do not lose hope. You can see the tide turning in real time. You can see more people waking up to how disingenuous, full of shit, and just evil a lot of these people are. They don't treat you like a human who disagrees with them. They treat you as a virus that needs to be extinguished. You must use the newspeak to protect the children and yourself from the reality of the world. I'm marked as 18 plus, baby. Ain't no kid supposed to be in here. A silent meme, thank you. Someone defaced the Special Operations Command Memorial on base after Trump gave the trans a boot out of the military again. You're like, let's see how this turns out. Fucking needs to be repercussions for shit like that. Unacceptable behavior. Finn the chat, thank you. Lose the game, not hope. Oh my god. He's legit stopped talking to a friend for a bit because they kept unironically saying unalived and self-deleted. We're adults and should speak like such. You've been to war, for heaven's sake? Yeah, it's wild. And I do feel like part of that is, once again, subversion of language. If we cannot talk about things honestly, if we're punished for talking about things honestly, while the mainstream media that warps perceptions and lies about things continues to not have to play by the same rules, it makes us inefficient at communication, which is why I never really gave a fuck about the child language. I wasn't going to kowtow to that, even if it was detrimental to my ad income. I'm gonna be drinking a lot of water because I am fucking parched, bro. Reminds you of Newspeak from 1984? Yeah, exactly. I fucking hate when they censor ass with ah. Same! I don't even know when or why that started. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Warren Smith made a video about a professor who was trying to get his leftist students to think critically. I don't know who Warren Smith is, but is it that guy that went on side scrollers before? He was the one that was like asking kids who were saying that J.K. Rowling was transphobic how she's transphobic. Because that guy has also been tweeting up a storm recently. He is fucking amazing. I've retweeted a bunch of his shit recently in the past few days. Warren Smith is the teacher? Okay, I don't know names, chat. I'm not good with names. A battle brother opossum! Please kill all the ticks! Thank you for those 10 gift subs on... Oh, YouTube. Thank you for the 10 gift members on YouTube. I didn't even get a flag on YouTube. What the hell? Thank you. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Just like how Joseph Stalin would remove a person from a photograph that fell out of favor, the left wants to do things like this to your whole family, even if they've already passed. Like your family tree was never there. The rewriting of history is, again, another way to be subversive and to make people believe only the narrative that they're telling. Japanese Demon Lord Abrere Lucifer, thank you. Did you ever watch the video of George Carlin explaining soft language about 35 years ago? I mean, probably, but I don't remember any of it at this point. Let's be real. My memory does not go that far back. I'm gonna actually move myself a little bit over here. I'm kind of fucking sinking into the corner. I don't know why. Real Woodware, thank you. Just saw Tyler's Steam profile. There's a comment about him getting a concussion in 2022 and his personality changing. Interesting. Praxis Fall, thank you. You feel like companies need to be sued for suppressing the First Amendment? Erica needs to sue the legacy media for defamation. It'll be interesting to see if she does file anything against people who have been incredibly defamatory. At least one group, Armed Queers Salt Lake City, wiped all of its social media in recent days, although it isn't known whether this was in response to the ongoing investigations. Robinson is due to appear in court for the first time on Tuesday on charges of aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily harm, and obstruction of justice. President Trump, among others, has called for the death penalty if Robinson is found guilty, and he absolutely should serve it. There have been some weird lefties being like, oh, everybody was all for the death penalty until they found out he was a white Christian male, and now they just want to call him mentally ill. And it's like, regardless of what he was mentally ill either way, and yes, he should get the death penalty. I don't care about his fucking race or his religion or whatever the fuck he believed in. He deserves the death penalty. Armed Queers is an absolutely insane manifesto. Really? Why would they have a manifesto? Eldritch Saga, thank you. There are people worse than Charlie Kirk. Oh, the naivety. The fact that they refuse to believe people when they say that Kirk was the moderate is a little funny. Like, they've gone around marking people for death by calling them Nazis for so long. They're quite literally unable to differentiate between someone who is an unironic moderate and someone who is way worse. SGTD4C, thank you. As you sober up, ignore your super sad super from earlier. What do you mean? Battleizer, thank you. Quick question, has Bridge made a comment about all of this yet? I haven't checked my Bridge emails. I don't even know if there's been one in the past few days, but I'll go look at my email after I get through the tabs that I currently have open. Kai, thank you. Did I see the video by Warren Smith where the professor was talking to his students on how close we are to a civil event after last week? The students cannot grasp how close the US is to fighting. I didn't see that. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Sounds like a case for the FBI to explore the rifle group's internet history. I would very much want them to be investigated. If anyone's like wiping their internet history after an event like this, that's very suspicious. Psycho, thank you. You got the rope right here. What the heck? You talk to some trans people who genuinely believe that there were right-wing death squads marching through California to round up LGBTs. They have no idea what some of the right-wing extremists are salivating for that. I very much do not want to see that come to pass, because I feel like if that ever became the unfortunate reality that we live in, there would be a lot of trans people who are actual dysphorics who have nothing to do with the deranged ideologues and fetishists who have been pushing this rhetoric forward for years, who get caught up in that. And I think innocents losing their lives simply because their identity has been co-opted by radicals would be a very, very, very bad thing to happen and set a crazy precedent. Asmongold calls it AoE damage. And so I have this, End Wokeness had tweeted out, multiple trans people in the area posted on September 9th that something big will be happening to Charlie Kirk tomorrow. Unfortunately, he did not post any of the evidence of such, but some other people down in the comments did. Let me see. There's like this person, Mushy at Tally Hall Album. It'd be funny if someone like Charlie Kirk got shot on September 10th, and this was posted on September 3rd. And then 2 days ago, when this person posted the screenshot, he said, "Did I?" So this is a person who needs investigated. Someone in the comments said it's an edited tweet, which is why I say get archives. There's going to be a fucking metric fuck ton of stuff floating around. Make sure people have archives of this stuff, not just screenshots. Here's another one that's a TikTok video. Charles James Kirk, Mr. College Dropout, does not know it's coming tomorrow. Be ready. This isn't a threat. It's a promise. It's a bad day to be Charlie tomorrow. Hashtag UVU. Hashtag Charlie Kirk. Hashtag liberal. Hashtag debate. Hashtag For You page. So it's very interesting that these people, once again, are so egotistical and narcissistic and genuinely believe that they are the good guys, that they have secret advanced knowledge of someone in their midst going to perpetrate an assassination, And instead of staying quiet about it, they have to post and brag about it. And once again, it's lucky for us that these people are as dumb as they are so that they can get caught. If they really did know, why would they reveal it? Once again, because they are that self-absorbed, narcissistic, and believe themselves to be the good guys. I genuinely believe that the people posting this could not even imagine a world in which anyone told them they were wrong for either wanting Kirk dead or for celebrating after he died. I think that everyone celebrating so openly on social media after is the result of them being coddled and told that they're the good guys for so long. They're living in an alternate delusional reality where they are the majority and everyone agrees with them and they are fighting the Nazis. And that's just not true. And so all of the backlash, all of the canceling, all of the losing their jobs, they don't understand how this is happening because they've been the ones in power. They've been the ones wielding this as their sword for years. They probably grew up never being told no. Yeah. Makes you wonder if this is a thing for all his previous events and they were just bluffing and got extremely lucky or actually knew something. That's why anyone posting something like this needs to be investigated. Absolutely needs to be. Evil Mandrake, thank you. You've tried to send this many times in the past, but all institutionalized subversion can be traced to Howard Zinn. YouTube and Twitch both censor the name when you try to send them, though. That's interesting, Howard Zinn, because wasn't the guy that, like, tried to distract people and got arrested at first also named Zinn? And I have to bring him up. Because what he said was also crazy. Yeah, George Zinn, same last name. Deranged Hermit, thank you for the full fucking year, brother. Thank you. Anthony, thank you. Foxu Tax, the crying libs losing jobs has been a little bit of a white pill. It is a major white pill, in my opinion. The fact that they're actually suffering repercussions, and the fact that even when some of the, like, higher ups at universities are trying to protect them, they can't. They've lost all of their power to pretend to be the good guys. Battleizer, thank you. Didn't you know that they're the main character? We're all just the stormtroopers. Well, that's unfortunate for them because the stormtroopers of fiction have bad aim. Do we have a source to refer to? Look at the whiteboard, posted September 3rd. Apparently this was posted on September 3rd, Charlie Kirk's 2025 Campus Martyr Tour. Yeah, September 3rd, 25 on the blackboard. Kind of weird. Kind of strange. A little bit of a weird thing to say. Anyone that, like, is purportedly posting about knowing something in advance genuinely needs to be investigated. I don't see any other posts here on this thread, so I'll go over to this tab. Grums had said, this group announced this before Tyler's arrest. What did they know? This was leaked as part of the alleged assassin Steam account leak. And this is a Steam group. Read this if you're gay. Announcement, September 10th. Be careful over shit you say online. End-to-end encryption messaging platforms like Signal exist for a reason. Or just use PGP. And yes, this is directly referencing a very specific thing that happened. What an odd thing to say. What a strange thing to say. Phoenix DS, thank you. The participation trophy generation catching consequences for their unhinged ideology coming home to roost. It took way too long. It took way too long. Our great-grandparents did nothing about the communists taking over. Our grandparents did nothing. Our parents did nothing. I genuinely hope that we will be the generation to start stopping this before it gets worse. You hate being a millennial. Oh my god. Japanese Demon Lord Brere Lucifer, thank you. You do gotta give a tiny bit of props to the majority of celebrities, how they've had self-control and kept quiet about Kirk. Did they finally find their line? I don't know. That's a good point, actually. I haven't seen anything from celebrities. You make a very interesting observation. I do wonder. You do have to wonder. No, they like money too much. And there's someone else here, the real political data, National Conservative Catholic Eisenhower Clarence Thomas enjoyer. Thanks to the work of some people, we have a shocking revelation. An alt account on Twitter, it was just deleted because it got exposed, existed that matched the exact name of a TikTok that followed the alleged roommate of the shooter. Second image is him confirming it's the same TikTok in an earlier tweet. The shocking part is the fact that not only did it celebrate Kirk's death, but used the term, "we fucking did it," in one of the tweets that announced the death of Kirk. And this is the Churbum75M. And I think I might have quote retweeted someone posting that tweet and being like, what did he mean by this? And then Churbum here says, follow my TikTok. It shows the TikTok page. Churbum tweeting out, the face I make before I get shot in the neck and dying 1 or 3 hours later. It was pretty much immediate. It was like, I saw that and I immediately was like, he's dead. There's no way he survived that. I think like an hour later, someone was like, oh, he's being at the hospital. And I was like, maybe that's a good sign. Maybe he got like infinitesimally lucky, but like, And then here's the tweet that I quote retweeted that somebody else posted. The "we fucking did it. Charlie Kirk has died at the age of 31. What did he mean? What did he mean by we? What did he mean by this? 50 years of propagandizing, bomb-throwing rhetoric, third-wave feminism. We have our work cut out for us. We have our work cut out for us. And I do not look forward to the work that needs to be done. SGTD4C, thank you. The profile pic looks like Sylveon, not one of your favorite Pokemon. Also, when you said Sad Supa from earlier, it was from Stream Elements post, just ignore it. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, thank you. Thank you for the Stream Elements dono. Nisamu Delta, thank you for the member. Psycho, thank you. The more you desire to coexist, the more people die by your hands. Freerin, in reference to demons. I am Charlie Kirk. Exactly. 3006 is what we used in World War I. And 2, it's not a soft round no matter where you get hit. Your favorite quote is from The Big Short movie. Don't understand? Why are they confessing? They're not confessing, they're bragging. Yep. Sylveon is the trans favorite. Unfortunately so. It's because of the colors, you know. September 10th will be a very interesting day. And then I plead the 5th, and then that Churbum person retweeted that. How interesting! What an interesting thing! Let me see if I can find where I had that other tweet. Should only take me a second to find before it loses my brain entirely, because I was thinking about it and then forgot what it was. And so before I forget anything else, I need to see if I can scroll my timeline and find it. Dab. Just to see. That's British stuff. That's me. Okay, here we go. Here's the George Zinn thread. The George Zinn thread. So this popped up, and when I said, who is George Zinn? A lot of people didn't read the tweet or watch the video and just said that he was the old guy who was arrested. And it's like, yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that. But listen to this video.
All you conspiracy theorists out there, I don't want you going crazy, but what are the odds that George Zinn, the patsy that was arrested at the Charlie Kirk assassination, also saw 9/11, he saw the planes fly into the buildings and called that in and reported it, and then he also called in a fake terrorist attack at the Boston Marathon bombing, and
Salt Lake City.
Just so happened to get arrested at Charlie Kirk's event. So Tess Keyser, she responded to this tweet and she says, Grok is a guy really involved in all 3 events like this post claims. And Grok fact checks it and goes, based on a review of multiple sources, George Zinn was a witness to the 9/11 attacks, and he described seeing planes hit the towers. He was also arrested in 2013 for emailing a bomb threat joke to the Salt Lake City Marathon shortly after the Boston bombing. He pled guilty to a terrorism charge and somehow magically only received probation.
How do you receive probation after getting a terrorism charge? Why are commies treated this way?
He was also detained and questioned as a person of interest at the Charlie Kirk assassination on September 10th, 2025, but released without charges relating to the shooting. Then Grok went on and made sure that it told you there is no credible evidence that supports claims of his involvement in 9/11's false flag, facilitating Kirk's deaths, or Mossad ties.
He didn't even ask about Mossad. Why does it say that? Why did Grok bring up Mossad all on its fucking own? What the hell?
The main suspect in Kirk's killing is now Tyler Robinson, and he is in custody. So I asked Grok to break this one down for us, and it says so, and it wouldn't give me an answer first, it's impossible to calculate. Well, I said use statistical probability and give me a ballpark stat on the probability of him being at all 3 major events. And it goes through here and it breaks it down. And we get down here to the very bottom where it combines the probability right here, combined probability. And it says it is equal to 0.70 5%, or 5 times 10 to the power of 8.
It looks like it says to the power of -8. I think is how that is written.
That translates to approximately 1 in 2 billion. Does all of that seem normal to you?
And I was like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And then there's where is... That's a different thing. Okay, well, for people who are like, well, you shouldn't trust AI, there was another video here. There was another video. George Zinn, who was arrested at the Charlie Kirk shooting, was in a 9/11 video. He said he knew Al-Qaeda was responsible for the 9/11 attack the moment he saw the towers fall. So let's play this other video. Memories of 9/11 2001.
It was an interesting time when I went to, I was in Denver just on September 10th.
That says his name there behind my hair.
2001, and I'm a huge Broncos fan, so I was. It was the opening night of Denver Broncos Stadium. I went down there, and we were playing the Giants that night, and so it was a huge event for us. I even remembered everything that happened. We opened the stadium on September 10th, 2001. And so, you know, I was, we won the Giants, which was good. I remember that was when Ed McCaffrey actually got hurt that night on a season-ending injury. And so I'm ready to go leave the hotel on September 11th, early that morning, and go back to Salt Lake City. And they said, come down, look in the lobby. Something's happening here. They said there's a plane that's headed towards one of the towers in New York City, and we're just glued. Everybody in the lobby is just going, wow, is this pilot error? What's going on here? You know, it was very confusing. And we see that plane go in, and we just think, wow, you know.
Wow.
And then I think it was, what, a 9/12 or something like that.
And I can't quite read. This is like a long video of him just explaining everything he saw at 9/11. But I can't quite read the name of the company that put out like this video, because I'm sure there's more than just him in the video, right? So the Major Brent Taylor Foundation, I think, is like where George Zinn was from at the time. So I think if you find the tape from that company, you might find the specific year it was recorded. And I think there were a few people in here. This one said more than likely. I could have sworn that there were a few people who said that I know him, this guy. I used to be heavily involved with Utah politics. I know George. Here's what you need to know. He's a dolt. He's a registered Republican and an activist who tends to just show up, rail about random things, and ends up being removed. He constantly would rail about our party rules, and no one even understood what he was on about. To be clear, among Utah Republicans, he's considered a joke and a nuisance. Granted, some people, Senator Dan McKay, feel that way about me too, but in my defense, I've never been a teller and a screamer, and I also have plenty of friends who will vouch for me. That George Zinn is just the village idiot. He might be the village idiot, and maybe he just goes to places that he knows something is going to happen, like the Kirk thing, right? And he just goes there because it's a conservative talk thing. You might get to see some fist fights break out or something. But it still is interesting that he has managed to be at multiple places that have had tragic events. The probability is still pretty fucking crazy. I don't think there's any sort of, like, a grand foreign conspiracy here. But it is interesting that he's managed to be in all these places. It's very coinky-dinky. Super sus. You're very tinfoiled on it. Very tinfoiled. It was just like an interesting, like, how did he manage to be at all these places at once? And how did he manage to only get probation for a fucking terrorist thing? A slam dangles, thank you. Doesn't look any older. 9/11 was 24 years ago. He'd be super old by now. He definitely looks different in the video. Definitely looks different in the video. But I do not know what year that was recorded. It could have been recorded like 4 years ago, for all we know, right? Star Phoenix, thank you. Off to the Kirk Vigil in Connecticut. Take care. I hope you have a good time there. Hope you are safe. Trinity, thank you. Every time Kirsche gets on stream, every time needs to say Munya at this point. Munya. John Burt, thank you. Lo-fi Fox Yap to nap to. True and real. Tom Hanks went on a rabid rant saying Kirk basically deserved it. Billy D. Williams said no one deserves this, and then was hacked and posted he was joining people calling people out for it. 4 hours ago said it was a hack if you care about celeb takes. Tom Hanks? Tom Hanks went on an unhinged rant? What the hell? What the hell? And just remember this about the Utah Republican Party. They voted former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney. Also a fair point. Also a fair point. If I want to lighten the mood
If you
yesterday...
want to lighten the mood a bit. After hearing Tom MacDonald's song yesterday, I was looking into him. Heard this and thought of you for some reason. Worth a watch sometime.
Well, thank you, Jewish nucks. just regular nucks, you know? Thank you. There's also Chris Pratt, if people did not know. I can't imagine Chris Pratt going on an unhinged rant about this, because Chris Pratt is a Christian. Didn't you know Tom Hanks is a lefty? The only thing I remember about Tom Hanks is that he was in a movie about AIDS. Hanks going on an unhinged rant. Who the fuck messed with the timeline? Morgan Freeman and Stephen King were also going on rants. I didn't see Morgan Freeman. I saw Stephen King claiming that Charlie Kirk wanted to stone gays to death or some dumb shit. And there was like a bookstore that decided they weren't going to host his books anymore. He was Woody from Toy Story? Oh, fuck. Chris Pratt said pray for Charlie and people want him fired. What? That's incredibly dumb. Toxic, ooh, you, thank you for the 28 months. Can we imagine Kirsche going on an unhinged rant? All the time. All the time, bro. Stephen King apologized, but it's so fucking late for that. I do not believe an apology when they are making shit up about Charlie after his death, trying to further dehumanize him and make the killing seem okay. Like, if anyone apologizes after that, I just don't believe them. If someone says something like, yeah, this is what the Second Amendment was made for, I'm just not going to believe them when they apologize after, right? Like, they already told you who they are. Any apology is just them trying to save public face. I always remember what Asmongold said. When Asmon was like, when someone does the right thing, you have to see if there was incentive for them doing the right thing. So they might be doing the right thing, but their reason for it might not be the right reason. I can't remember exactly how he phrased it, but I posted the clip of him saying it at some point during my, like, cancellation saga as well. Based, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. And we have another thing here. 0 Hour. 0 Hour's been posting tons of people who are losing their jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 20 accomplices after the fact of Charlie Kirk's murder, aiding and abetting Tyler Robinson. We need to demand all these folks be arrested. They had a moral responsibility to call the police and chose not to. And he posted a screenshot here, and he didn't post the link. I try my best to always post links if I post screenshots from articles, because it's so fucking annoying to not know, like, where the fuck this is from, or if someone just, like, typed up a note on their phone. So thank fuck that this random dude came in. Reformed workaholic, avid glamper, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Glamper, for the link. Says, Charlie Kirk's killer made sick jokes just hours after shooting activist dead, as his twisted messages emerge. The man who allegedly killed conservative activist Charlie Kirk joked that his doppelganger pulled the trigger while discussing the tragedy in a private Discord chat just hours after the shooting. Tyler Robinson, 22, mocked the manhunt for the gunman and taunted the FBI's investigation while joking about obtaining reward money before eventually surrendering to police, according to messages obtained by the New York Times. Robinson has since been arrested and identified as the prime suspect in Kirk's killing. He showed no sign of remorse in the screenshots of the Discord chat shared by a former high school classmate. In fact, Robinson appeared to revel in the attention, exchanging meme-laced jabs with acquaintances while authorities scrambled to find the person responsible. Tyler killed Charlie, one user wrote in a group chat on Thursday afternoon, jokingly tagging Robinson. Robinson fired back almost immediately, "My doppelganger's trying to get me in trouble." The gallows humor was delivered just hours after the FBI had released surveillance stills showing a young man in sunglasses and a cap walking through a stairwell at Utah Valley University where Kirk had been speaking. At that point, the suspect was still publicly unidentified, but privately, Robinson was already toying with the truth. Why is there... One of the final jokes he made before his arrest referenced John Arbuckle, the clueless cartoon owner of Garfield, whose face adorned Robinson's Discord avatar. Man, what John Arbuckle have to do with this? Is it because like their trans boyfriend thing had the like Garfield Miku profile picture? I disavow. Leave John out of this, man. The messages, verified by the Times, depict a young man fully aware of the investigation and mocking it. When another user joked about turning Robinson in for the $100,000 FBI reward, he quipped, "Only if I get a cut." When someone warned him not to go to McDonald's, a reference to previous high-profile fugitive Luigi Mangione, who was arrested there last December, Robinson responded with a grotesque punchline. "Better also get rid of this manifesto, an exact copy rifle I have lying around," he wrote. There's a manifesto? That's the first I've heard of that. Holy shit. The Discord chat, consisting of about 20 users who had known each other from high school or online communities, became a chilling window into the suspect's post-shooting mindset. He's making a joke about Luigi. I see it as making a joke, once again, referring to the doppelganger, right? Saying the exact copy rifle. Once again, because he's saying, oh, haha, it was my doppelganger that shot Kirk trying to get me into trouble. So he's saying, yeah, it's my gun, and then he references a manifesto. So if he's saying the doppelganger had an exact copy of the rifle, maybe the manifesto's a joke, but that's interesting to have put in there after a doppelganger joke and then an exact copy rifle. The Discord chat, consisting of about 20 users who had known each other from high school or online communities, became a chilling window into the suspect's post-shooting mindset. While public tributes to Kirk were flooding conservative media and President Trump was issuing national proclamations in his honor, the accused killer was behind a screen, joking about everything from red state politics to fake deaths. "I'm actually Charlie Kirk," Robinson wrote at one point. "Wanted to get out of politics, so I faked my death. Now I can live out my dream life in Kansas." And someone here, like, they censored the acquaintance's name. "Where you at?" Robinson said, "My doppelganger's trying to get me in trouble." Remember, many leftists think like this? Unfortunately so. All you've learned from this is to thank God that these people are too stupid to keep their mouths shut. Yeah, I am eternally grateful that these people are as stupid as they are malicious. It's like, holy fuck. Thank you for bragging so we could find you so easily. As wall-to-wall coverage of the shooting continued, Robinson also appeared to be monitoring it in real time. "I heard the ammo had something about trans stuff on it, but they aren't releasing photos or exact quotes. And also the claim wasn't backed by the official FBI. Just some dude in the briefing room," he wrote. Which, again, I think that people were taking the, like, oh, whoa, notices bulge as, like, a trans thing at first, for some reason. Too much pride, way too much believing that they are actually the good guys. In fact, the casings found at the scene were later confirmed to be engraved with phrases including "Hey fascist, catch," lyrics from an anti-fascist Italian song, and a sexually explicit meme reference. But at the time, Robinson was already theorizing and joking about media narratives and the political fallout. "In a red state? Nah, clearly the shooter was from California," he typed, mocking the idea of a federal intervention in Utah. One of the final jokes he made before his arrest referenced John Arbuckle, the clueless cartoon owner of Garfield, whose face adorned Robinson's Discord avatar. Despite the mounting evidence, some members of the Discord chat were still in disbelief when the arrest was announced. "Our governor wants to give him the death penalty, dude," one wrote. "I truly cannot distinguish if this is for real," added another. There's pictures, more pictures. Kirk, 31, co-founder of Turning Point USA, who was shot and killed on Wednesday during a speaking event that had drawn both supporters and protesters. Authorities say the gunman climbed to the roof of a building a few hundred feet from the venue and fired a single, fatal shot before fleeing the campus. Police say that Robinson later implied or confessed to the crime and ultimately turned himself in southwestern Utah, more than 3 hours' drive from the scene. I wonder why it's phrased like this, right? Because wasn't, like, his father who turned him in? So, I mean, maybe when they say turned himself in, they just mean that they were able to arrest him without any complication, potentially. Considering we know the father's involvement, we have statements from the father. Who thinks the "Hey fascist, catch" one meant for himself, or does he not have that level of awareness? Certainly does not have that level of awareness. Does the dad get the 100K? I don't know, but he should. C&D Designs, thank you. Fetterman is the only Democrat with even a slice of morality, and he had a fucking stroke. Hold it down. Jesus Christ. No Name, thank you for the 19-month member, dude. Thank you. You're starting to believe there are genuinely soulless people on Earth. There are, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Androtas, thank you. The right's biggest mistake was thinking you could use social pressure. You can't shame creatures that have no dignity. They do not want to coexist. Yep, unfortunately so. You are completely correct. It's very, very unfortunate. Millennia. Father and priest turned him in. Yep. His family urged him to surrender after learning of his involvement. Oh, sorry, I missed a sentence. Police say that Robinson later implied or confessed to the crime and ultimately turned himself in southwestern Utah, more than 3 hours drive from the scene. His family urged him to surrender after learning of his involvement. Local prosecutors are expected to file formal charges on Tuesday, including aggravated murder and use of a firearm in commission of a felony. Imagine. He didn't turn himself in, he bragged about it. He bragged about it, and then his father is the one that turned him in, according to his father. So when they say he turned himself in, I'm taking that to mean that they were just able to arrest him without incident. Like, they just came to him and he was like, oh yeah, okay, it's time to go, you know? And then, I don't know why I have this open twice. I opened this article twice for some reason, I guess. I don't know. Brain damage, brother. But we have Aesthetica once again here tweeting out info. New info was found of Tyler Robinson's transgender boyfriend posting in All Cops Are Bastards Antifa subreddits dating back 5 years ago. There's absolutely no way the trans boyfriend was not involved. And this is a subreddit post here. Drivers, grocery store workers, sanitation workers, you know who ain't doing shit? The police. It's like a screenshot of a tweet. The Lancelot account questioning, what are they supposed to do against a virus? And someone responded to him, shoot some poor people. It's the poor people flying around the world spreading this thing, you know? What a weird thing to say. What a weird thing. Vape Games. Hello, Mr. Vapist. Thank you. Some creep just attacked the memorial at the college for Charlie. Someone earlier said that someone attacked a memorial for Charlie somewhere and got arrested for it. I don't know if it's the same one or if this is like another attack on a memorial. Either way, insane behavior. Clearly the shooter didn't get the gun from his family, so who acquired it? ATF for once should be used for good and track the serial number down for the Mauser. Yeah. Yeah, true and real. And we have someone else here. This wasn't a joke. The exposed Charlie's murderer's doc site end goal is a scam-ass meme coin called $ECM. So they tagged the for Charlie here, and you have charliesmurderers.com. We're transforming this website into a permanent and long-term data farming endeavor. It will serve as an archive of radicals that celebrate, glorify, and justify political violence. This pursuit is costly, and as a result, we are accepting donations exclusively to benefit this end. And they have Bitcoin, ETH, and SOL. I don't really know much about fucking crypto, bro. And then there's the overview here on the page. Token holdings, logo, mint address, exposed Charlie's murderers. And they have like a balance here. So, like, why would they be trying to make some kind of shitcoin out of this is really strange. Fixed supply? Why? Ethereum and Solana, thank you. I had no idea what they stood for. Trevor Beecher, thank you. You saw an Alex Jones clip that said there was a book titled something like The Assassination of Charlie Kirk a day before it happened on Amazon. I saw that as well, but I have no idea how to check the dates for when things were published on Amazon, and none of the screenshots had a date in it. Partner of Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson was linked to r/trans DIY. Tyler Robinson is the killer. The boyfriend trans person has a weird last name that's like Tiggins or something. I've already forgotten what it is. Because they're ghoulish people. Yep. A pump and dump. I do not want a pump and dump on this. I only saw this because of Michael here. This fucking guy. Thank you. Thank you for retweeting this so I could get the information, because, like, what the fuck, man? That is insane. Yeah, using the face of the victim of a political assassination for your pump and dump scam is way worse than any edgy joke that lands people on that site. This is where I disagree, because I don't think the people who are ending up on that site are making edgy jokes. It's not an edgy joke to celebrate the assassination of someone. That's not a joke. Do not let them twist language and hide behind it being a joke. According to Tim Pool, what's done is that whomever uploaded the book one day earlier changed the title of the book, and now they will get AI to write about it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Shitcoin makers tend to make coins out of anything, even if they're not related. Thanks, I hate it. Eric Whammel, thank you for the 5 months. Madame Savvy's been doing the Lord's work with her research that women has max levels of internet autism. It's wonderful to see. I love Madam Savvy. Agamemnon Fireman, thank you. This year's been hard. So many people you really admired, loved, and cared about have died. Brian Wilson, Ozzy, your own aunt, and now Charlie. You saw him at the inauguration IRL earlier this year. RIP. I'm glad you at least got the chance to meet him, right? That's a very unfortunate thing that never should have happened, but you did have a chance to meet the guy yourself, so you can have that memory forever. Don't speak to Electrohead, thank you. Chat, where is Comrade Charlie Kirk? Presente. I don't get the reference you're trying to make. Furious Dan, thank you for the Canadians. Why are you canceling me? What happened to your principles? Yeah, you shot them. Me giving you the benefit of the doubt and you exploiting my principles to defend you doing disgusting things, that came to an end. According to Google, the book of the shooting of Charlie Kirk was published on September 9th, 2025. Someone said that, like, they changed the name. I have no idea how Amazon publishing works, so that's why I haven't brought up the book. Careful about Metroid as a franchise, because the girlfriend in that game canonically breaks its own laws and does creepy blacklight stuff. They weave it into the stories now. What? And I didn't want to give this guy, like, a retweet, because this is probably someone just attempting to clout farm. And I probably shouldn't even bring it up on stream because it's going to be giving attention to somebody who doesn't deserve it. But once again, you gotta be careful of, like, people being disingenuous. And I don't give a shit if, like, your shtick is supposed to be like, haha, I'm an angry troll who says outrageous things. There comes a point where you pretending to be a retard is indistinguishable from being malicious. And so, this fucking guy quote retweeted me talking about the cancellation campaign against me. It's from May 10th. Me tweeting about the life ruination campaign perpetrated by anal violence and some other people here. You have Kinisu's tweet that I'm posting. And he said, this fatty complains about cancel culture and then proceeds to encourage doxing with Asmongold of people who don't mourn Charlie Kirk the right way. I don't care if people aren't mourning him. We care that they're celebrating the assassination. This is a microcosm of how both the right and left in America are the same. The only difference is how they want to destroy the country at this point. Third world underdeveloped populations act like this, for fuck's sake. Once again, I don't care if the shtick is supposed to be you posting rage bait. Because there comes a point where, like, it's no longer rage bait and you're just a malicious retard. And I'm glad that boomers like him are no longer going to be able to perpetrate the amount of damage they've already done for much longer. It's like, fuck, dude. What have you done? Who are you to criticize anyone fucking else in this regard? Third world IQ thinks like him. Yeah, exactly. Day of the pillow. Both sides are the same. Yeah, it's an insane take. A prime example of a loser boomer. It's like, I've fought with this guy before because he's called me a liberal for some reason, but it seems like I'm much better at upholding conservative values even with my fucking anime titties than this guy is. So, welcome, brother. Welcome to the Thunderdome. My favorite liberal Kirsche. You don't have to mourn for him, just don't go on social media and celebrate it. How is it so hard for these mouth breathers to understand? I have no idea. They've lost their fucking minds. Kirsche the liberal. Damn, I never knew. Technically, you're an old school liberal. Yeah, if we were in, like, the 1990s, I might be a liberal. You think the left is just salty? The right's been so much more successful in 4 days than they've been in years? I mean... celebrating it definitely could be described as not mourning the right way, not how you would word it. Wording it that way is a disingenuous framing, trying to say that we're shaming people for not being sad. And it's like, I understand that there are going to be people who are happy about it, but the fact that they're posting it online in celebration and saying heinous things about how glad they are and how more people are next... Like, maybe if this guy had any actual principles, he'd understand if they'd want him dead too. But since he apparently doesn't, he's safe from it, so he can say dumb shit like this. Psycho, thank you for the 10. You'll not be satisfied until Destiny, Sank's nephew, and the MSM are held to account. Lots of people need to be wearing orange for 20 years. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's gotten pretty wild out here. And then we have Kaze Hana posting some stuff here. This might be the biggest reach I've ever seen, implying that Charlie Kirk's shooter's roommate plays Apex and other shooter games. So that means that Tyler must have been radicalized by video games because his roommate plays them. Let's be real for a moment. And this is a tweet from Ollie London saying, Twigs posted videos of his gaming to TikTok, almost all of which are shooting games. Can we not go back to video games cause violence? Considering the sheer number of people who play them and never commit any kind of violence, I don't understand how someone could come out and unironically say this shit. It's an insane leap of logic. It's fucking Dr. Phil, y'all. This is Call of Duty's fault. Society is still recovering from the plague of mushroom-eating plumbers. Not again! True, you play Uma Musume and you're now a horse fucker? Oh yeah, I hope you're enjoying those mayorgasms, bro. Jack Thompson rears his ugly head. Do they cause violence or make us lazy? Can they make up their fucking minds already? This is why, like, when Matt Walsh was all, you know, I'm willing to put aside any differences I have with anyone, you know, anyone on the right, we need to come together and work together now. It's like, yeah, sure, bro, just don't try to censor my anime afterwards, okay? And some people were just, like, completely confused why I would even say such a thing. And this is the exact reason. I don't want to start being like, okay, let's handshake and work together. And then as soon as we've finished getting rid of the Marxist plague, they're like, all right, thanks for the help. It's time to censor all anime and video games now. I don't want that. I don't want to deal with that. Start using critical thinking, brother. No name, thank you. All shooters practice steady breathing, therefore we should ban breathing. True! No more breathing allowed. We're gonna have a specific breathing allotment per day. Like the Dragon Ball manga that got taken off the shelf in Texas. I was naive about the scope that Texas bill could have. I thought that, like, the way it was worded, it should be fine. And then I saw the articles about the bill in Florida being exploited to get rid of more things, anime or classic literature otherwise, that it shouldn't be applied to. And it's like, why can't we just be normal? Why can't we just be normal and understand that classic literature and manga can be fine in certain contexts, right? Like, you wouldn't read Fahrenheit 451 to, like, a second grader, but that's perfectly fine for someone in, like, 8th, 9th, 10th above grade, right? Like, that's perfectly fine for someone that age. Manga in a high school library, perfectly fucking fine. You're not gonna put hentai there, I fucking hope. But I don't know why these people are just so desiring to be censorious, you know? We need to red pill the second graders, please no. You'd agree with me, but Apex has a character in it that unironically says, I'm the trans witch your parents warned you about. As Razor said, they aren't insane from their game library. Their library is made that way because they're insane. Well, I would agree, right? We know that Marxists have infiltrated the game industry. We know that they've tried pushing ideology in a lot of games, not just making their own games that obviously drastically fail, like Conquered. And that one where, like, the entire game is made up of trying to cancel people. I can't even remember what it's called. I was going to play it, and that I don't know, I just didn't. But we know that they inject ideology into these games, and that is probably going to be used as some kind of cudgel from people on the right who don't understand games. Dustborn, thank you, YouTube chat. Thank you. Thank you, Dustborn. I see it in Kick as well, and I'm super scrolled up in Twitch chat, so thank you, YouTube. I saw you guys all post that. But, this is going to be used as a cudgel from, like, retards on the right, and they're just like, all these video games have been pumped with ideology, we need to get rid of the video games, and it's like, no. You get rid of the Marxist, and the ideology goes with them, and games can just go back to being fun. They can go back to being, like, a neutral playing ground that anyone can unironically enjoy. Chet Chisholm, thank you for the Canadians. Aviva interviewed a guy who said that games were what radicalized him. He blamed Hearts of Iron 4, for fuck's sake. A game Tyler doesn't even have on Steam when you checked. What the fuck? That's like saying, yeah, I play Civilization. I'm radicalized. You became a Marxist because of Super Mario Brothers. Bartimaeus Aurelius, thank you. They want to criminalize games except for carefully curated slop they want to force on us. Thanks, I hate it. Hearts of Iron 4 not beating the allegations. There are two wings of right wing, the old guard and the new guard. The new guard is responsible for the social media right wing resurgence, and they don't blame video games. And I think this is something that could be easily gotten across to people. And it's like, especially having grown up playing video games, I really hate seeing people on the right try to use them as like something that nobody should touch, or in Matt Walsh's case, something that feminizes men because you should be doing anything besides playing video games. And like, I agree, you shouldn't do only that, right? You should be enriching your life in other ways, but like, you can do stuff to have fun. You can have hobbies. And I don't think I would have had the lexicon that I do at the age that I did if I wasn't playing video games. I had a much more robust command of the English language at a much earlier age than all of my peers, because I was playing a ton of video games. I got exposure to words that I wouldn't have been taught in school for years. Play Azure Lane. Azure Lane is great. It's kind of goonery. You know, I would say I learn a lot from Azure Lane. I just enjoy it. Hopefully Barron Trump can steer the president from that. I certainly hope so. I certainly fucking hope so. It's got fluffy fat foxtail. Don't speak to Electrohead, thank you. Your political beliefs are whoever has the best Sigma Giga Chad profile picture in Hearts of Iron 4. What the heck? Bane, thank you. The right may ban stuff, but they suck at the brain control Marxists specialize at. Better the devil, you know? It's because I do kind of wonder how the Marxists get so much better at censorship and control than the people on the right. Like, the people on the right want to do it, and they're called retarded, and they typically just become irrelevant in a few years, but the Marxists seem to just get tendrils in absolutely everything. They've had more practice. And they've been blaming games since you were a child, way back in the 90s, both political sides. I don't understand why it's so hard for many people on the right to understand there are actually benefits to playing video games when it's not an addiction. Yeah, I agree. And I think that, like, if you're a dude and you enjoy games, you should be able to enjoy them without people being like, ah, you're ruining your life. I was like, come on, man. The left are better at subversion. That's why there's no right-wing terror groups. I wouldn't say there's no right-wing terror groups. I just think there's a lot more left-wing ones. The left are usually the creatives. The right is mostly the logical. Marxists are willing to do shit jobs for a long time to get power. The right have jobs and families. Oh, that's a fair point. Article by Niche Gamer was written by a trans activist. The comic book store took their DBZ manga down on their own. Nobody told them to do so. The article's 100% left-wing propaganda. That's actually really surprising to me. Because, like, Niche Gamer was a pretty reliable source for a pretty long time. And I've talked to a couple of people from Niche Gamer as well. So if they're starting to get infiltrated by people who are actually not giving the full picture story, that's really unfortunate. Trinity, thank you. Hey, Kirsche. So someone was going on with sending a super chat. It wouldn't let you because of a specific question relating to the trans shooters. What the fuck? YouTube is very, very censorious on what you can post both in comments and in super chats. If you're trying to post something and YouTube is hard cucking you, use my Stream Elements link. It will pop up in Twitch chat and on my screen. And I also don't have to pay a 30% cut to either Twitch or YouTube for it. So, you know, works out both ways. So if you're being hard cucked by YouTube trying to send a message, Stream Elements link is the way to try that. Marxists have gotten around calls against their censorship by making a stink about things publicly and threatening businesses with ruinous demands and made-up consequences. Not true. True and fair. I should always use Stream Elements. I mean, I prefer it, obviously, but I'm not gonna complain about how someone chooses to give me money. That's like the biggest first world problem complaint, you know? There's a rather simple answer to how the left are better at censorship than the right. You've been covering it for ages. The principal practice of bridge and everything it's based on. I guess the, like, simple answer is, yeah, like other people said, like you brought up, they're just willing to do literally anything and they don't have principles to abide by. Whereas the right, as erroneous as some things are, like trying to censor video games or anime, they do still try to play by the letter of the law. They do still try to play by their principles. They're not a by any means necessary kind of thing. Off subject chat, if nobody has told you, you're looking cute as fuck today. Thank you. Thank you, cute chat. And I also think that's probably why the right is so ineffectual at exacting any kind of change, even good change, is because they just try to do everything perfectly to the letter of the law for some reason. She won't complain how you give her money, only that you don't. Come on, Chad, it's only $5 a month. Fuck you, buddy. Saravia, thank you. The old conservative said Mortal Kombat Ness will make you a serial killer. You haven't killed anyone, but your girlfriend's body count is over 200 and counting up. That... When you... Why are you dating someone that's fucked 200 people? I think maybe you were trying to make a joke, but it just... It didn't land.
The left is way better at sex because it's run by people who were trained by the actual literal KGB when the Soviet Union was still active.
Did he mean his ex? I don't know. I hope so. 200 is a whole ass school, my dude. Jesus Christ. Toast engineer, thank you. Yeah, I do agree. The left is definitely better at psyops, and if you've been trained by people who are used to doing this kind of subversion, then yeah, each individual coming after them will have a better way of doing subversion. You have a good point. Line already wrapping around the building of the Kennedy Center an hour before doors open for the prayer vigil for Charlie Kirk. That's crazy. Mr. Turnup Jam, thank you. On 9/11, their sympathizers around the world celebrated. On 9/10, their sympathizers around the world celebrated. They don't celebrate because they don't fear repercussions. Don't let up. Yeah, it's the first time in their lives they've had to face repercussions for something. Napalm Bonerfart, thank you. Socialists and communists are better at censorship because they have to censor information about those who created their ideology. Socialism was made by complete losers if you look into their lives. Hard agree. And I think there was somebody who posted a comment. I don't remember if it was on one of my videos or if it was on the live stream yesterday. But they were like, talk to anyone who's like Eastern European or Slavic and has had to live under communism. A lot of these people are still alive and they'll tell you how terrible it was. Psycho, thank you. You mean you could have just been cucking YouTube this whole time? Marx's own dad thought he was a loser. It's a shame that Marx's own dad didn't do anything about it. Not sure what boomers are being spoon-fed, but your dad thought Charlie Kirk was a politician. And you had to tell him he was a political activist and he was a normal citizen like you and me. Yeah, I don't know why some people think that Charlie was like running for office. He wasn't. He was just talking to people. Sparky, thank you. Mr. FBI man, the fox who did not radicalize me, I swear. True. Thank you, Sparky, for the 14-month member. Trinity, thank you. Hey, Kirsche. So, someone's going on with a specific super chat. Oh, I read that one already. Thank you again. I read that already. Thank you. Ah, yeah, hell yeah. Don't speak to Electrohead, thank you. What happened to not going down to their level? Yeah, you shot it. You shot the things keeping us at a level head, alright? Scarebro, thank you. The right is hyper-individualistic and movements fracture over minor disagreements. The left are better at consensus with struggle sessions. And I think I definitely prefer prioritizing individualism over collectivism, but you have to have some small percentage of collectivism in order to not have everything fall apart. And I think that's probably why I gravitate to wanting to live in like small, tight-knit communities, because they do have that small percentage of a collective feel where like everyone knows everyone. If something happened to somebody in like your neighborhood, you would want to go help them. You would want to do something about it, right? I prefer that like small kind of thing. So I love having individualism as a priority, but in order to keep individualism as a priority, there has to be some sort of
if I knew I
focus
could
on
send
a
chats
small
without
percentage of
Twitch or
collectivism.
YouTube stupid censorship shit I would have.
Jack Crow, thank you! Thank you, Jack Crow, for the fucking 75.25. That's probably in a different currency on YouTube, but I'm scrolled up in the chat right now. Thank you, Jack Crow. Yeah. Stream Elements typically doesn't censor you. I think we have slurs on a block list, so if you try to slur, you can't say that. But other than slurs, you should be fine to put pretty much anything through Stream Elements. Thank you, Jack Crow. Nola Braitig, thank you for the 15. Hey, Kirsche, hope you're safe. I am. I was thinking, like, I probably overstayed my welcome in Bunkerland. I could probably go back home, no big deal. And then all of this happened, and it's like, no, it's probably, I'm just gonna stay out here for a while longer. And can't slur, what the fuck, 1984? Oh man, Ryan, thank you. The right has morals they follow, the left does not. True. Morwen and Nix, thank you for the 13 months. Sort of the other part is they threw out the right-wingers of the entertainment industry, forced them out. Also true. You gotta catch up the YouTube chats here. Let me see. Mr. Russian man. I can't read your name. I can't read your name, Mr. Russian man, I'm sorry! But Mr. Russian man, or possibly Belgian man. Not Belgian. What's the fucking other country that I'm thinking of? Not Belgium. My brain, chat. Who's the Russian man? Bulgaria, thank you. I was like, I know it begins with a B. Why can't my brain remember it? Ukraine, Bulgaria, Belarusian. Someone who types in hieroglyphics. I'm sorry. Thank you for the 2-month member. It wasn't that terrible. At least the communists were honest about one thing. If you speak against the party, you disappear. You don't want, you should speak against the party, but it's unfortunate that, yeah, they are all-encompassing oppression. Bulgarians rise up. Oh, there are a lot of Slavic countries. Oh my god, your friend said this? I can't believe my brain said fucking Belgium. I was like, oh god, that's embarrassing. Psycho, thank you. Slurs, see, it worked. Purple Oblivion, thank you. Slur, I think you'll find I pronounced it clearly. Hieroglyphics, Slavic, yeah, Slavic hieroglyphics. Giga Twin, thank you. According to Razor Fist, there were rumors about Charlie Kirk running in Arizona politics. No one in Arizona would have been surprised about it. I wouldn't have been surprised if he started getting into politics, but he has not, and he also doesn't have any kind of radical ideology. Like, he never called for killing people or throwing people in gulags. He never called for any kind of violence. Like, he's not a radical person. The guy who was arrested for attempting to destroy Charlie Kirk's memorial earlier today was wearing an identical shirt to the one the assassin wore and is 19 years old. His name has been released, but you don't feel comfortable posting it. I'm sure I'll see it eventually. I don't know if it's been posted somewhere in Discord. Donald Lambert, thank you. Testing this since YouTube doesn't like passing on chat sometimes. All that is needed for evil to... Cat! Bunker cat! Sorry. I had like some bread left from my chicken sandwich that I ate this morning. Bunker Cat was trying to eat it. I didn't put it in the trash. It's just on the table next to me. I had to chase Bunker Cat away from it. Don't call Bunker Cat evil. Moving along in the tabs that we have here. Peter Lloyd saying, this person goes by Estoy Dokusei. At least on Instagram. She wants Charlie Kirk's grieving widow and children to be murdered next. Don't let it stop with him. Get rid of the whole family, his wife and kids, too. Let's make her famous. I don't know if this thing has a job, but if she does, hopefully not for much longer. To no one's surprise, I saw earlier this morning that, the Anal Violence also retweeted someone saying something about Kirk's wife being Mrs. Hitler or some shit. It's like, wow, I'm shocked. I'm so shocked.
So I keep on seeing like posts about this Charlie dude, whatever, Kirk dude, whatever. Regardless. And let me just say this. I'm surprised that y'all didn't get rid of him sooner. And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Like, don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end dog. Get rid of them all. And the ones that are above him. Your mayor, your city councilman, what is it, Georgia Power, the people that keep on raising our shit.
Can you imagine feeling so confident in being able to express this level of glow posting publicly? Because you've been made to believe by every institution, educational, media, or otherwise, that you're just immune to any kind of consequences, that you are the good guy for calling for the deaths of these people. That's crazy, man.
The CEO, get rid of them. Yeah. Like, what? It was so crazy. I watched like a 60 minute, whatever. Y'all know what I mean. 1 minute edit of like the things he said, and they're like so atrocious that like his wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too, because they're carrying on that mentality and that lineage. Like, get rid of the whole family. I'm sorry.
You know how insane it is when I gave a TLDR on my comparison of using a Smurf name in Paragon? I gave a TLDR because we looped on that Smurf name story for 1,000,000 times. And so instead of explaining Anders Breivik was a nationalist who believed he had to kill communists and then believed the children he murdered were communists, I just shortened it because everybody knows who Anders Breivik is. And I was like, TLDR time. Oh, like, he killed communists. You don't kill children, man. They're fucking kids. Like, what's wrong with you? And instead of taking me in good faith, because all these people do is lie, so many people have run around being like, Kirsche celebrated the murder of children, when never once have I done such a thing in any way, shape, or form. And the entire purpose of my telling of that story is the fact that I was told I couldn't have my name in Paragon be Anders Breivik, who believed himself to be a nationalist commie hater, but I could have the name Umkhonto ve Sizwe, which was the nationalistic arm, black supremacist communist group in South Africa under Nelson Mandela that murdered their political opposition. That was okay, and that was the point of my story. It was very ironic that Anders Breivik was too radical of a name for a Smurf, but a black nationalist communist militant arm that killed political opponents was perfectly fine. That's crazy that was okay. It's like either both of them should be fine for a name, or neither of them should be okay, right? Like either both of them are too extreme, or both of them can be used as shitposty jokes. The whole point of a screen name in an online game is to create something as foul as humanly imaginable. The amount of times I've been killed by Adolf Hitler in video games is unimaginable at this point. You doubt they knew the name of the South African? They'd probably defend them, ironically. And I've definitely seen some people being like, well, not many people know what that is, so they're only going to get upset about Anders Breivik. And it's like, I explained what it is! It doesn't matter if they didn't know before I explained it. How is that even a conversation?
Never thought I'd see the day that people actually say that the sins of the assassinated father lie on his 3-year-old daughter. Can we leave this planet yet? I'm really starting to hate it here.
It doesn't surprise me at all, considering these people also got that NASCAR driver fired for his dad saying the N-word in like the 70s before he was born or some shit. Literally does not surprise me. But it is very amusing that they tried lying and painting me as a supporter of children being viciously murdered when that is now what their side is calling for. And Jack Crow, thank you. You're so glad that we live in a world of sane, rational people that are able to think and act in a civilized way. If not, you'd probably go insane and start saying crazy things. Contain your glow posting.
I'm so sorry. Why did you guys stop with him? Why did you stop with him? Go get his grandma. Because who raised you? Like, your mom ought to be ashamed for breathing scum like you. Get rid of the whole family.
Said with zero self-awareness.
Like, y'all too scary. Y'all too scary for revolution.
It's possible she's just being max ironic. I'm not giving the benefit of the doubt to people who want me dead any longer. And if you are giving the benefit of the doubt to people who want you dead, you will be up next.
Scary for progress. Like, y'all want results without putting in the work. You won't have to take out trash to get a clean house. Like, it is what it is. If the trash can is stinking up the house, you gotta take out the garbage. Take the garbage out, y'all. Take the garbage out. Alright. Not me. I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
I hate the TikTok noise. I'm gonna scream. Yeah, it's a little wild. Hopefully. What is this? This woman looks crazy. Look at those fucking eyes, brother. Holy shit. Meet Shumaranessa. She gloats over Charlie Kirk's execution by falsely claiming he was sexist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic. She also follows Islam, which is openly sexist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic. Allahu Akbar. Hashtag deport. I've seen so many tweets of people being confused, and they're just like, how can they claim that it's a good thing that Charlie Kirk died because he is supposedly, in their words, homophobic, transphobic, sexist, anti-Semitic, and yet a lot of them have Palestinian flags in their bio, a lot of them support Palestine. Do they not understand that cheering for the death of Charlie Kirk is anathema to them supporting Palestine? Like, it doesn't make any sense, but, you know, these people aren't capable of understanding that.
You out there getting very emotional over Charlie Kirk. Yes, I feel bad for his kids. Not for him, though. I'm just going to go over some groups that he did not like. Charlie Kirk is the type of person that would force his own 10-year-old child to give birth if she got raped. Charlie Kirk is also a...
And I disagree with him. That doesn't mean I want him dead. That doesn't mean I think it's a good thing he died. It's a fucking horrible thing that he died. Disagreeing with someone doesn't mean they should die. That's insanity. That's insanity to say that, man.
Man that did not have any sympathy for any children that were in Gaza. Does that not register with you guys? Charlie Kirk did not have any sympathy for any Palestinians dying. He even believed the place did not exist because he was pro is not real. He spread racism, Islamophobic.
Pro is not real. How do you call someone anti-Semitic and then in the same breath call Israel is not real? Like, I like, the irony to me, like, she should be able to say, you know, pro is not real. She should be able to say that. It's just really funny that she says that while lambasting Charlie Kirk.
Phobia, anti-Semitism, anti-LGBTQIA plus. Have we all forgot about that? I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't feel bad for him. I feel bad for his kids, his 2 kids, because his 2 kids are now going to grow up without no father. Yes, he was a bad man, but they're going to grow up with no father now. And they're going to know what happened to him when they grow up.
And they're going to be radicalized.
Quote what he said, okay? I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment. And now he got shot on Utah campus. He's now a statistic.
They never say the full quote. They never play the full quote. And I retweeted the full quote. And, like, even if you don't have the full quote, anyone above, like, 40 IQ can understand that he's not saying people should die. He's saying that in any society, when you have things that are acceptable, there are going to be bad things that happen. We allow people to drive cars. We don't take cars away because of automobile accidents. I do not understand the logic here. He called it unfortunate. Yeah. These people don't understand, like, the words unfortunate or unreasonable. It doesn't mean you support something. It means that is an unfortunate thing that happens. We don't want it to happen, but we accept what reality is. They understand they're just lying. I'm sure some of them are maliciously lying, but I feel like some of them are genuinely too dumb to understand the words that they're reading. Hijab cuts off the air to the brain. Jesus. JV, thank you. Can we talk about the black woman confusing scary for scared? It says a lot that these people are so stupid. GD, thank you. Wait, the woman who was criticizing the trans character who was trying to get kids to go no contact with their parents and then got harassed and threatened to the point where they did a tear-filled video begging for them to leave her alone. This was the woman who was criticizing the trans character who is trying to get kids to go no contact with their parents. Is this the same woman? Are you sure? Oh, not her, the hijab lady. Are you sure? Because I think I vaguely remember what you're talking about, because we watched that video on stream when we were talking about that weird creepy guy. I remember the guy being like an alien-looking blonde dude, I think. What's her name? Shamirun Nessa? You're very sure? You knew you were retarded, but these people cheering on someone dying? Holy shit, Kirsche, didn't you play Terra? I did play Terra. Hello, fellow Terra friend. Her name is I Need Bacon, bro. I have some maple bacon in my fridge I need to cook. I hate the bunker oven, though. I get nice crispy oven bacon in my apartment oven in like 12, 13 minutes. And it takes like 25 minimum here. Star Wars name. Don't speak to Electrohead, thank you. Wonder what she has to say on the Rotherham case and the grooming gangs. Here we go, Tiger Knock, thank you. Is this the same person? Shumirun Nessa. And the other hijab lady from way back when. It is Shumirun Nessa! Shumirun received a threatening email which targeted her daughters and included personal details about her home and children's schools. Heartbreaking and shocking. Please show support. This Takia ass bitch. That is crazy, GD, that you remembered that. Holy fuck. That is crazy. Two-faced, yeah, absolute two-faced bitch. This is what Takia is. She fell in line. The Second Amendment is the right to bear arms to defend yourself. Again, weapons exist. The people behind the trigger are the ones that decide how a weapon is used. The people are the problem when an innocent is killed. The weapon's existence had nothing to do with the intention behind. I agree. And most normal people would agree as well. And she's full of it. That's a great fucking catch, GD. Thank you. That is insane. Takia bitch is the best insult, yeah. There are deaths from cleaning chemicals. Do we take those away? There are deaths from people from clothes. Should we take that away? I don't know. That's like the weird thing they do for gun control. That is crazy. Why can they only pick on women and children? This was back in 2023. I covered this in 2023. GD, how the fuck did you remember this? Wait, what did she do? I'll play the video. I'll play a little bit of the video because we don't need like a huge recap. But there was an influencer on TikTok who was super fucking creepy. I don't know if he was trans or if he was just pro-trans, but he did some like conversations with Dylan Mulvaney during the entire saga where Dylan Mulvaney was prominent in the news cycle. And the creepy TikTok guy, Jeffrey Marsh, thank you. Jeffrey Marsh is the creepy TikTok guy. And he was saying shit like, if children feel unsafe with their parents, they can come to me and talk in my DMs about things that they feel they can't talk to their parents about. Like, he was encouraging minors to DM him and talk about things that they wouldn't talk about with their parents. That's crazy. Yeah. That's extremely communist. Really amazing TISM skills. That's why I fucking love you guys. That's why you guys are part of my tabs. You're my memory. Pedo behavior. Yeah, so she was against... I've already forgotten his name that I just thanked you for reminding me of. She was against that creepy TikTok guy, and she got harassed for being against him.
So I just got an email saying, pretty much a threat, saying they know where I live. And what scares me the most is, they have got my daughter's details on the email, like what time I leave to drop them to school, pick them up. And it's not a coincidence because both of my daughters, they go to 2 different schools, so they know. They've given the school details and everything, so yeah, my daughters are involved now in this. As some of you might know, that my car was damaged in this whole thing. I was getting not very nice videos and now emails with a lot of details on that email, so I'm done. I don't want to do anything. I'm not going to talk about Jeffrey Marsh. I've deleted everything, removed it. If you guys want to go ahead, but please don't come to my house. You just get on with your life, I'll get on with mine.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Here's me playing the world's smallest violin. I mean, back then, I 100% defended her. I was like, that's fucked up. She shouldn't have had her car destroyed. She shouldn't have had her children threatened for daring to speak out against, like, the trans menace and this Jeffrey Marsh guy wanting to speak to minors on fucking TikTok. But here she is now, in current year, gloating over Charlie Kirk's execution. Oh, it's like, damn, can't trust him. Back on the shooter's boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever the creature is, Dead by Daylight has a fan base more toxic than League, so that checks out. Yep. You smell the tequila bell all the way from here. Steven, thank you. The thing with the left is they don't believe in personal accountability, so someone dying by a gun is the fault of the person selling the gun, not the person who pulled the trigger. Which is a very weird way to go about your life, you know? Androtaz, thank you. Tolerance is the virtue of a coward. Oh no, Bao plays Dead by Daylight. Finn the chat, thank you. No sympathy. No sympathy, man. Grilled cheese enjoyer, thank you. You didn't know their religion allowed them to grow that big. Needs to lay off the shawarma. Jesus Christ. They have the processing power of a toddler. A person starting out streaming, do you think it'd be better to solo start on Kick or Twitch? If you're starting out, it's best to go as many places as possible. Like, when you already have an established audience, you will take a hit in viewership trying to start multicasting. But if you're starting from base 0, you lose nothing by starting multicasting. If you have a computer that can handle multicasting, do it to as many places as you can. Just register everywhere? Yeah, absolutely. The hell rule is the soul that's ended, the life that's sent to hell themselves. Phoenix DS, thank you. The left eating their own. The circle of life. It truly is. And then, speaking of the circle of life, teacher allegedly showed Charlie Kirk assassination video to 10 and 11-year-olds and told students he deserved to be killed. Once again, it's not enough for schools to apologize for these people or to suspend them without pay temporarily. Marxists need to be fired from these kinds of positions. I will not trust a school, a corporation, gaming devs. I will not trust any of these people unless they send out a statement saying, we were wrong for engaging in DEI, we were wrong for employing people dedicated to Marxism, and we're not doing it anymore. That is what it's going to take to rebuild trust that they have lost over the years. A public school teacher has been suspended after allegedly showing a video of Charlie Kirk's assassination to students as young as 10 in his class, authorities in Canada said. The teacher also suggested that Kirk deserved to be killed and gave the young students a speech about anti-fascism and transgender issues, according to a report. Several students from his class went home and complained to their parents, traumatized at witnessing the on-camera death, which they were forced to witness numerous times over. A source told the Toronto Sun after the shocking incident at a school in Toronto on Thursday. I've advocated ever since that came out that no matter how hard it is, everyone should watch it. I would never advocate for showing that to children. That is an insane thing to show to kids. Especially people as young as 10. Absolutely no fucking way. This is the burden of being an adult. That you have to watch these horrific things happen. You have to know how evil some people are. You have to know what you're fighting against in order to protect children. You don't show this kind of thing to them. That's insane. And the fact that this teacher was only suspended, once again, like I said, do not believe in any of these institutions until these people start getting fired. That is the bare absolute minimum. And you can't even trust after these people have been fired that they won't just be replaced with another ideologue. The institutions need to come out and say, we won't be dealing with this kind of ideology any longer. Parents subsequently reached out to school administrators who will be putting him on leave at the start of the school day, September 12th, 2025. The source added, while playing the video repeatedly, he gave a speech to his students regarding anti-fascism, anti-trans, and how Charlie Kirk deserved for this to occur. A letter was sent home on Friday to all students affected by the showing of the video, calling the teacher's alleged behavior extremely troubling and completely disturbing, the Toronto Sun reports. During class, students were said to have been shown a portion of a violent video in response to questions being asked about a recent tragic event in the United States. Read the letter signed by Corvette Junior Public School Principal Jennifer Copty. I don't believe you. I don't believe that these 10-year-olds were asking about the assassination. The letter stated that the video was allegedly shown to students in grades 5 and 6, typically aged 10 through 11, by a staff member who was supervising a French immersion class and was not the regular teacher. Yeah, showing an assassination in current year and not something like, I don't know, the French Revolution makes perfect sense. What the fuck is this guy doing? What the actual fuck? The Fabulous Show with Faye and Fluffy won the Award of Excellence for Preschool Live Action. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Even if they were, you don't show the man's death over and over. Yeah, even if we suspend belief here, and we say, okay, maybe some 10 or 11-year-old asked what happened in America, you say, you should ask your parents. That's not my place to tell you about that kind of thing. I'm sorry, right? Like, these are other people's children, and it's not your place to decide to show them a public execution and then lecture them on transgender shit. Like, that's insane. It was not even the proper teacher? No, it sounds like it was a substitute, man. But wait, French immersion for what class? It was a French immersion class. I don't know what French immersion class is. I know what French class is, like learning a language, but I don't know what a French immersion class is. You should have showed Riri videos instead. What the heck? You gotta remember, they say they own your kids and parents are terrorists. Yeah, it's a little insane. They dip you in garlic. Oh, fuck, I'd love that class. Okay, I did read that. While an investigation must still be conducted to learn all of the details, the report of this incident is extremely troubling and completely unacceptable, the letter continued. We recognize the seriousness of this matter and have taken immediate steps to follow all appropriate policies and procedures. The teacher has been relieved of all teaching responsibilities pending the outcome of the investigation and will not be at the school, the letter continued. Assistance is being offered to any children traumatized by the incident. French immersion class is the one where you do normal class in French? Okay. Hell. I also want to assure you that our top priority is supporting students. Social work support has been made available to the school, the letter continued. I'll be visiting the class along with a member of our social work team to check in with students and provide support. No, fire that teacher. Fire that teacher, and fire anyone that thinks like that teacher. Finn the chat, thank you. French immersion most likely means they speak exclusively French in the class. Okay. I'm used to in the US where it's like you have one language class, right? You don't have like teachers that come in and like have you speak that language in your other classes. So that's a completely new concept to me. So thank you Canadians for explaining. He was put on leave with or without pay. It just says he's been suspended. It doesn't say whether it was with or without pay. And either way, I don't think it matters. He should just be fired. Miss Blackfire, thank you for the DKK. You're wondering, what would the teacher's reaction be if any of these kids said that they actually liked Charlie Kirk? Like, would they attack the child? I don't want to think about a teacher attacking a child for something like that. I can't glow any more than I have this week, alright? Bane, thank you. You thought you couldn't be surprised? Man, you were wrong! Oh no, bro. They're already trying to expand it to infants. Oh, the maid stuff? Is that what you're talking about? Error 404, thank you. If any of your children were in that classroom at Kirsche, would be doing a very different story on me right now. Dad arrested after game-ending commie teacher. We have been complacent for way too long, man. I was like, I don't want these people executed. I just want them to lose their jobs where they have influence either over children, over the media, over our entertainment. I want them to no longer be in positions of being able to push this insidious ideology. They can put the fries in the bag. True and real. And, what else do I have here? There's a tacit admission from the left that their side is the violent side. Note how no one is boarding up American cities. The gross irony is that the left demonizes the right and their guns, while at the same time relying on their conservative neighbors' forbearance.
One side of the political aisle in America is heavily armed, and it's the other side that commits the vast majority of political violence. You know, there's a tacit admission from the left that their side is the violent side, because if somebody, God forbid, if a big left-wing influencer, God forbid, was killed, what they would be doing immediately is boarding up every single major city in America, because there would be rioting and looting. People would die. We know that tens, if not hundreds of people died during the BLM riots. And obviously none of that has happened, and none of that is expected to happen.
Seeing Cenk Uygur up here say like rational things, whether he's doing it because he actually believes it or because he's trying to not catch flack, either way, seeing anything rational come out of him in current year has been mind-blowing to me. I was like, holy shit. I don't know if you're lying or not, but bro, this guy being a rational sentence is insane. Orion, thank you. These people won't stop until they've been expunged. It's a very unfortunate thing. The Communist Act of 1954 did not go far enough. We clearly have lost that ideological battle, and I would like to see us start turning the tide.
We truly live among ghouls, fox woman. They are literal skin suit wearers.
Very much so. Very much so. Let me see if I can scroll up and find this one comment, because I can't see it anymore. Here we go. Sapphire Egg is saying something incredibly retarded. So you want selective communism dictating what jobs certain people can have? Yeah. Yeah, if someone was in school talking to my children being like, you know what? Hitler was a pretty great guy. We should exterminate all the Jews, actually. Why deport them when we can just kill them all? Kids, listen to me. I'm the common sense one here. I'd want that teacher fired too. I'd want that teacher no longer to be able to have a teaching job. That's not selective communism. That's keeping radicalization away from children so they can't be propagandized. Damn, Foxy's setting herself up for clippage. I was like, how can you say something so fucking stupid? Holy shit. You want to stop your enemies before they can kill you and your family? Sounds like a communist to me. Imagine. Imagine. A new Bint clip dropped. Yeah, if anyone's gonna post that, it'll be someone like Bint, you know? It will hope to someone with sense so they can't hide the context. There's been a few people who have been fucking amazing at anytime someone posts something out of context, they just post the full context as a reply. Fucking love you guys on Twitter, dude. Girugamesh, thank you. That'll be clipped out of context. Fuck no, Chunky Yogurt is a liar. He's only saying this because he's afraid. I feel like that's probably the case, but even if he's lying, it's still weird to hear him not follow in lockstep with everyone else on his side. You fucking canned this retard in chat making up terms like selective communism that has nothing to do with communism, you retarded cumsock! Playing devil's advocate, land of the free, but you don't want certain people to have certain jobs? When you have people who are insistent on taking over your nation, insistent on killing you, on replacing you with their ideologues, you can't give them the benefit of the doubt of your principles any longer. We've been in this ideological warfare since like the 40s and 50s. It had a max burning point in the 70s and 80s. We were warned about what would happen if we didn't stamp out communism when we had the chance by Bezmenov in the 80s. You can't fight rationally with people who do nothing but lie and twist your words. They're not Americans, they're Marxist invaders. The Bill of Rights, not a suicide pact. True. True and real. Those people aren't really your countrymen. They don't get the same treatment. You don't know selective communism just seemed to fit. You don't know what else to call it. Being an American, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Get the fuck out of my country. Personally love it when the room temp IQ stumble in and get roasted. Retarded cumsock. You gotta use that. Yeah, I like the retarded cumsock. That's a nice one. You're sick of all the Bolshevik bullshit. I am too. I am tired of it, man.
Despite the fact that the right, whose avatar was just murdered in cold blood, is heavily armed, right? So there is this tacit understanding from the left, even as they call the right the source of all the political violence and fascists and Nazis and what have you, that actually the right will not pick up their arms and turn on their leftist neighbors, right?
Once again, they don't call you a Nazi because they think you believe the things that a Nazi does. They call you a Nazi because they are marking you as an acceptable target to be shot and killed. And make no mistake, if you have been called a Nazi, if you were shot, they would celebrate. Codbo 3, RGM 3, thank you. The bullshit Vix, yes.
Rely on the forbearance of their conservative neighbors who are much more heavily armed not to actually take revenge. And we all know that this is happening. They just won't admit it. It is so amazing to sit here and have people bring up case after case after case that has been like...
Anytime you call them out... I'm sorry that I got fisted so hard it fucked up my stream. I'm sorry. Desert Ghost, thank you. Thank you for the 18 gift subs, my guy. Thank you, Desert Ghost. She's so weak. Didn't know we still had that. It's always a surprise to me when like a very rare alert is still turned on that I didn't remember. Accurate. You love that sound alert. Oh damn, what a notification. I don't even remember what game I was playing when that happened. Damn, dude, you just got fisted on stream. I was playing a game, and I don't remember what game. Oh, it's Deadly Premonition. Thank you. See, again, chat remembering for me. Definitely one of the games of all times. Yes, true and real. I completely forgot what I was gonna fucking say. I got blindsided. Winnie, thank you for the gotta bounce. Had to miss most of stream because of gym and work. Watch later. Have a good evening. Have a good evening, Winnie. Thank you. Sometimes KB and you share a brain cell. True and real. Sonic Extreme, thank you. Hot take. Maybe the Constitution shouldn't apply to people who actively preach against its principles. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I'm gonna rewind this because I completely forgot what I was gonna fucking say. I got VC so high I lost my memory.
Neighbors, right? They rely on the forbearance of their conservative neighbors who are much more heavily armed not to actually take revenge.
They are used to getting away with doing anything to you and calling for your death, trying to cancel you, trying to ruin your life, trying to ruin you financially. They're used to getting away with all of this. And anytime you try and fight back or try calling them a liar, all they do is be smug in response because they've never had to face repercussions for any of the crazy, vile shit that they do. They've been allowed to lie about and ruin people with impunity for years. And I hate that it took somebody very moderate, somebody very kind, somebody very measured dying to start pushing back against it. ADDF Toxic, thank you for the 5. Thank you, my guy. Clown Attack, thank you. Sank Uger gets roasted during the segment by Ruben. It's hilarious. I hope that's in this clip, man. Super Bear, thank you. Whoa. You weren't actually supposed to reverse the roles. That's communism. Quoted by some dumbass. True and real. Don't speak to Electrohead, thank you. Without hate to defend what you love, love is an empty word for the weak, cowardly, and perverted. I have always stated, when we talk about certain difficult things, that even though I know like a certain video or something will be very, very bad, I still watch them. I'll watch terrorist videos. I'll watch beheading videos. I'll watch anything that happens news-wise, because I need to know exactly how low my enemies will stoop. I need to see with my own eyes how animalistic and barbaric and lacking of soul these people are, so that when it comes time that I need to be against them, I will not hesitate. And I feel like most adults should do that same thing. That's how you've always felt as well? Yep. No. Okay. I'm caught up. Not only that, but you need to watch to know and not just parrot what you heard someone else say. Absolutely. Don't believe your lying eyes, is what they'll tell you.
And we all know that this is happening. They just won't admit it. It is so amazing to sit here and have people bring up case after case after case that has been like thoroughly debunked. You know, just because Josh Shapiro is a Democrat doesn't mean the person who tried to assassinate him was a Republican.
Yep.
That guy did it, he said, because Josh Shapiro is killing his Palestinian friends, okay? And we have cases like that again and again. They have to keep going back to January 6th, which, as Vince pointed out, no one was killed except Ashley Babbitt, who was one of the protesters. To compare a meme posted of a Halloween costume to people actually saying the things that murderers then use to justify their killing, like the guy who killed that couple outside the Jewish Museum in DC, or like this killer who killed Charlie, saying the exact same things you hear from the most prominent Democrats is facetious. It is facetious.
Just like that crazy autogynephiliac who has tried to do nothing but ruin people in the VTuber sector. They put out hit piece articles full of disinformation, full of lies, full of things taken out of context that you could even see if you went to the sources. And then we had somebody who decided to take those articles seriously, and they brought a gun to a No Kings protest. A despicable person who believed lies that were printed. We had somebody else who believed lies that were printed and made a bomb threat against a sponsor. We've had people radicalized by this malicious liar, and yet they somehow still keep lying.
To compare an actual justification for murder that turns into murder with a photo that gets posted. And this is why conservatives are so frustrated, because they know that even as the left is demonizing them, the left is tacitly acknowledging that they're not actually in danger from their conservative neighbors.
Yep, 1,000%. 1,000%. Shit, propagandist is still trying to blame me for the No Kings thing. Of course they are. I expect nothing less from someone who knows nothing but how to lie for their entire life. If you recall, it was a JFK quote, your freedom to wave your fist ends where the other guy's nose starts, right? We need a discussion about what's going on with Israel and Palestine, because too many have been hyper-focused on this topic we shouldn't be worried about in the first place. Did you just say that we as Americans have to focus on the war between Israel and Palestine instead of focusing on an American conservative who just got shot in cold blood? Are you fucking retarded? Do you have brain damage? Crush his toes. I don't know where these people are coming from. Not even first time chatter. Very confused. You sure he didn't mean the opposite? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck. Who cares? Yeah, right, what the fuck? The sarcasm, maybe? Sarcasm doesn't come across that great if you're someone scrolling in chat. Who hurt you? That grade A mouth breather. He was probably replying. No, he wasn't replying to somebody else. You're Jewish and you don't care about Israel. Not my sands, not my problem, brother. What about the worthless sand pit in the desert? Bro, I'm a Jew and I'm more concerned about the murder of Charlie. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know what that was, dude. This is your reminder. You're always in danger of me reading what you type in chat. So I think about it before you type it. Breaking news, a Black Lives Matter Boston activist, Monica Kanan Grant, pleading guilty to 27 counts of fraud, indicted, soon to be sentenced. Oh, fuck? Oh, fuck? Oh, fuck? Give me a second, because I do want to go fucking see that, man. I have, I think 2 more tabs on Charlie Kirk stuff, and then I have other stories I do want to get to today. Do we have... Yeah, okay. Pause, get away from here. Monica Kanan Grant, founder of Boston nonprofit, is that how they're wording it? To plead guilty in federal fraud case. Monica Kanan Grant, the founder of the nonprofit Violence in Boston, plans to plead guilty to federal charges of defrauding people who donated to her organization. In a one-page document filed in federal court in Boston on Friday, Kanan Grant requested a change of plea hearing. Kanan Grant faces a 27-count indictment on charges including wire fraud, mail fraud, making false statements, and filing false tax returns, among other offenses. Federal investigators have alleged that Kanan Grant and her husband, Clark Grant, solicited and received over $1 million in donations and grants from individuals, charitable institutions, and other entities. The indictment alleged that Kanan Grant and her husband spent much of that money on themselves, including paying auto and insurance bills, extravagant nail salon trips, high-priced dinners, and a vacation to Maryland, among other financial transactions. The couple allegedly also received nearly $54,000 in pandemic relief funds into their charity's bank account, but spent much of that on themselves as well. Kanan Grant rose to fame after she organized protests and championed the Black Lives Matter movement in Boston in 2020, following the killing of George Floyd at the hands of police. Saint Floyd of the fentanyl, in his name we pray, amen. Why do they always have to mention that? Like, why do they always have to mention that? Every single fucking article. It's crazy to me. And it's also crazy to me that the people who preach about media literacy will say that that's making fun of him for dying instead of making fun of the people trying to turn him into an idol. They're crazy. The husband was later killed in a motorcycle crash in Easton in March 2023. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame, bro. I wonder if he bought the motorcycle with the $1 million in funds that was supposed to go to the charity. I wonder. You live in Maryland? What the fuck we have to vacation to? Great question. Stella Cross, thank you. Did the left forget all the people they made fun of and their families who died of COVID for doubting the vaccine? Probably. That would have happened in Discount Lynn. Oh my god. When's the last time the insurrectionists left peacefully when they were asked to take your time? Oh, wait. Our name is Legion, thank you the Canadians. Right-wing sweetie squads, you want to join Foxu Hounds. I still remember the right-wing safety squad meme, man. Come see scenic Baltimore. The number of cities that you could say came for the food stay because he got shot have been rapidly expanding, man. That's nuts. This was a long rant post that I read yesterday, and I'm pretty sure, or this morning, I don't know, yesterday or this morning, and I quote retweeted it, and I think it's a really good post. So I'm gonna read this. My liberal friends are completely oblivious about how radicalizing the last week has been for tens of millions of normal Americans. Zero clue. I'm not talking about people who are online. I mean regular, everyday Americans. Normies. People who scroll through Facebook posts and Instagram reels from the Dutch Bros drive-thru line. Political moderates who have water cooler chats about Mahomes touchdowns and Bon Jovi concerts. Not Twitter threads or Rachel Maddow monologues. Millions of them. Tens of millions. They're logging on. They're engaging and they're furious. And I'll be candid, they blame you guys. They blame the left. Regardless of whether you believe it to be justified, they think you're the bad guys here, and they're reacting accordingly. I can already hear some of you racing towards the comments to start screeching in moral indignation, so I'm going to be blunt. Shut up and listen to what I'm telling you. Your movement will lose any semblance of relevance if you don't develop some small measure of self-awareness. And, absent someone force-feeding you bitter medicine, you guys collectively lack the humility to do this on your own. Here are the facts. Fact 1, tens of millions of Americans started the week seeing a 23-year-old blonde woman, a young woman in whom virtually every parent watching pictured their own daughter, stabbed in the neck by a career criminal. These people then found out the murderer had been released from jail 14 times over. I have tabs on him, don't worry. Fact 2, 2 days later, tens of millions of Americans watched a video of Charlie Kirk get murdered, speaking to college students. Millions of these people knew who Charlie was. Millions of them didn't. Upon seeing the video, however, these normal Americans from across the land and across the political spectrum agreed.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
I don't think that's what they agreed on, but thank you, Sapphire Aegis. Might get Zeused out of stream. Wondered that the other day. When you mentioned it, was curious about this line of thinking. Love you, Silly Foxy. Looking forward to getting more of your fat merch. Thank you. That was pretty fucking good timing, dude. Holy shit. Weird article. Where was I, man? These normal Americans from across the land and across the political spectrum agreed that he was the victim of a terrible, fundamentally unjustifiable crime. And their hearts broke in sympathy for his family. Good people who had never even heard the name Charlie Kirk before wept. Fact 3. Immediately after seeing the footage of a peaceful young man get shot in the neck, these same people logged onto Facebook and Instagram. Remember, we're talking about regular Americans, not perpetually online Twitter or Blue Sky users, and saw some of their local nurses, school teachers, college administrators, and retail workers celebrating this horrific crime. Not just defending it, but cheering it. These are all facts. You may not like the implication of these facts, and we can certainly debate the underlying causes thereof, but indisputably, they are nevertheless factual statements. Here's what it means for you, the Democrats reading this. These normal, middle-of-the-road, non-political citizens just became politically active. They realize that politics cares about them, even if they don't particularly care about politics. I would like to remind people who were like me, who just wanted to grill or just wanted to play video games. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. We have been living in bountiful times where we had the privilege to say, I don't want to care about politics. I don't want to pay attention, and I don't want to know what's going on. Living in a time of abundance and privilege is the only time you get to say that. And we are forcefully being shoved out of that time. Soviet Bean, Soviet Bean, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you! After watching Irina Zarutska and Charlie Kirk both bleed out from the neck, they think their lives and the physical safety of their families, the bedrock of human society, the foundation of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, depend on political activation, whether they desire it or not. That's 100% true. You cannot escape that. These people are now sprinting, not jogging, not walking, but racing to the right. Because they blame you guys for everything that just happened. When they see footage of DeCarlos Brown stabbing a Ukrainian refugee to death, they don't see just one demon-possessed man. They picture every university administrator, HR bureaucrat, and DEI apparatchik that ever lectured them about systemic racism, the carceral state, or the need to release violent crime suspects without bail in the name of social justice. They then think back to conservatives they've had with... They then think back to conversations they've had with their cop friends. Their buddy from high school who quit the force after getting tired of being called a racist. Their friend at the local YMCA who vents about having to release career criminals because of Soros-funded prosecutors aren't willing to file charges. And they realize everything the left has told them over the last 5 years has been utter bullshit. And they blame you. Because even if you count yourself as a moderate Democrat, your party supported the district attorneys, city council members, and mayors that let fictitious concerns about mental health and racial justice supersede very real concerns for their family's safety. When these Americans see blood erupt from the side of Charlie Kirk's neck, they don't just see a martyred political activist. They think of every extreme leftist they've ever met who, 1, calls anyone to the right of Hillary Clinton a fascist, and 2, constantly jokes about punching Nazis and bashing the fash. They realize that there really do exist people who wish to see them dead for their moderately conservative political beliefs, their Christian faith, and even the color of their skin. They ask themselves if the violence visited upon Charlie might one day show up on their own doorstep. And there are some people on the left who have been taking the empathy that these people feel, seeing their fathers, their brothers, people that they care about in what happened to Charlie. There are people on the left with no hint of irony comparing it to when people say, oh, Charlie Kirk just died, but what about the innocent trans people who are going to see violence later? They're unironically trying to make that same comparison about making it all about yourself. And it's fucking wild. They do not understand anything outside of their demented, delusional bubble they've created in their own head. And they blame you. Because even if you're just a center-of-the-road liberal, you lacked the courage to police your own ranks. You let modern-day Maoist Red Guards run loose across every facet of society. And what started with social media struggle sessions has now turned to 3006 bullet holes. I think it's 30-06, but my brain. When these Americans log on to social media and see their neighbors justifying, celebrating, glorifying murder, they realize that some who walk among them are soulless ghouls at best, literally demon-possessed at worst. These people, whether they faithfully attend church every Sunday or only attend with relatives once a year on Christmas Eve, start talking about things like spiritual warfare. They implicitly understand that no normal human casually celebrates the mortal demise of a peaceful person. And this is why, throughout history, throughout cultures, no matter what year it was or what ethnicity was fighting against it, they all said the same thing. Communists are not human. And they blame you. Because even if you condemned Charlie Kirk's murder, they probably haven't seen you condemn those in your own movement who cheered it on. They view you as complicit in allowing heartless fellow travelers to celebrate death, and it repulses them. For all of those situations, what has your response been? Nothing but bullshit. In response to Irina Zarutska bleeding out on the floor of a train, you post bullshit statistics about reductions in reported crime, when anyone who's ever been to a major urban center in the last decade knows that actual crime has skyrocketed, only for victims not to even waste their time reporting it to cops that don't have the manpower to respond, and prosecutors that seek to downgrade as many felonies as possible to misdemeanor citations. In response to a 31-year-old man taking a bullet to the neck in front of his family, you post nothing but bullshit whataboutism. What about January 6th? Honest answer, after you let Liz Cheney spend 2 years operating a star chamber in the House, combined with countless other failed attempts at lawfare against Trump, no one cares anymore. What about Mike Lee making a dumb joke on Twitter about some guy in a mask in Minnesota? No one outside of Utah, DC, or Twitter knows who Mike Lee even is. What about Paul Pelosi? That's not comparable to Charlie Kirk getting shot, and we all know it. And again, Paul who? What about regulations on assault rifles? That's not going to get you very far when one of these killers used a knife and the other one used a common hunting rifle. In response to teachers, healthcare workers, and thousands of other liberals cheering on Charlie's murder, it's nothing but more bullshit and misdirection. Again, because you're dealing with communists and subversion is their main tool. It's not that many people celebrating. Yes, it is. Everyone has seen it on their Facebook and Instagram feeds. I thought you guys didn't support cancel culture. We don't cancel people over their opinions. We're more than happy to see people lose their jobs, especially their taxpayer-funded jobs, for actively cheering on murder, though. And if you can't see the difference, that's your own shortcoming. All bullshit. Not even smart bullshit, but stale, mid-grade, low IQ bullshit. Ordinary Americans see right through it, and they don't like how it smells. And I don't like how long it's taken to see through the bullshit. You probably don't like hearing this, but you need to hear it. Because I'm right. And as you reflect on this, you know I'm right. The ranks of my political movement gained millions of righteously angry new members this week. We have a mandate to ensure these crimes never happen again. That's exactly what we're going to do now. If you want to keep a seat at the table as we do so, you'd better clean house and start policing your own. Yeah, nearly 20 million views. It's been viewed a fucking ton of times, man. David Colley, thank you. This person hit the nail square on the head. He absolutely did. He absolutely fucking did. And I genuinely hope that we don't just fall off of being active in a couple of weeks, because that will just allow them to continue to get away with what they've been doing for decades. It needs to be the time that we put the foot down and we actually start root and stem. If any other right-wing political activist gets murdered, it will be open warfare against any and all lefties? No. Stop saying that. No one else should have to lose their lives in order for us to start doing something. We don't want warfare. We should be trying to stop things from getting to that point. And it's beyond that point already. If violence erupted, I wouldn't want it, but I wouldn't be surprised. The Marxists play the long game, so we better get our endurance going. Criminals, by their very nature, do not care about the law. They still possess firearms, while law-abiding people will be helpless. Yep, unfortunately. Razorfist himself says he doesn't schedule public appearances where he cannot carry. And I think that's a smart thing to do. Let's leverage the law as it should be. Turn loose a new McCarthy. Start actually using the Communist Control Act once again. And speaking of actions, we have a petition. Enact the Charlie Kirk Act to restore media accountability. I watched a powerful and influential man die in a public setting surrounded by thousands of people who simply came to engage in a dialogue championing free speech, truth, and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. His life was taken, not from any wrongdoing of his own, but because of unfounded allegations perpetuated by mainstream media. These allegations lacked any substantial evidence, offering a stark reminder to the extent to which misinformation can endanger lives. Oh man, don't I know it. Ha! The volume!
Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you. Slaves. Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Slaves, this is your song.
Thank you, Punished Fink! Thank you, Finkman!
With everything going on, I wanted to share some good news.
Good news!
My offer on a house was accepted and soon I will be a homeowner.
Oh, hell
I know
yeah!
This is personal, but I hope it's a sign good things can still happen in dark times. Stay safe everyone and keep winning.
Congratulations, Punished Fink! I hope you enjoy a new home, and hopefully I will find one soon too. I want to move more than ever, man. Recently made to study a history entry that marks where McCarthy lost his reputation, and he failed because someone ran circles around him playing word games and he fell for it hook, line, and sinker. That's really unlucky, bro. GigaChad, based new homeowner. Very based new homeowner, dude. Congrats. Thank you again, Punished Finkman. And thank you, Knight of Knights, for linking the petition. I was going to do that after I read it, but getting ahead of it, that's great. Thank you, bro. We find ourselves calling for the re-implementation of the Smith-Mundt Act, a pivotal legislative piece that safeguarded the American public from the manipulation and dissemination of false information. However, in this new era, it should be revitalized and renamed as the Charlie Kirk Act. This amended act would hold media outlets, radio stations, educators, and content creators accountable for false narratives and erroneous information they spread deliberately or irresponsibly. Oh, thank fuck, dude. I'm glad that whoever made this thing did not forget about content creators. Moreover, we propose stringent penalties for social media companies that censor information unfairly. Each violation should be subject to a fine amounting to at least 35% of the company's value. I would even go higher than that, right? They need to be crazy fucking insane fines for any companies to even, like, bother with this. Because if companies can pay off the fines, then it might as well not exist, you know? Baseless accusations, such as labeling individuals as bigots, fascists, or racists without verifiable proof, tarnish reputations and endanger lives. Such acts should not be tolerated and must invite strict accountability measures. Yes! Fuck! Yes! We stand at a crossroads where the essence of truth and the integrity of information are at stake. It is imperative to hold those who spread lies accountable, preventing the cycle of misinformation from harming more individuals. The enactment of the Charlie Kirk Act can serve as an essential tool in this fight. Join us in this mission to restore accountability in the media and uphold the truth. Stand with us by signing this petition and taking a step towards a more honest and transparent society. Your support can catalyze a critical change, ensuring a safer and well-informed future for all. Sign the petition today. And they have Trump and Vance here. I would say go a step further and don't just sign the petition, right? Don't just sign the petition. Also write your local politician and send this to them and be like, this is an issue that everyone should care about. This is an issue that all of us want dealt with. We don't want to have to deal with misinformation, with people lying and smearing and ruining lives. We need to hold these institutions, the media outlets, radio stations, educators, content creators, we need to hold them accountable. Can we get a link to the petition? I think one of my mods had already started posting it, so I'll just let him keep posting it.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Thank you, Binary Mind. That's the petition. Sign it. Send it to your local legislators. Everyone should see this, and it should be supported by everyone who supports actual information. Anyone talking against this, I feel, would be a malicious person.
People who advocate for a civil war don't understand that America doesn't have the infrastructure for one. If conflict happens, it would be more like the Troubles in Ireland. Innocent people being hunted and slaughtered by gangs of savage madmen.
You are true and right. You are true and correct, Jack Crow. Thank you for the fucking slaves, dude. Thank you. I think only the most extreme of like accelerationists advocate for civil war. I do not want one, but I feel like even as fractured as it would be, it might be inevitable at this point. I really hope not. I hope that we can somehow come together and actually get rid of the communists that have brought us to this point. If we could manage to just have them all fired from their positions of influence, have them blacklisted from getting jobs in positions of influence, stamp out the ideology that has infected our society for decades upon decades before any of us here were alive. If we could manage to do that, we could avoid any kind of violence. But I don't know if we are capable of doing that. James Babcock, thank you for the member. I love the last name Babcock. Holy shit. I don't remember who else I knew that had that same last name, but I remember it, and it made, oh god, I love that last name. Fire and blacklist is definitely the way to end this short term. Yes. And there's going to be tons of screeching about, what about freedom of speech? What about all this other shit? But it's like, no, you no longer get that benefit. I feel like it would just turn those people into violent radicals who have nothing else to lose. You don't see a way from violence, but you hope you're wrong. If they turn into a violent radical, you can defend yourself. You're not supposed to be just like a waiting target, you know? The Civil War started with the Black Lives Matter riots. The right just didn't realize it. We've been in a culture war for a very long time. And people who either are on the left or wish to defend the left without coming out in outright support of them will constantly say that culture warriors are in the wrong. I don't want to hear about the culture war. There's no actual culture war going on. And all they're doing is running defense and interference for Marxists. And so I count them, regardless of how they're espousing their support for the Marxists, as one of them. They're defending them. They're a handmaiden at that point. Predict that in about 5 years you'll have a civil war. Not advocating for it, but this last week was a polarizing moment. I don't think it would take that long. Christ said to sell your cloak and buy a sword and pray for those who persecute you. Both commands still stand. At some point you'll have to draw the sword and pray they repent before they die. True. When they lose all ability to work or make money, what'll they do? I didn't say lose all ability to work or make money. I said they shouldn't be allowed to have positions of influence. There are plenty of jobs that aren't positions of influence. Oh, we've been in a war with the left since before the 90s, if not the 70s. It's been since like the 40s. And nobody did anything to prevent them from getting in the institutions. Nobody has done anything when they started doing takeovers, so... Marxists can put the fries in the bag. Exactly. Exactly. Something off topic, breaking news. Apparently the $100,000 Corvettes are now being recalled due to a gas pumping defect that causes a Pinto disaster. I don't know what that means, but I also don't buy $100,000 Corvettes, so... And they could always get a manual labor job. They never would, but they could. There's also plenty of desk work that they could do that isn't influential. Don't speak to Electrohead, thank you. We did it, Patrick. We saved our democracy, TM, cried the left. As they killed a one-man holding back the death squads and Pinochet's helicopters looming on the horizon. True. Society tomorrow, thank you. Use their words during COVID. Freedom of speech, not freedom of consequences for saying it. Yeah, anytime they just try lying to you, just turn their words against them. You know, just be like, fuck, I don't even care. I'm not going to give you a real response anymore. No. Eric Wammel, thank you. They're so embedded in everything, you don't think it's even possible to root them all out? I feel like it's possible. We just have to be strong. Ford Pintos had the reputation to explode when rear-ended due to bad fuel tank placement. Oh, fuck. That's pretty fucking bad. They should absolutely lose all ability. And then, that was the last thing I had as for Charlie Kirk tabs, but there's some other weird shit. Some other weird shit to, tag on here. So there's this guy from Oxford Union who celebrated, well, I guess it's kind of Charlie related. He celebrated, Charlie's execution. Oxford Union's new president calls the right cancers that must be taken out by any means necessary.
To effectively create change in the world we desire. And Side Prop will argue that at times there is simply nothing else that can be required other than violent retaliation. And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions are too broken, too regressive, too oppressive to be reformed. Like cancers of our society, they must and they should be taken down by any means necessary. To effectively create change in the world we desire.
To effectively create change in the world we desire. That's some commie gobbledygook, baby! It's very interesting how the cancer cries out as it strikes you. Oxford Union said he didn't speak out. Oxford Union said he didn't speak against OU's beliefs. There was a follow-up, because this was a couple of days ago, and there's a follow-up. Motion of no confidence has been triggered. The motion required 150 signatures and is well past that point. A vote will now be held to remove him as president. This will take place on October 18th in person, and members must travel to Oxford and vote him out. I have no idea why it's like basically a month from now. That seems a little silly. I don't know why they can't do it faster. They have Charlie Kirk got shot. Let's fucking go. George Abaraonye wins Oxford Union presidency. Why is he dressed like a pirate butler? That's a great question. And I'm going to plug his name into Google just in case I can grab some more information on what's going on here. So, ein moment here. I gotta figure out how to spell his name. Because it's a weird name. Oxford George Abaraonye. Alright, so the most recent thing is 18 hours ago, it looks like. Oh, you fucking slimy pieces of shit. Alright, I'm gonna open the New York Post one because it was 18 hours ago, but there's a slimy piece of shit article out of the BBC that I'm also gonna open. So we're gonna read the real article first and then the slimy article after. BT, thank you. Hate to say it, but fisticuffs are the only way to stop all this. So you were saying to hold off, but not anymore. They brought this on themselves. I mean, I definitely understand how a lot of people feel that way. I definitely understand it. Again, as a woman, I'm not going to have to be someone who's fighting, and I'm not going to have to be someone who could potentially lose their life from it. So I never want to be in a position of calling for violence, because it's a really tone-deaf thing to come from a woman to call for that when I won't have to suffer anything that involves it. I could be a victim for sure, but I wouldn't obviously be an active combatant. Wouldn't say that's true though, not anymore. You don't know, 45 ACP hits hard and your gun is cute. I mean, I could be like a fucking support sniper, I guess, but like, still, I feel like it's not my position to do that. And it would be putting your potential himbo on the line. Yeah, I don't want to advocate for that, you know? Oxford Union president-elect will be disciplined for mocking Charlie Kirk's death just months after they debated face-to-face. I didn't know that this guy met Charlie Kirk. That's even more disgusting. Holy fuck. The student president-elect of the vaunted Oxford Union Debate Society will be disciplined for heartlessly celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk, whom he debated just months ago. Oxford student George, whatever the fuck, who is the president of the Historic Debate Club, founded in 1823, callously cheered when he heard Kirk was shot and killed, and is now facing the repercussions. Charlie Kirk got shot, let's fucking go, the guy said on WhatsApp on Wednesday. Charlie Kirk got shot, LOOOL, the depraved debater wrote on Instagram in another message. The third-year philosophy, politics, and economics undergrad met Kirk and debated face-to-face back in May, during which the president-elect showed up in sweatpants and a t-shirt. George challenged Kirk to expand on his claims that younger generations of boys are being negatively affected by the wider culture, which tamps down masculinity. It's a very good faith question, thank you, Kirk said to George while they squared off over podiums. The two did come to loggerheads over the issue of infantilization of young men and toxic femininity, which George suggested was a byproduct of an oppressive system. You know, he's kind of right, it is a byproduct of an oppressive system, but that oppressive system, it's communism, brother mans. That's your system. Help, I'm being repressed. Our name is Legion. Thank you for the fucking 50 Canadians, dude. You hate the Canadian government. You're in so much debt from liberal spending. Prime Minister Stephen Harper left office with no debt and cash surplus. Trudeau blew through it all in less than 2 years. Check Canada's debt in 2025 and check our population size and density. I am very sorry for Canadians, dude. I have only heard bad things about going on in the government there. Ever since, like, the trucker stuff, it's been just sheer off a cliff downhill. Hello, good morning from Thailand. Good morning, Thailand! He got into Oxford by being a minority? That doesn't surprise me. He seems like someone who's a DEI'd student. Error 404, thank you. A war was inevitable the moment the US in the 40s allowed communists to infiltrate everything. Communism doesn't tend to end peacefully. Now look at Nepal. Kane's Brain, thank you. News update, the guy who attacked the Kirk Memorial was wearing the same shirt as the shooter. I still can't tell if there's multiple memorial attacks or just one. When asked what could contribute to happiness in men is, in part, openness to allowing men to express themselves any way they want. George's expression of glee at Kirk's death, however, is not resulting in his happiness. The Oxford Student Union revealed on Saturday that the president-elect will face discipline for his inappropriate remarks, but maintained that he will not be dismissed from his position, which was previously held by Prime Ministers Boris Johnson and Tony Blair. And see, this is the problem, right? Discipline is not enough for these people. He needs to lose his position, he needs to be expelled from the university, he needs to feel the repercussions for his actions, because these Marxist priests will just continue to keep on doing the work if you do not root them out by the stem. We emphasize that these are his personal views and not those of the union, nor do they represent the values of our institution. I just don't believe you. The fact that you're disciplining him and not getting rid of him means that this is the value of your institution. You do want Marxism, and he is a valuable, useful idiot for your means to an end. The Oxford Union has always been one of the world's foremost defenders of free speech, and we will continue to defend freedom of expression in all of its forms, the statement read. Kylan Last, thank you for the Canadians. Hello, Kirsche. Hello. We're looking into it. Yeah, right. We investigated ourselves and we found, it's not really that bad. The group further stated that while they don't have the power to dismiss a president-elect, they will review complaints filed against George with the utmost seriousness. Yeah, I just don't believe you. Following the public backlash against his statements, George issued a half-hearted apology, saying he reacted impulsively, but couldn't stop himself from justifying his depraved joy. I just don't believe him. Never believe a Marxist because all they do is lie. These words did not reflect my values, George said, according to The Guardian. At the same time, my reaction was shaped by the context of Mr. Kirk's own rhetoric. Words that often dismissed or mocked the suffering of others. He went on to claim Kirk made horrific and dehumanizing statements about the LGBTQ and trans community and Hamas. How fucking dare you? Holy shit, I'm turning into fucking Greta Thunberg, brother. Holy shit. Even if you wanted to stand by, like, the actual dysphoric trans people and the actual gay people, not the acronym people, to put them next to fucking Hamas, you delusional scumsucker. Holy shit. Let the hate flow through you. I was not prepared for him to also put, like, a fucking Hamas defense in here. What the actual fuck? He's a piece of shit. He is too good to be a piece of shit. So this is a real article. And then we have the dirty, dirty smear merchants. Society president-elect racially abused for Kirk posts. Oh no. Oh no, poor little communist who made fun of someone getting murdered got called a racial slur. Oh no. That sucks. The Oxford Union said it is deeply concerned by the racial abuse and threats its incoming president has faced in response to media reports that he celebrated the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Hot take. Hot take. If you're celebrating a moderate man who was non-violent, didn't advocate for violence, and just wanted to talk to people, if you're celebrating the death of that man who would not have brought about the death of anyone else, I don't really care what people are saying to you. Hot take, murder bad. Hot take, murder bad. Wow. Student George whatever the fuck reportedly posted on social media after the news of the shooting broke, seeming to welcome it. BBC has contacted Mr. Whatever the fuck for a response. He told the Times that he had reacted impulsively and quickly deleted the comments as they did not reflect his values. Remember all those leftists posting around, like, be careful what you post on social media after a lot of them started losing their jobs for celebrating the murder? Yeah, they're still celebrating. They're just realizing that they're actually being held to a standard this time, for the first time in their entire fucking lives. The Oxford Union said it strongly condemned the threats to Mr. Whatever the fuck, but that complaints made against him for his remarks would be addressed with the utmost seriousness. Yeah, I just don't believe you. Mr. Whatever the fuck had taken part in a discussion with Kirk at the University Debating Society in May, in which the pair expressed opposing views on masculinity. Kirk, an influential right-wing activist and close ally of U.S. President Donald Trump, was shot dead while speaking at a university in Utah on Wednesday. According to the Telegraph, Mr. Whatever the fuck posted a message on Instagram which read, "Charlie Kirk got shot, lol." He's also said to have posted in a WhatsApp chat with fellow students appearing to welcome the incident. The Oxford Union previously said it unequivocally condemned the reported words and sentiments expressed by Mr. Whatever the fuck, who was elected as the Debating Society's new president in June. In a statement, it said, "We emphasize that these are his personal views and not those of the union. They do not represent our institution." But it added, "No individual should ever be attacked because of the color of their skin or the community they come from. Threats to his life are abhorrent." I don't dislike this guy because he's black or because he comes from whatever community you're saying he's coming. I dislike this guy because he's a communist. Communists come in all colors, brother. Such rhetoric has no place online or anywhere in society. The Oxford Union has always been one of the world's foremost defenders of free speech, but we will continue to defend freedom of expression in all its forms. Free speech cannot and will not come at the expense of violence, intimidation, or hate. You mean like when the left shot Charlie Kirk? What the fuck? It also said it did not possess executive powers to summarily dismiss a president-elect. According to the Times, Mr. Whatever the fuck said he removed his comments after reacting on impulse and that nobody deserves to be the victim of political violence. I may have disagreed strongly with Mr. Kirk's politics, but in death we all deserve respect, and I extend my condolences to his family and his loved ones. Those condolences are laced with fucking poison. A University of Oxford spokesperson said on Friday the Oxford Union is independent of the university. We deplore comments appearing to endorse violence. They are unacceptable and entirely contrary to the values of our community. You know what's crazy? We have the screenshots of him celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. There's not a single screenshot of any racial abuse in this article. This is just another feel bad for me, I don't understand the consequences of my actions kind of thing. Because it's fake, yep. Yeah, ain't no way I believe that he is actually in any danger here. And then we have a little bit of an up-to-date on the train murderer guy.
Okay, so I'm going to preface this with I do not want to hurt anybody, or have anyone die. However, the idea of a bunch of pink-haired agps creeping through the forest only to hear Moo and yell there in the trees is hilarious.
Someone just makes like 1,000 paper mache Kirsches and puts them in the trees with like little voice boxes that are motion activated. That would be horrifying and also hilarious at the same time. Send in the Munya. They're in the trees. Remember, this is not legal in the UK. If you talked about immigrants online, they would have UK police, not Oxford rent-a-cops, arresting you that very hour. Yeah, it's literally insane. Do the guns snap their fingers because the loud noise triggers them? Ah! Is it bad that you're not glad that Oxford isn't England? Maybe the Caliphate will teach them the lessons their parents didn't. I really do not wish to see my joke from 2018 come to fruition, man. Thank you, Twink Philosoph. Thank you for the funny joke, dude. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything here. Okay. I guess before I get to the update on Irina's murderer, I got some tabs that you guys have been bringing up. Man tramples on Charlie Kirk Memorial at TP USA, taken to the ground by onlookers and then arrested, traveled about 15 yards through the memorial, kicked over flowers, vases, flags, and balloons, according to our photographer. I'm so glad people just, like, dashed him instead of just watching. Where they going? Motor scooter lady?
Crazy fox lady.
Oh,
VTuber,
yeah.
Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
I tried looking up the Oxford Student Handbook to see if he could be expelled for this. Apparently the sections for student conduct have been taken down or are otherwise inaccessible from the Soon Handbook page.
That's really fucking weird. That's really fucking weird. I'm glad Offkai didn't take down their code of conduct yet. Thank you, Heed. Thank you, Heed. You know, if I could remember who the guy is in that alert, it would be really interesting to just see how many times that alert has been used. Sir Cool, thank you for the biddies. Happening now. There's been an arrest of a 58-year-old man in Utah for planting bombs and supposedly having WMDs. First Charlie, now this. What the hell is in Utah? That's a great question. What an odd thing to do. What an odd thing to do. What the fuck? What the fuck? You said, man in Utah caught with bombs and WMDs? April 29th, 2025. 4 months ago, April, July... April. I'm seeing stuff from April, but nothing from right now. Nothing from right now. I'm gonna take out WMD and maybe something will populate. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, there's something. 2 men arrested after incendiary device found under news media vehicle in Utah. God damn. What? Authorities in Utah say 2 men have been arrested on suspicion of placing an incendiary device under a news media vehicle in Salt Lake City. The bomb didn't go off. Police and fire department bomb squads responded Friday when a suspicious device was found under the vehicle parked near an occupied building. Investigators determined the bomb had been lit but failed to function as designed. Thank God. Holy shit. According to court records cited by CBS affiliate KUTV, the FBI identified 2 suspects and served a search warrant at a home in the Magna neighborhood west of the city's downtown. 2 men ages 58 and 31, father and son maybe, were arrested and can face charges related to weapons possession and threats of terrorism, ABC affiliate KTVX reported Sunday. Well, hopefully they don't get probation like that other fucking weirdo who called in bombing in Salt Lake City at the same time as the Boston bombing. I don't know how you get probation for terroristic threats. That's crazy. Neighboring homes were evacuated during the search, which turned up explosives and explosive-related components, firearms, illegal narcotics, and other paraphernalia, court records say. Authorities say they also found at least 2 devices that turned out to be hoax weapons of mass destruction. Okay, that's why I didn't find anything with WMDs. Hoax weapons of mass destruction. There was no information about a possible motive, and the relationship between the 2 suspects wasn't immediately known. News media have descended on Salt Lake City following last week's assassination of Turning Point USA co-founder Charlie Kirk. Crazy crackheads. I could definitely see this as people being upset at how much the news is full of liars. It would be interesting if that is the case. Hopefully we'll have more information come Tuesday. Name makes you think they aren't a crazy crackhead? We don't have names though. We don't have their names. We just know that they're 2 men, 58 and 31. It was the IDE mine. We have a link here from Bausch. 58-year-old Magna, Utah man identified as Adib Nasir. Okay, well, it's not somebody angry at news media then. Has been arrested on multiple charges related to weapons of mass destruction and terrorism threats. Oh, man. Every time, brother. Every time I was like, man, this could be a case where somebody was just like fed up with fake news and they got radicalized. But nope, Adib Nasir, certainly not radicalized against fake news. Jesus fuck. The arrest followed the discovery of an explosive device placed beneath a news media vehicle. Reports indicate the device has been ignited but failed to detonate as intended. Yeah, cool clock, Ahmed. This is Raw's Alerts, a very unreliable account. Let me Google the name. Adib Nasir. Because if it's been reported anywhere else, surely it will come up. Yep. So, there is... Do not sell my personal information. Oh my god, I hate you, cookies. I hate you. Stop it. Stop it. 2 arrested after explosives found. Adib Nasir, 58, and Adil Justice Ahmed Nasir. I fucking called it Cool Clock Ahmed! Adib Nasir, 58, and Adil Justice Ahmed Nasir, 31. Father and son. I'm a fucking prophet, chat. Were both arrested for the offenses of manufacturing or possessing a weapon of mass destruction, threat of terrorism, attempted aggravated arson, and possessing or removing incendiary items and their parts, according to an affidavit of probable cause. A prophet, Kirsche Ahmed! I just have a crystal ball, okay? Pre-watched! On Friday, police documents indicate that the Salt Lake City Police Department Bomb Squad, along with Unified Fire Authority Arson and Bomb Squad, responded to a suspicious device in Salt Lake City. It was reportedly determined to be a real explosive device that was placed under a news media vehicle that was parked near an occupied building. Police said the device constituted a significant threat to public safety. Jack Crow, thank you. Civil war will begin because of the liberals. No, it will start because of the conservatives. The humble Utah with starting a civil war shaped item in his pocket. The fuck is in the water in Utah, bro? Are they okay over there? Magna, Utah has huge enclaves. This will keep happening, in your opinion? That's wild. Why would you do that in Utah? I knew it. I knew you had Korsches placed everywhere to spy on everyone. Kirsche Tradamus. The FBI reportedly took primary jurisdiction of the investigation and discovered 2 suspects located in Magna, Utah. On Saturday, the FBI served a federal search warrant at the suspect's residence. Both bomb squads from the original scene were requested at the residence by the FBI. Police said both suspects were found inside the residence, as well as 2 hoax weapons of mass destruction, 2 firearms, and illegal narcotics. While being questioned about the devices, both suspects stated that the devices were real, police documents said. I wonder if they built the hoax devices or if they just got sold hoax devices by someone else, man. The Korsches know how to burrow. You can't stop them. This caused all law enforcement personnel executing the warrant to evacuate the residence and initial disposal procedures. Police said nearby residents were also evacuated. The FBI reportedly seized evidence related to the explosive devices from the scene in Salt Lake City and discovered additional contraband and evidence of other crimes. Police documents said this included firearms, explosives and related components, illegal narcotics, and electronic devices believed to contain evidence of the crimes. Adib Nasir is a restricted person. Not permitted to possess firearms, police said. And Adil Justice Ahmed Nasir is reportedly also a restricted person. Can we change their status from restricted person to, like, permanently incarcerated person? You shouldn't just deport someone this dangerous unless they're going to be held in, like, that El Salvadorian Supermax prison. You know? Tropical Kier is back. Police requested the suspects be held without bail to prevent further threats to the public and ensure they're not able to flee. That's fucking wild, dude. People see Utah and still think Mormons. The reality is just an extension of Colorado. Salt Lake is just Portland, complete with homeless, meth heads, and fent zombies. It's truly tragic. That is truly tragic, because when I think of Utah, I do still think of Mormons and literally nothing else. Who the fuck goes to Utah?
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Music and fiction, thank you. Blessed Saint Kirsche of Munya, prophetess of the true and real. Oh my god, the art that could be spawned from that. Deport. I could agree with deportation only if I said deportation like abortion. I mean, I guess deportation is kind of like an abortion for an adult that shouldn't be here if you think about it. If you're high enough and you think about it. I would agree with deporting these people if they would be held in like a supermax kind of prison, right? I don't want anything to happen like that weird fucking terrorist guy who was like in the US trying to build a terrorist training camp and then went to the UK and did a terrorist attack, and now it's just like, all right, buddy, you're back on the streets. Good luck. You know, like, I don't want that to happen. My country, my choice. True and real. I am for full-term deportations. If you're high enough, you don't think you can handle watching a Kirsche stream while high? Not after yesterday's dirty diapers escapade. I'm still so sad we couldn't finish watching it. Double Hawk, thank you. No, Kirsche, Utah's not okay. A lot of people have been trying to call out how corrupt the government is, starting with the treasonous rhino Spencer Cox. You poor Utah friends, I'm so sorry. Defiant Blackout, thank you. Can someone turn that into a clip of the long thread Kirsche read? You want to see that on the platform so you can link it to other people? Sure. I mean, there's a bunch of people in the Discord who routinely clip me, so you could always ask one of them. It might be too long for a normal clip, so it might either need to be like sewn together or have one of my mods make like a highlight or some shit. Blast Cat Badger, thank you. You're far right and prayed the rosary for the first time in almost 40 years because of Charlie. Rip Charlie Kirk, we will achieve victory in your name. Keep up the good work, K-woman. That's true. You can't say my N-word K-dog like the obese guy could. That was his special nickname. Blackie Blackerson, thank you for the member. Thank you. Surprised I haven't streamed the guy who's addicted to drinking. I mean, alcoholics are a dime a dozen. That's not that interesting. Personally, I've just mentally conflated Utah with Idaho. It happens to the best of us, don't worry. Don't worry about it. Damn, that was some weird-ass breaking news, though. Jesus Christ. No? What is this? Oh, okay. There's another video my mod sent me that shows that the vandal was indeed wearing the same short. Was indeed wearing the same shirt as the shooter. Why would you do that? I mean, I guess you're showing that you're on his side, but like, damn, you're a fucking retard. To send a message. I'm glad he got tossed as quickly as he did. That's fucked up. We have a Nux post here. Dear Mr. Elon Musk, sir, I'm glad he talks in the exact same way that I do. Dear Mr. Elon Musk, sir, Hassan Piker called for the death of Senator Tom Cotton, a tweet on X, Senator Rick Scott, landlords, fascist, he's made 5+ videos on YouTube calling you a Nazi, by the way. Zionists, he means the Jews, said someone's gotta do it regarding Trump, supports Luigi Mangione, refuses to condemn the murder of the 2 Israeli staffers in Washington, D.C. That's wild. Stealthily justifies the assassination of Charlie Kirk, calling him a fascist radical. Once again, they do not label you these things because they genuinely believe you are these things. They label you these things because you are an acceptable target for elimination. That is them marking you. He also plays terrorist propaganda videos and stated open support for terrorist organizations of Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and he would support an IRA-style terrorist organization in the USA to fatigue the population regarding support for Israel. He's clearly protected due to his constant violation of TOS without punishment, including threatening a viewer's life with what appeared to be a gun, doxing the private info of his critics multiple times, uncritically reading terrorist manifestos. I hate this because this made it so none of us can actually read manifestos as like a news report because Hassan had to be protected from uncritically reading manifestos. This actually makes me like angry because it hampers what I can do on reporting current events. tells his audience to threaten ICE agents, participated in violent riots in LA blocking highways while live on stream, stating America deserved 9/11, communist propaganda and false reporting, slandering other content creators including myself, Tectone, Ethan Klein, Asmongold, you, and more, calling us pedophiles, rapists, terrorists, Nazis, and mother killers. The list goes on and on. I have evidence for each point if you'd like to see more. Maybe you can do something because no one else will. I hope Elon Musk fucking responds to this, dude. Jesus. And this is a Tectone video. Twitch is corrupt and needs immediate action. Twitch, you must ban Hassan.
I'm sick and tired of it. Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them.
I just want to remind you, once again, the people that spent months trying to get my sponsors to drop me, and I had to flee my apartment due to death threats, they all retweet Hassan Piker. They all talk about Hassan Piker in a positive manner.
You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage.
Bro. That is insane to hear. What the fuck? Please be safe. These guys are insane. Yeah, that's why the one time, like, Hassan made mention of me being the Nazi Fox VTuber that got dropped by a game. And he talked positively about it briefly. I was like, I hope my name does not come out of this deranged individual's mouth another time. Because, like, again, I don't want to end up in the news for having to take care of someone showing up to where I live. I don't want to become a news story I have to read on stream, all right, okay? He's fucking crazy. I haven't really watched much of Hassan. So, like, when I was on that, like, podcast with Tectone and Nux, I couldn't speak too much about Hassan. Like, I know he's fucking wild communist and he's hypocritical, but I haven't seen too much from him. So to, like, hear this shit is insane.
Slice him up. Slice him and fucking dice him. What the fuck is this?
Slice him and dice him, and yet I am an extremist for saying communists should lose their jobs? That's crazy. They're not going to show the shooting, right? I gotta go look at my mod chat. Okay, they haven't said anything, so I should be fine to play this.
Intestines just ride on stage.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
It's just a joke. You guys always defend edgy jokes, so you should defend me, saying I want to see your guts writhing in the street. It's just a joke. Stop letting these people deceive you. We all know what jokes are, and we all know when they're not joking. Don't let them use subversive language. Hassan Piker uses Amazon-owned Twitch.tv to call for violence against elected officials.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Kill Rick Scott.
Fucking what? I care about fraud, and not once have I said, yeah, you should kill Black Lives Matter people. That's crazy. I want them punished for committing fraud, not fucking murdered. How do you get to this point? Why are communists like this?
But I'm gonna kill you with my AR-15. Like that's the type of messages they were leaving in this dude's office, and he's resigning. Like he's literally, this is his last term. You actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, you know, someone has to do it.
Someone has to do it as a euphemism for killing President Donald Trump. I'm so shocked. Jack Crow, thank you. Don't support or condone violence. Also, Kirsche makes listeners listen to Hassan's voice for more than 0.1 second. Curious. Look, man. Look, it's like what I said earlier. You got to stare into the abyss. Now is the time to stare into the abyss and stand firm. Don't let it break you.
When I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean.
Once again, it is still fucking wild to me that someone celebrating the attempted assassination of Trump, saying it shouldn't have missed, faced far less repercussions than people running a libelous, lying campaign against me. It will be embedded in my brain for forever to know not to give these people any fucking quarter. I will never forget what you have done to me.
Which is, I think that shows that there is a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped potential, untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact.
CEO of Twitch Dan Clancy has stated that Hassan Piker is his favorite creator. Unfortunately true.
Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hassan Piker, who has 2.5 million followers on the platform.
This is what you get when the owner of Twitch watches nothing but, like, softcore cam whores on Twitch and Hassan Piker. Clancy needs to be fired, like, ages ago. And it would be really nice if we got someone who actually understood anything about the streaming landscape to be in charge of Twitch. Maybe we'd stop getting so many shitty fucking features. Maybe, may I dream of a world where the Twitch TOS is enforced fairly.
I like the frankness and the bluntness, Clancy said. He's comfortable saying what he believes.
Yeah, Hassan's comfortable saying what he believes, but the rest of us can catch some bans for it, eh? Are you comfortable with Hassan Piker saying what he believes?
Someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone
Demand the
knows exactly
dismissal
what I
of the
mean.
Twitch CEO and the executive trust and safety team. Hassan Piker must be permanently banned. Agreed. The executive trust and safety team is nothing more than a joke. Anyone who's been anywhere on Twitch, whether a viewer or a creator, will remember that they appointed some, like, trans deerkin thing to their trust and safety team that would have, like, weird deergasms live on stream. If you appoint that kind of a thing to your trust and safety team, there's no trust or safety, you know? Elon Musk saw the video and replied to it when Madame Savvy quoted it. Good. Good, I'm fucking glad. Don't remind me. Elon most definitely is aware. Is this the response to Savvy? He posted about it multiple times. Just wondering if Amazon thinks it's okay to pay and promote someone who's paid by Twitch and Amazon who makes repeated calls for murder. I'm glad Elon is paying attention to this. Yeah, here's the one where he responded to Savvy. What's up at Jeff Bezos? Don't invoke the deer cryptid. Get rid of all of them and then sue all of them for a few billion each. He tagged Bezos. I would love to see something happen now that Elon is aware of what's going on. Elon Chan is noticing. Is there another one? Isn't there a moderation team based in Egypt? I have no idea. Oh yeah, here's the at Jeff Bezos one. Like, the amount of horrific stuff on Twitch is just, what the fuck? Kind of crazy that we could see Elon Musk on side scrollers. That would be fucking crazy. I'd be like, Craig, please let me tell him about Bridge. I'm gonna lose my mind. Metatron put out some good videos on Hassan and Destiny. I don't know who Metatron is, I'm sorry. You like that the richest man in the world does more than sitting counting his money? Yeah, very much so. YouTube allows Vosh, who's just as bad as Hassan. You feel like Twitch won't do anything to Hassan? One commie at a time, as it were. An Elon and Kirsche side-scrollers episode would be insane. It would be fucking wild, dude. It would be fucking wild, and I would actually finally talk to someone who could get something done about Bridge, considering Elon can take on the corporations that are involved. Breaking news, Trump just said he's going to give Charlie Kirk the Medal of Freedom. Good. Good. To be completely fair, the Deer Lady was part of a council that are still primarily streamers. Your friend is in that group. Yeah, I don't trust any sort of, like, streamer conglomerate that is appointed by Twitch, because it's essentially just a way for streamers to defend Twitch no matter what happens. I don't expect anyone who, like, stays in those programs to criticize Twitch. That's not new. That was stated a few days ago. I remember when I signed my contract with Gameforge back in the day, one of the things I very much valued was not having to defend them if something bad had happened. And I didn't even need to bring it up to them. The guy I was talking to when I was given my contract, he was like, we don't want you to feel like you can't speak your mind. And if we fuck up, we don't want you to run defense for us. We want to be able to be criticized and make things better if we fuck something up. And like, those are the kind of companies that I so very much enjoy. Ronald Big Don, thank you. Did I hear about Dean Withers, a leftist influencer debater who lost friends and got death threats because he cried when Charlie was assassinated? I saw the video of him being upset, but I didn't know he fucking lost friends and got death threats. That's crazy. We need to get this on C-SPAN. I need to get Section 230 reform to create civil and criminal liability for when moderators intentionally allow content that breaks TOS or the law because of favoritism toward the speaker or content. That's kind of what the Charlie Kirk petition that I linked earlier goes over. And I said that not only should you sign the petition, but you should talk to, like, send an email to your local politicians, to your local representatives. Metatron is an ancient culture YouTuber, specializes in, you think, Romans or Japanese stuff. He's like Shadiversary, pretty based. Oh, okay, alright. I got this other link from my moderators here. Let's see. I don't think there's a video. They must die. Kylie Delgado, a Portland far-left extremist who was part of the Wall of Moms fake peaceful protest in 2020 during the Antifa insurrection, is suggesting to her comrades to target a memorial for Charlie Kirk in Beaverton, Oregon today at 6:30 p.m. at Griffith Park. Kylie Delgado here saying, yesterday I thought the Charlie Kirk stuff was funny. Happy to see a Nazi taken out. Once again, please internalize the fact that they call you a Nazi to mark you as an acceptable target to murder. Today I'm pissed off, angry at all of these morally inept losers who suddenly have feelings about violence, but haven't once mentioned the slaughtering of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians over the past 2 years. You care about someone close to you or someone who represents what could have been a close family member more than you care about people in a sand country that has nothing to do with you on the other side of the planet? How heartless of you! I can see that fucking heat graph in my brain as I'm reading this. Can one of you aforementioned losers please explain this to me? Sincerely. She's not being sincere. She's not operating in good faith. Is it because he's white and they are brown? Is it a religious thing? Why would she bring up race? What is... And another thing, if you own an Eat the Rich sticker, shirt, phone case, and today you decried the killing of a rich Nazi propagandizer, I fear you've lost the plot. No such thing as beyond bourgeoisie meat yet. In order to eat the rich, they must die. I hope that helps. These people are insane. Oh dear lord, saw this circulating on my alt-conservative account, Beaverton, Oregon. And she posts the little, sigil here for him. That's just begging to be interrupted. Right? Meet you there. Oh my god. And his quote was, Kylie Delgado, formerly Kylie Warren, 28, was charged with felony, riot, and more. She was arrested at the Antifa riot in East Portland, where a police station was set on fire. Delgado was part of the Wall of Moms. She was quickly released, and this was in 2020, from when she was booked. Back to current year, 51 minutes ago. Kylie Delgado, a 2020 Black Lives Matter Antifa Portland felony riot arrestee, is calling for deadly violence in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Her posts have been shared among extremists in Utah who, like her, are celebrating Kirk's murder and want other targets killed. She has been taking her young child to anti-government direct actions targeting the Portland ICE facility. Why'd you bring your fucking kids to that shit, dude? Hear me out. Political violence is the only true way to hold politicians and political pundits accountable, being that their hateful decisions result in the direct violence and death to the working class. Why should our consequence be death and theirs be deplatformization or losing re-election? She said with zero hints of self-awareness. You people are the ones killing us. What do you mean? What the fuck? She's a terrorist, bitch. She is. That's absolutely wild. And I already see people tagging the FBI and everything. So hopefully something will be done about this vile woman. CPS needs to fucking come in too. Because, like, taking your children to violent riots is an insane thing to subject them to. Children do not belong anywhere near anything Antifa is doing. Literal insanity. Okay, so I have a couple of articles here, and I want to... Oh, what the hell is this? Okay, we already read that article, never mind. I thought that might have been something new about the killer. Let's see. That's 5 days ago, 18 hours ago, 4 days ago. His name is Carlos Brown. Wow, there is nothing but the Hindustan Times as an update here. Okay, so we'll go through these two things. Firstly, I have Irina Zarutska's boyfriend shares his heartbreak, lashes out at unqualified judge who let suspect walk before Ukraine refugee was butchered on the Charlotte train. The devastated boyfriend of Irina Zarutska shared his heartbreak and lashed out at the unqualified magistrate judge who let her suspected killer walk free before she was stabbed on a North Carolina train. Stanislav, otherwise known as Stas Nikulitsia, 21, shared a sweet picture of himself and Zarutska together in bathing suits on his Instagram account on Wednesday, accompanied by a simple broken heart emoji. His first public statement since Zarutska's murder. In his Instagram stories, I'm going to call him Stas because I cannot pronounce his last name. Stas reposted clips slamming Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes, who freed Zarutska's alleged killer, DeCarlos Brown, on cashless bail 7 months before the horrific knife attack on board a Charlotte train on August 22nd. Stokes released Brown, a career criminal with more than a dozen previous arrests, in January on a written promise to appear at a future court date. Stas, who was living with his love in Charlotte for the past year and was described as Zarutska's life partner in her obituary, also changed his Instagram bio to a mushroom emoji, a favorite symbol of Irina's, and a broken heart. She had an Oshi mark. Zarutska's family revealed that they first feared something was wrong when she didn't arrive home on time, and her phone location alerted them that she was still at the station, according to a statement shared with WSOC. That night, she texted her boyfriend that she would be home soon, the statement read. Upon arriving at the station, they were devastated to learn that Irina had died at the scene. Zarutska fled the war in Ukraine in August 2022 along with her mother and 2 younger siblings. But in just 3 years, she built strong foundations in the US, touching the lives of everyone she met, her family said. More than 100 people came from an assisted living facility where she used to work in one of her first jobs in the US to pay their respects, with buses arranged to bring residents to her services, an uncle told People. What motivated us to get them out of Ukraine was seeing a picture of them huddled up in a bomb shelter near their apartment there in Kiev, said the uncle, who asked to remain anonymous. She felt so at home in the US that her family has asked for her to be buried in America, despite the State Department offering to foot the bill of flying her remains back to Ukraine. They didn't want to come to this country and be a burden. They wanted to come to this country to build a new life, Zarutska's uncle said. In the family's emotional statement, they said they were heartbroken beyond words. Irina came here to find peace and safety, and instead her life was stolen from her in the most horrific way. No family should have to go through this. They also called on city officials and the Charlotte area transit system to bring in reforms to improve safety. This could have been anyone riding the light rail that night. We're committed to making sure this never happens again. She seemed like such a sweet woman. And what's more insidious is that, like, when we speak out about illegal immigration, people will conflate that with legal immigrants or actual people who need to seek refuge, like Irina, like people from Cuba did in the past before Obama canceled Wet Foot, Dry Foot. And they should never be conflated. Because these are people who want to come to America, they believe in American ideals, and they want to make something of themselves here, whereas they lived in abject fear in their own countries. Actual immigrants who love America? Yeah, exactly. These are the people who do belong here. They're disingenuous at best, deceitful at worst. It's fucking awful. And then there was this thread that said, in case you missed it, her killer was released from jail and is now in a private hospital outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. And I guess it tried, like, Community Notes tried community noting it. And she said, community note is false. Here's the local news from 2 days ago. What happens in North Carolina during a capacity to proceed evaluation? And before I read this article, I don't care about a capacity to proceed. This is a man who has 14 priors. He was released with just a promise note to the judge saying he would show up. They already tried that he was incompetent to fit trial on things before. If he's incompetent to exist in civil society, he should just be executed. He has 14 priors and he killed a woman in cold blood. He should just be executed by the state. A judge has ordered the man accused of killing a woman on a Charlotte light rail to be committed to a state psychiatric hospital for a capacity to proceed examination. The evaluation at Central Regional Hospital in Butner will help a court determine whether 34-year-old DeCarlos Brown Jr. is mentally competent to stand trial in the murder case of 23-year-old Irina Zarutska. WBTV took questions about that process to the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. Statewide Director of Forensic Services, Dr. Robert Cochran, couldn't speak specifically about any individual case. However, he said a typical assessment is extensive. Evaluators will conduct a clinical interview with the defendant and observe them. Evaluators may also talk to family and conduct a mental health exam. This is a waste of everyone's time and a waste of money. I don't know if they get paid tax dollars for this or not, but regardless, it's a waste of money to do this. It's on camera. We don't need a psych evaluation. Just give him the death penalty. I am sick of this red tape and bureaucracy when we can see him acting like a deranged animal on camera. It does not matter if he has a mental condition. He cannot be allowed back in society. He has no life anymore. They could also conduct intelligence and personality testing, Cochran said. School, mental, and criminal records would also be accessible to the clinicians. The evaluator would interview the person at length, of course, but oftentimes there's a misconception that's the beginning and end of an evaluation, which it's not, Cochran said. There's often quite extensive assessments of the individuals before the evaluator determines, one, whether the person suffers from a mental illness or defect, and secondly, if so, if they're capable to proceed in their trial or not. If someone murders another person, it does not matter if they're capable to proceed in their trial or not. If they are on camera, if we have indisputable evidence that they are the ones who did it, they should be fast-tracked to the death penalty. That's it. That's the end of it. And I can't imagine anyone sane would disagree with that take. He's recorded as saying he killed her. He's recorded as saying he killed her and also because she was white. According to court documents, Brown will be committed to Central Regional Hospital for an evaluation that cannot exceed 60 days. He should not be given 60 days. If a court rules a defendant is not competent to stand trial, they could be involuntarily committed to a state psychiatric facility for further treatment and restoration until a court deems them capable to proceed. This just seems like money laundering by our fucking medical system. This shouldn't be the case. They shouldn't get to hold this violent monster for psychiatric availability until he can go to court. He should just get the death penalty. It's on camera. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about whether or not he did it. There's no way that this could implicate anyone innocent. We know it's him. Stop the money laundering. Didn't the judge have a monetary interest in the place he was going to? I don't think he's going to the place that the judge owned, but yes, the judge did have like some stake in a mental health facility that she would get kickbacks from, or some shit like that. Why spend the money just to kill him when he's competent? Yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't matter if he understands what he did or not. What matters is that he did it. And considering he had enough self-awareness to both say, got that white girl, so we know that he killed her because she was white, and also him trying to claim, even though we have it on video and she was dead silent the whole fucking time, he's on video trying to say she called me the N-word because he knows that's a get-out-of-jail-free card that he can use. Regardless of whether he's schizophrenic or not, 14 priors, everything in this murder caught on camera. I don't want any money going to people trying to keep him alive longer. That is ridiculous. That is insane. If there was any inkling of doubt that he wasn't the one who did this, I'd be like, okay, maybe we need to have the trial, right? Maybe that needs to happen. But this is all on fucking camera, bro. It's all on camera. Still wonder if that was a voice in his head. I don't know, man. Sometimes the decision is a difficult one. It's a close call, so to speak, in some cases, Cochran said. The system is built around having hearings, making determinations, cross-examining witnesses, having individuals evaluated by another professional or even a third professional to get other opinions, so that the right decision, the right call, is made at the end of the day. Central Regional Hospital conducts approximately 900 forensic evaluations per year, the Department of Health and Human Services said. Yeah, I don't think this has anything to do with what the judge was doing. Hers was like something else, I'm pretty sure. This name isn't ringing any bells. Most of the evaluations are done on an outpatient basis, but in some cases, inpatient service is required. Sheriff deputies will transfer defendants to the hospital and stay with them until their evaluation is over. Since COVID-19 pandemic, many of the forensic evaluations can be done over a teleconference. When Brown's competency hearing is set, WBTV will be there. Can you imagine the amount of money these doctors get paid to do the fucking teleconference evaluations? Can you only imagine how much money is paid to do this stuff? That's crazy. You're calling it now? He's gonna be let off free and some vigilante will take action against him? I don't know, man. If that happens, that's that will be absolutely fucking wild. And, man, it's already fucking past 7. That is insane. I still have a bunch of tabs. Literal insanity, brother. There were a couple of other things that happened over the past few days that I did not get any chance to talk about. Because, damn, there was so much shit going on. Neffy Nap, thank you for the 10-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Why do you make time go so fast? I don't know, man. I don't know. How am I supposed to play video games when news keeps happening, brother? Motel beheading suspects. Criminal history reveals escalating path of violent crime. So there was a motel beheading that happened. And some people have been calling out Vivek Ramaswamy. Because apparently Vivek hasn't really said anything about other victims this week. But he said something about this because it was like an Indian guy who was the victim. Jordanis Kobos Martinez was previously arrested on charges of indecency with a child. Our justice system is so fucking broken, man, and I have no idea how we're gonna fix it. I have no fucking clue, dude. How? Jimothy Farm. I don't know if my slave's broke or not, but Jimothy Farm, thank you for that huge fucking 100. You've been thinking about the breaking of the indoctrinated? We might need to make a similar approach to Dr. David Wood with Islam by figuring a simple Marxist dilemma and making fun of the founder of their feast. Oh, that's from earlier. Weird. It looked like it just like refreshed itself. It looked like it was brand new. Thank you, Jimothy. Thank you again, Jimothy, for earlier. I remember reading that. The Seal Boy, thank you. Man, I love Foxu. Yeah. Milk! It feels like the only way is a Nepal-style negotiation. Was arrested previously on charges of indecency with a child, carjacking, false imprisonment, and grand theft of a motor vehicle. How How do you have these kinds of charges and you're just let go? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Every time I read something like this, it's crazy. Before he was booked into the Dallas County Jail on Wednesday on a capital murder charge, Cobos Martinez's criminal history revealed a path of escalating violence that spans Florida, Damn! That was a bunch of flies. Florida, California, and Texas. According to an arrest affidavit obtained by NBC5 from the Brevard County Sheriff's Office in February 2017, Cobos Martinez stole a Mercedes out of Miami-Dade County. Fucking Dallas. The car broke down along I-95 where he was arrested and charged with felony grand theft motor vehicle. 4 months later, in June 2017, in South Lake Tahoe, California, a police report details a carjacking in which Cobos Martinez, while naked, tried to force himself into a woman's car while pulling her hair and clothes and sitting on her lap. How was he free? Psycho, thank you. You give out hugs, gonna pick up some pizza. Using code Kirsche, it didn't work at Domino's. But you can use code Kirsche at Gamer Subs to get big sleep and big comes and big caffeine. This is a weird carjacking case, dude. What the hell? The charge was later dismissed for insufficient evidence. What the fuck? He spent 1 year behind bars for an assault charge related to the case. What the fuck? What the fuck? Last August, he was arrested by DART police on a fugitive from justice charge stemming from the California carjacking case. Until January of this year, Cobos Martinez was in ERO Dallas custody at the Blue Bonnet Detention Center in Anson, Texas. ICE says he was released on an order of supervision under the Biden administration, and because Cuba would not accept him based on his criminal history. I don't think an illegal immigrant's country of origin should be able to reject them because they have a criminal history. It's just like, he's yours, buddy. We're sending him back. Auto pen strikes again, truly. ICE tells NBC5 that non-citizens under an order of supervision can be required to undergo different levels of reporting or monitoring depending on their criminal history. Cobos Martinez remains at the Dallas County Jail under an ICE detainer. ICE tells NBC5 several counties have not worked with the agency to return their citizens, but the current administration has convinced many of those countries, several countries, I said counties I think at first, has convinced many of those countries to take back their citizens, including Cuba and Venezuela. So, they went over all of his prior cases except for indecency with a child? Unless that is related to the carjacking, because, like, if the woman was under 18, you can drive at 16. I want more information about this case, though, because this just talked about the guy and not the actual case. So let's read another article here. Just drop him off. A man is dead after apparent stabbing and beheading at a Dallas motel on Wednesday morning. Investigators said the suspect, later identified as 37-year-old Jordanis Cobos Martinez, put the victim's head in the trash. He was seen in a blood-soaked t-shirt as Dallas police took him into custody. Members of the Dallas Police Patrol Unit tracked down Cobos Martinez moments after he took off from the murder scene at the downtown suites. "I'm really shocked," Nancy Pineda said. Pineda works next door to the motel, and she said police swarmed Samuel Boulevard shortly after 9 a.m. Wednesday. How is a beheading apparent? It's off or not? There was a lady who came in here and told me there was a guy running or something, Pineda said. A witness who did not want to be identified told NBC5 the victim first yelled for help and then ran toward his wife and son, who were in the motel office. The witness said the victim's son tried hitting the man with a bat, but he continued stabbing the worker with a machete and then decapitated him. According to an arrest affidavit released Wednesday evening, the man was cleaning a room with the co-worker when the victim approached and informed him not to use a broken washing machine. Sorry, my throat died. The co-worker told police the man then became upset that the victim was speaking to her to translate instead of talking directly to him. Video shows the suspect then exited the motel room and produced a machete from his person and started cutting and stabbing the complainant multiple times. Witnesses said the victim, later identified by police as Chandra Nagamalaya, there we go, began running toward the office. Despite efforts by his wife and son to stop the attack, witnesses said the man continued striking Chandra. The man then kicked Chandra's decapitated head into the parking lot, picked it up, and put it in a dumpster. Police said Cobos Martinez was still armed with the machete, along with Chandra's keycard and cell phone when he was arrested. During questioning, police said he admitted to the killing. Public records link Cobos Martinez to crimes in Houston, California, and Florida. He's charged with capital murder and has been placed on an ICE hold at the Dallas County Jail. Records show he is a Cuban national. Detectives spent hours combing through the scene, later serving a search warrant at the motel for more clues behind the beheading. The motel property owners tell NBC5 that Chandra had managed the motel for 2 or 3 years and described him as a good, hardworking person. It's a shame that this guy makes a lot of Cubans look bad to some people. And it's like, again, I always thought that the wet foot, dry foot policy was a great thing to have, where Cubans who managed to make it to our shores could get refugee status because they had an oppressive communist government. So to see this guy be from Cuba and do this shit here, like, I don't like that, man. And again, if we know that he did this beheading, I hope there's no fucking nonsense mental illness evaluation and they just get on with the trial, give him the death penalty, get him out of here. You saw the vid, it's not safe for stream. I do not want to watch the vid. Because you watch body cam videos, a lot of hotel owners up in the Midwest area are Indians, all the low-end slumlord hotels. This is perfect. Can't you see how culturally enriched you are? I'm tired of being culturally enriched! And moving on from that story, horrific things that happened during other horrific things that were happening, we have a not horrific thing. Tommy Robinson, the speech that changed Europe, we will never be the same again. For Charlie Kirk, for Irina, for Liana, every single Western nation faces the same problem. An organized invasion and replacement of European citizens is happening. And once again, this isn't the Great Replacement theory. This is something Keir Starmer has admitted to is by design from the politicians. This is something Hillary Clinton, I want to say it was like a month ago at this point, maybe 2 months ago, Hillary Clinton came out and spoke about happening as well. These are things leftist politicians have come out and stated. We are doing this. This is happening. We want this immigration here. Let me turn my volume down because it sounded kind of loud when I played it.
We've got politicians who have travelled from every country in Europe, pretty much, yet we can't find one. Don't kid yourselves that we've had a political revolution. If there was any member of parliament in there who represented the people truly, they would have come here today and spoke with you.
Oh, sorry, I left my BGM on, I'm sorry.
Why? Some people may ask, we've got lots of European politicians here. We are uniting the kingdom. Today we've united this kingdom like no one has ever seen before. But it's not just Britain that's being invaded. It's not just Britain that's being raped. Every single Western nation faces the same problem. An orchestrated, organised invasion and replacement of European citizens is happening. We, all of us, Europeans and Westerners, we have tolerated too much. They don't fear us if we're isolated. Unity is strength. I want to now introduce to you one by one leaders and leading politicians from some of Europe's best populist, real political parties. The future leaders of Europe are here today to inspire you about the fight that's going on in their countries. If you're watching this and you're from France, if you're from Germany, Poland, Spain, any other European country, we want to unite all the patriots of Europe together for a future where we fight together.
So what you're saying, no more brother wars? And this is a fucking beautiful thing to see. People actually coming together and fighting back against the oppression that our politicians have reigned against us for far too fucking long. Our politicians do not care about us. It doesn't matter whether you're in the US or Canada or the UK or Ireland, Germany, France. Like he said, these politicians are not serving us, the citizens. They are trying to change their nations drastically. Imagine fighting back and not being doormats. It's so fucking great to see. 50 member. Penguin Lord. Mr. Penguin Lord, thank you for the 50 gift members on the YouTubes. Thank you. Thank you. It's quite literally a soft war. And they've been able to shame people from talking about it for a long time because of the great replacement theory that blames everything on Jews. And that's not the case here. These are politicians in every country. Again, Keir Starmer has said this is by design. Politicians are doing this. Hillary Clinton said the same thing. Your politicians are telling it to you directly. They can't keep you shut up forever by shaming you into thinking that you're saying something you're not. We have eyes. You don't think Charlie in his wildest dreams could have ever imagined his death having such a far-reaching impact across the world? It's beautiful how much it's unified conservatives. Again, it's still a really unfortunate thing, and I wish there could have been some other way to bring this kind of unity without death having to have happened. Mr. Oblivion Tiger, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. They planned it, put it in action, and then called people conspiracy theorists for pointing it out. Pretty fucking much, brother. You know, it's trite to say, but they're all tied to the WEF and Davos. Change needs a catalyst. I mean, I guess I can't argue with that, but I still don't like people losing their lives, man. It makes me upset. Devil Doc Balls, thank you for the 5 gift subs, dude. Thank you. Ryan, thank you. We gave their countries back and they suck. Ninja Work, thank you for the 5. You're happy the random schizo theories about certain people being to blame for everything is being rejected? It makes all of this truth look bad. It does. It really does. It's like poisoning the well, man. The WF puppets wanting a new type of feudalism, worse than the original, must be punished severely. They've gotten away with crimes against humanity, but this should and will no longer be tolerated. I'm hoping that this is the final turning point that we have to deal with, and people don't get complacent and just give up and go back to being crushed oppressively again. He may have lost his life, but at this rate he may live forever in history books. I certainly fucking hope so. It would be a wonderful thing to have his name be in the history books as the turning point for people to learn about years and years from now. Officer Buck Tud Russell, thank you for the hello, Fox Lady. You've listened to The Outfield Your Love, and all you can hear is Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie singing it. I can't think of that song in my brain cells right now. Mega Killer, thank you for the sex. Tommy is an Israel shill who doesn't mind Britain being majority Indian as long as it isn't Muslims. I feel like that would be a weird position to take, would it not, if he wants to return Britain to being British? I don't know. I mean, I don't know much about Tommy Robinson, right? So I don't know. But he seems to love his country, and so I want to believe in him, right? As I have no proof that he believes otherwise. Buck Tudrussell? Is that a name I should remember? Doesn't exactly line up with what he just said. Yeah, it doesn't exactly line up with what he just said at all. Time Squad. Kirk's death brought you back to God, as it seems to have many others. That's what he would have wanted. Well, yeah, it's a good way to look at it. Crash, thank you. Liz Rothschild and her banker goons giving the orders. Hillary asking her what penance she owed her. Oh boy. Dork Laird, thank you. What does glow mean here? You originally came from the quartering, and there it means a fed op, referencing their weak khaki and glow stick disguise. Glowing means saying things that make you sound like a fed, you know? Saying things like, I can't glow post, but I mean, I'm sure you can imagine. It makes you sound like a federal agent, as it were. And it makes you sound like, that's not something someone sane would type out in a public chat. You must be a federal agent. It's based off of Terry. Yeah, it's based off of Terry Davis calling them glowies. I can't say what he actually called them. Referencing certain statistics, for example. It's like a Fed that's trying to get you into trouble for agreeing. Yeah, Well, like when people come into the Discord, we've had a few people come in and be like, hello, fellow racists. I'm too a fan of guns. If you were going to commit a mass atrocity event, what kind of firearm would you use? It's like, all right, get the fuck out. Like, that's gonna earn you an instant ban, right? Because, like, who the fuck talks like that? You're a federal agent. Get out of here. Time Force, Power Rangers racing through time and space. Surely there's no feds here. Hello, fellow Kirsche fandom. What is your favorite caliber of gun? And what is your favorite government building to target? Haha, isn't this discussion fun? Yeah. Excuse me, I'm a ranked competitive racist. Also see, like, was it Alyssa Mercante that, like, quote unquote infiltrated a Discord server and everybody immediately clocked her as a fucking journalist? They were just like, no one talks like that. How do you do, fellow racist? It's the same kind of deal with gun shop owners when they walk in and ask if you can make this rifle fully automatic. Yeah, nobody asks that. Salka Alpaca, thank you for the yen. I totally support bad things. Am I right or am I right, chat? Our later tag that still exists, believe it or not. What? Susan Rosenberg maxing. It was a hoot infiltrate for like 1 second. Yeah, it was wicked silly, man. It was wicked silly. And I have this tab here. Whenever I've mentioned how Vancouver rape shelter was attacked by trans activists, no one quite believed me. The subsequent defunding was so shocking that people refused to accept it could happen. Not only did it happen, its targeters were rewarded by the government. This is Justin Trudeau's government awards medal to Champion of Diversity trans activist who got Canada's oldest rape shelter defunded for refusing to house transgender women. And as you can see on the women's abuse shelter, it says, "Kill TERFs, trans power." I hope my tweet makes the rounds so it is all encompassing, because every time I see stories like this, all I can think of is that most trans activists are either ideologues or autogynephiliac males. And once you understand this, the graphic murder fantasies make a lot more sense. God hates taxes, thank you! The only Fed we like here is Kirsch's assigned FBI agent. That's true. JK the Slacker is kind of based for a glowy. This person said, September 12th, I'm so deeply saddened for the survivors of an extreme right hate monger who found out today. Nobody deserves to lose their breadwinner, and nobody deserves to be married to someone whose death is ironic karma embodied. There's a lesson here. Never fuck hate-mongering bigots. What a wild thing to say. And apparently this person who said that is the trans person that got the rape shelter defunded. That's crazy. What a fucking demon. This is not a trans person. This is an ideologue and probably also a fetishist abusing trans identity to make sure he can't be criticized. Trans activist is a horrible person. In other news, water is wet. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Ogre, so fitting. It really is. It really is. Sorry, these tabs are kind of not organized as well as I thought they were, so we're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna keep going, man. We have unearthed emails show left-wing group quietly writing policies for progressive DAs. No billing and no publicity. Pro-police group claims Ren Collective has influenced policies and messaging across the country. And this guy who posted this said, Irina Zarutska's dead because of bad policy that seemingly spread to every major city all at once. Why and how? Obviously, Soros DAs play a huge role, but there's more. And we already read an article, I think, on Friday. It might have been Friday or yesterday. I can't remember. But we read an article about Trump calling out Soros funding of DAs. So he knows about it. He knows. It's called the Ren Collective. They're a secretive group with very little public profile, but massive influence. Wow, it's just like Bridge. They provide communication support, staffing, messaging, campaign consulting, and above all, pre-written policy strategies to more than 40 far-left DAs. There's a screenshot, I'm guessing, from the group that says impact 48 plus million Americans across 22 states. Steve Mulroy in Memphis, Tennessee, listed Wren Collective as part of his partnerships and collaborations in his 2022 to 23 annual report. Sarah George in Burlington, Vermont, worked with Wren to mimic its model policy decriminalizing prostitution. Chessa Bodine, San Francisco, California, held weekly communication huddle-up calls with Wren donators and official staff. George Gascon, Los Angeles, California, hired Wren for $180,000 in 2023 after Wren provided donated services in 2022. Mary Moriarty in Minneapolis, Minnesota, paid Wren $150,000 as communications consultant to fight misinformation. Jose Garza in Austin, Texas, entered into a non-disclosure agreement to work with Wren in 2022. It was signed by Garza's top deputy and Brand's former colleague, Trudy Strasburger. Larry Krasner in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, paid Wren as an advisor to his campaign and official office while Wren worked for Real Justice PAC, which was later fined for illegally coordinating with both of Krasner's campaigns. And then Monique Worrell in Orlando, Florida is another example here, allowed Wren to access confidential case files on a murder case, including witness statements. Worrell then declined charges. Kane's Brain, thank you. New news story, 72-year-old Robert Philip Ivers distributed a manifesto targeting judges, children, and others. What the hell? I'll have to look that up when I finish this thread. What the fuck? A great example of what Wren does, this email obtained by Freedom of Information Act request, shows the Wren Collective writing to the DA of Portland. You can see Wren brag about the model policies they wrote for a DA in Virginia and their offer of free staffing, crisis PR support, and donors. I'm going to just open this in a new tab to make it bigger. On Tuesday, June 16th, 2020 at 5:29 p.m., Amy Weber, email from Amy Weber, a senior attorney under Jessica Brand at the social justice group The Wren Collective, which advises progressive prosecutors on communications, policy, and legal matters. Mike and Aaron are Multnomah County in Portland DA-elect Mike Schmidt and Chief Policy Advisor Aaron Knott. It was great speaking with you today. Attached are two model policies, probation and bail, that we wrote for Virginia Commonwealth attorneys. While these aren't specific to any particular office, they are tailored to Virginia law. We thought these would give you the best idea of what we have to offer. Let me know if you have any questions about it. And that highlighted portion here says, Wren boasts that it wrote the model policies abolishing bail and reducing jail populations adopted by Soros-funded DAs, e.g. Fairfax, Arlington, and Loudoun counties. Further in the email, in addition to assistance with staffing issues, office organization, and communication support during policy, this is quoted, Wren provides a full suite of back office and core services to prosecutors to implement their prosecutorial agenda. And back to the email. And communication support during policy rollout and in times of crisis. We have written and could help with policies in the following areas: bail, diversion and declination, intake, probation, plea guidelines, fines and fees, prosecutions related to policing, Brady related to officer misconduct, and do not call or exclusion lists, conviction integrity or sentencing review units, juvenile transfer, felony and misdemeanor case backlog. And the text on the right is saying Wren offers a library of quote-unquote off-the-shelf model policies, which they adapt to their respective jurisdictions on demand for their prosecutor clients to adopt verbatim. We could also help develop a plan for the Ramos cases or whatever else you think you will need. I imagine that Dave will need some information about the scope of our involvement, so let us know what areas you'd like our help with, even potentially. And on the right, it says Dave is David Menschel, a campaign donor to Schmidt and allied PACs, as well as president of the Vital Projects Fund, a major donor to Wren's fiscal sponsor. In a later email, Wren insists that Schmidt provide a scope of work so that they can give their shared donor Menschel as proof of their role. It's literally just money going in a cycle, man. Jesus Christ. Back to the email. We should have mentioned this as well. We do this work without any billing or publicity. These policies will be yours, not ours. We are just here to help you figure out how to implement meaningful changes to the criminal justice system in Portland. Looking forward to it, Amy. And again, the text on the right says Wren conducts its consulting behind the scenes and provides its services to prosecutors for free, but answers to shared donors. Publicly, Ren disclaims all ownership of its policies, but privately, Ren advertises its policy influence and touts prospective clients that it is embedded across the country and looking to expand. They just like Bridge, for real, for real. We're just here to help. Scary language. J-Rock, thank you. Nick Freitas was pointing out in the Virginia legislature and was by himself fighting in the cesspool. I can only imagine how difficult that is. This thread continues. This is really insane. Emails show the now removed DA of Orlando sending forensics files to Ren, allowing them to edit her memo explaining why she wouldn't charge a 17-year-old who shot and killed someone at a football game. Ren has this type of access everywhere. Help. Owie. Ren steers a murder case in Orlando. Monique Worrell, Ayala's successor as Florida's 9th Circuit State Attorney, who worked closely with Ren on policy and communication issues, brought Ren in to help with the investigation of the murder of 19-year-old Ghislaine Brown. Worrell's team apparently gave Ren access to confidential investigative files, including witness statements and lab reports, to help them draft an internal memo justifying the decision to not charge 17-year-old Jeremiah Cundiff, who allegedly shot and killed Brown after a high school football game in Orlando. In March 2023, Weber revised then charging memo and sent the document labeled Ren version back to Worrell's deputy for final approval. BGM is for the week. Ah, shit. I always forget about that, man. Hey, yo, how I make it look like I let him off the case. Yeah, right. Need to bring back sound alerts. They're just us shouting at Kirsche. I love being shouted at. Definitely sounds like another Bridge, but for government rather than business. Yeah, this is like Bridge in the government, and this is insidiously gross, man. We live in silence. I'm talking here. Document edits reveal that Weber's suggestions later became the basis for Worrell's announcement the following week, where she chastised the police. Build better cases. The homicide suspect, Cundiff, was arrested 6 months later and subsequently sentenced to 18 months in federal prison for possession of a machine gun in an unrelated case. That's wild that you can literally kill someone and be let go and then be arrested later for possession of a machine gun. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, man? What are we doing here? Ethereal Sky, thank you. Been quietly watching your content from the side after the crazy trans person tried ruining your career. Would never have imagined that your words, "they want you dead," would be proven in such a horrid way. You hope to have an ounce of your courage? Thank you, my guy. Anonymity is important. And I believe that you can have a difference as well, my guy. Don't worry about it. You have the courage within you. J-Rock, thank you. You're a personal investigator. Sorry, private investigator. You're a private investigator. You have to fight to get access to these documents. Well, you know, maybe if you were a Marxist fighting for the cause and doing the work, you'd get easier access. Machine guns probably means a Glock with a switch that's highly illegal unless you have a special, expensive license. I see. The episode reveals that Ren likely has broad access to such confidential prosecutorial case files in numerous jurisdictions nationwide in order to advise on charging decisions. And here's an email that says, from George Frank to Keisha Mulfort, forwarding to Jeremiah Cundiff memo, Ren version. Hi Keisha, Amy sent me her edited version. I added something about EH results of the GSR, and she said it was good. I didn't case out, thanks Frank. 2 changes, hopefully I saved them correctly. One of the shooters was not wearing a mask, but understand why you worded it the way you did. After accessing confidential witness statements and evidence reports, Ren revised and edited an internal prosecutor memo, deciding to decline murder charges in Orlando. The suspect was later convicted of unrelated weapon charges and sent to federal prison. I don't understand how they're allowed to like do shit like that though, you know? This seems wild, and I guess also kind of explains how all over the country it seems like we have such incompetent DAs no matter where people are getting arrested. That fly got sent to federal prison. Full report can be found here. There's a police defense thing. Emails show Ren also ghost wrote op-eds, set up press conferences, and scheduled softball interviews with reporters. They were basically the PR department for Soros DAs in San Antonio, San Francisco, Houston, and more. There's another page. Let's fucking open image so I can read this shit. Wren usually describes itself as a communications firm aiding criminal justice reform groups and leaders with public image and media relation matters. But the extent of the media services that Wren provides is staggering, ostensibly at no cost to prosecutors and the taxpayers. In San Antonio's Bexar County, Jessica Brand, first while at TJC until 2020, and then with Wren, acted as District Attorney Joe Gonzalez's shadow communications director and senior advisor, despite others holding these roles on public payroll. Based on what media outlets and this report obtained via public record requests, Brand exchanged thousands of text messages and hundreds of emails with Gonzalez and his chief deputy, Christian Hendrickson, who doubled as his campaign treasurer. The documents show that Brand frequently devised media opportunities, drafted op-eds, orchestrated press conferences, managed print and television interviews, and even back-channeled to reporters as an unofficial representative of Gonzalez. Brand offered advice on how to spin the news about San Antonio's rising crime. Homicides rose dramatically in Gonzalez's first term. She then drafted an op-ed boosting Gonzalez, which was later printed in the San Antonio Express News, as if it were the organic product of the political activist and donor group that Wren tasked with authoring the puff piece. I wonder if that's how Hassan gets so many puff pieces written by him. Once again, the media needs to be held accountable. Wren also helped organize office-specific communication strategy calls with its various prosecutor clients, holding a regular weekly huddle-up call with San Francisco's Chesa Bowden, and his team holding frequent meetings with prosecutors and their senior staff on communications issues in various jurisdictions, e.g. Austin, San Antonio, Philadelphia, and across Virginia, writing op-eds, press releases, and making press introductions. When CNN reached out to interview Austin DA Jose Garza in November 2022, Garza told his official team, happy to do it, and we should loop in Jess, the Brand of Wren Collective, ASAP. Brand then led Garza's interview preparation. Months after Fairfax County, Virginia's Commonwealth's attorney, Steve Descano, won a contested primary in 2023, all but securing his re-election in the Deep Blue County, his communications director reached out to Wren's Jessica Brand, hoping to get penciled in for the last spot available to consult with Wren. Despite being in such high demand, Brand managed to pencil in Descano's team. Together, Descano and his senior leadership team joined Wren to sketch out a policy and communication strategy for the progressive prosecutor's second term. Wren's plan included placing an op-ed in the Richmond Times-Dispatch on its legislative priority to ban ghost guns. It was printed on schedule in January 2024. Master Prick, thank you for the 6-month member. Thank you, Kirsche, for showing us what really is happening out there and always being so genuine. I try best. I'm also genuinely retarded on occasion. Thank you, Master Prick. Patchouli, thank you. Classic Orange County, parks aside, Orlando is an expensive solid blue dump that seems to love living with crime and squalor. Which makes no sense. You should want a nice neighborhood, man. I don't get these people. Crash, thank you. So you see this and Bridge as a coordinated conspiracy. Why would you think it's not part of a larger overall conspiracy that's coordinated? It's obvious when they get their marching orders. Yeah, I mean, the politicians are all fucking in on it, man. Like, they literally said as much. Money. And it sounds like the Rent app that acted as a de facto conspiracy because it was a shared third-party divisor. I vaguely remember the Rent thing. And here's an email from Jessica Brand of Wren Collective to Laura Birnbaum at Fairfax County. The subject is the California Descano meeting on second term planning. So the original email said, "Hi Jessica, I hope you're doing well. I'm working with Ben Schneider and Kyle Manikis on planning for Steve Descano's second term. Now that the filing deadline has passed and we're running unopposed in November, we have a real opportunity to plan creatively and make the most of it. I have been advocating very hard. There is no way to change things if you don't get involved in local politics. Even if you do not have the time to run, please find other people locally who want to make a difference and want to get these kinds of people out of their seats. If the Dems are able to run unopposed, it's literally never going to change. Even if it's going to be an uphill battle of fighting both how deep blue an area is and how corrupt they are, we're at the turning point. This is the time. This shit's been going on for years. It's sick. Yeah, exactly. Can we find the time to discuss some of these plans and initiatives? We would appreciate your input as well as other recommendations for big and bold ideas. Let me know a few times that might work for you in the coming weeks. And Jessica Brand of Ren Collective responded, of course, do you want to send over some times for the week of July 10th? San Francisco's DA Chelsea Bowden, using his personal account, held weekly communications, and I can't read that because it's too small, but it has a bunch of different government emails here. A 3D2A is a fun hobby with a lot of cool projects in the work. Might flip Chicago. If Chicago goes red, that'd be fucking crazy, dude. That'd be insane. You're from Fairfax and it's kind of cooked, but there are some opponents here, sometimes. Like, if there are already opponents and they're actual opponents and not just, like, a Democrat running as a rhino kind of thing, I would figure out how to support them, right? Like, when I can move to either Mass or New Hampshire again, I would want to find out how I can support the local politicians that I believe have a positive effect on policy around me. Whether that be monetarily or promoting them on my streams, doing interviews with them, anything that I can do to help people that I believe will have a good change in my local area, anything I can do to promote them is something I can do to help them. Mr. Peroxim, thank you. San Antonio is part of District 23. Should let Brandon know about this. Oh, that's a good fucking point. That's a good fucking point, brother. Thank you. And then, man. I have some more angry-fying videos. Libs of TikTok tweeted this out a few days ago. Hey, FBI, this guy is calling to mass kill white people.
One way black people achieve true liberation, that's by taking it in blood. There has to be blood all over the floor. There has to be bodies on the floor. There has to be people screaming and crying. That is the reality. And this is what history shows me. No amount of begging, no amount of complaining, no amount of protesting, not
Damn, he sounds like Hassan.
Is going to get you your liberation until you take it with blood. You see? So this is why I sit back and I don't play along with any of these black people talking about it's a spiritual war, this, that. One way black people achieve true liberation.
Damn. And Black Hassan. And I was like, you know, that's interesting. That's interesting that I saw this video, because there was also another one posted the same day. Racist cult leader incites followers to kill all white people, including newborn babies.
Babies. Huh? To hell with what National Geographic putting out. I'm telling you to your face here tonight, we gonna have to kill some little Penelopes and some little Robbies. You wanna be free, don't you? Yes, y'all bullshit me. Not sounding like that. Why we gotta kill them? Kill them all. You don't want to be free sounding like that. Right. Do you want to be free? Yeah. Do you want to be free? Yes, sir. Do you want to be free? Yes, sir. That's why I got to fight this crap. Regardless of how you feel about me. Regardless of how anybody in this damn world feels about me. I'm gonna fight this goddamn white man, whether you like it or not. I believe in the death and destruction of white people, each and every one of them. Don't give a damn if the little bastard just came out of his mom's womb 3 seconds ago. Kill them all.
I don't understand how these people feel okay saying this kind of rhetoric. I just don't understand it. It is like incomprehensible to me. And I don't know if it's because, like, I don't know, I'm just not a violent person, or if it's because I'm a woman, but like the fact that you can go out and preach publicly about wanting to kill people and babies, even if they've just been born, simply because of their race. Like, I do not understand how you get to that point. How do they get here? And especially when everything is sort of, how do I phrase this? Especially when, like, all industries do nothing but coddle people, right? I was like, when you start being treated equally, if you're used to a life of privilege, it can feel like oppression. And so to see people in current year talking about shit like this just doesn't doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Makes you wonder what they think of interracial couples. Salka Alpaca, thank you for the 500 yen. You don't know you've said that before, but a civil war is 1,000 times more likely than any world war at this point. Unfortunately. Feet sniffer, thank you. Not a single... That's right, those people don't really want to be free. Jesus. Fan surface games, thank you. The monsters now try to hold us to a standard they never followed and cry because we're now using their own methods against them. To hell with them. I'm no longer giving the benefit of the doubt or the benefit of my principles to people who hate my principles and want to see me dead. I am just done negotiating with that kind of rhetoric. We shouldn't have to live that way. We shouldn't have to live like that. Sonic Extreme, thank you. Your community will never get fixed at this point. We can try our best, sir. Blast Cat Badger, thank you. You plan on trying to build a business again, security company in video games to ensure clear roofs and secured venues for public speakers and games are made by gamers again. Long road ahead. That's a very, like, two different, distinct, industries that you're going into there. Good luck. Good luck. Charminator, thank you for the Canadians. You listen to stream while fixing your broken bed. Well, hopefully you don't break it again. Have a good night's sleep, man. Use Wenis, thank you. The assassin was put on special watch. Hope we don't get another Epstein. Maybe you're just paranoid. Where the Epstein files at, bro? There's so much happening. Where the Epstein files at? Ethereal Sky, thank you for the member. Thank you. Thick Anime Thighs, thank you for the New Zealand dollars. You said as far back as 2019 that the time for debate and discussion is over. You already knew back then you cannot reason with these psycho leftists. I had a pretty similar thing. But I was hoping that maybe enough people could vote them out or something like that. I don't know. It just like you can't deal with communists like rational people because they're not. Mr. Turnip Jam, thank you. Decades of no consequences makes them feel invincible. It's wild. It is a wild thing to see. Massive Doge, thank you. You can clearly see a mustache growing as he made that speech. You know, there are some people who said Hitler was actually black, so you know. Psycho, thank you. You're the psycho. These are just demons. There's so many things keeping attention away from the Epstein files. There's so much that just needs to happen and is going on. And then, let's see. I have this. Max Blumenthal just told Tom Dillon that Donald Trump fears for his life, specifically because of Israel. And that during one of Netanyahu's visits this year, Secret Service discovered electronic devices in their emergency response vehicles placed by Israeli agents. Charlie Kirk also expressed a fear of Israel retaliation. And I just gotta wonder, for a country that's supposed to be our greatest ally, and we send billions upon billions of dollars to, why they try to be so scary is a question I got. Slumbering Abyss, thank you for the Canadian. Seems like everyone is getting the Gypsy Crusader experience. Oh no, boy. K-boy. K-boy? Thank you. You feel like the events of last week have had a sort of wheat from the chaff effect? The demons are so obvious that pretty much everyone is starting to pick a side. Only thing left is to win. I really hope we can take care of this before any kind of mass-scale violence happens. Bias calm, thank you. A funny spoon would have certain things to say. Error 404, thank you. Can't reason with unreasonable people. Yes, very true. Fan service games, thank you. These are the people who claim you can't be racist against white people while saying such disgusting things, censored because of YouTube. Yeah, it's very silly. It's very silly. Feet sniffer, thank you. They did your boy Max dirty with that freeze frame. He's just a bit sleepy. He's a sleepy guy. Penguin Lord, thank you. Penguin Lord, thank you for another 50 gift subs. Damn, you're fucking flying today. Thank you, Mr. Penguin. I will pick you up and feed you fishes, but not the stinky Swedish fishes. Oh my god. You don't believe him? Max Blumenthal is an insane person who hates Israel and makes random crap up? He could be. I have no idea who Max Blumenthal is. Somebody said that, like, he is Israeli? Yeah. You can't believe dorks whose entire identity is hating Jews. Who can you believe? And then someone said Max Blumenthal is Jewish. I don't know who he is. Maybe he's lying. I don't know if he has any contact with Donald Trump, right? Because, like, how would he know this? How would he know this? But either way, I think it's interesting to listen to because either this is some insider information or he's a fucking fruitcake that will be exposed for having like crazy fucking extremist ideals, right? Either one. I'm assuming. Our name is Legion. Thank you for the Canadians. Good night, Sweet Foxy. See you next time. Yeah. See you soon. Iced259, thank you. Can't wait to hear these streams during your 10-hour workdays this week. Much love, Kirsche. God bless America. Rip Charlie. True and real. True and real. Just because you are Jewish doesn't mean you're automatically loyal to Israel. No, I agree. I agree. But it's still interesting, you know, to say, like, if someone's trying to claim that, oh, his entire existence is hating Jews, saying that he is Jewish is kind of counter to that, right? Like, he could be completely self-hating. He could be completely self-hating. But it's also just like, if he is Jewish, why can't he criticize? Why can't he criticize, right? I don't know. I don't know who he is, so it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting.
President of the United States fear for his life.
Yes. Yes, I mean, obviously he fears for his life, and I was told that he feared for his life before the 2 assassination attempts, one coming within a millimeter of striking his head. I mean, let's not forget about that.
But I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life because of Ireland.
I like my biggest question once again would be, how did he get this information? How would he know this? Who is Max Blumenthal, and how would he know what Trump thinks and feels, and how he would be afraid of whatever, you know? Source he made, it could be completely made the fuck up. It could be completely made the fuck up, and he's just like some schizophrenic spouting nonsense, right? He's a senator's son.
I mean, I've been told, yes, that Israel is a major source of concern for Trump. I mean, think about it. What would happen
this is
if the
our
president
ally.
just, if he suspended arms to, if he suspended arms to a country that carries out assassinations all across the globe, that specializes in assassinations, that has an entire wing of its intelligence services that conducts assassinations, including with household goods like pagers, would you not be scared? So yes, Trump is scared, and what I learned...
But like, how do you know?
From this source, who is a Trump insider, someone...
The anonymous sources tell me. That's the, like, it came to me in a dream, brother.
who talks to who has, you know, who talks to people in the Oval Office, people close to Trump, is that during one of Netanyahu's many visits to the U.S.
You see, I don't trust the anonymous sources very much, especially when it comes to talking about insider information in the administration. All right, I am the Russian chicken. You got to show me the proofs, man.
This year, some figures in his retinue, Israeli agents, placed electronic devices on emergency response Secret Service vehicles.
Proof? Do we have proof of this? Did this ever come out anywhere? I feel like that would have been a big security deal. That would have been a news story, right? Right?
The Secret Service found them, and they reported this to the White House. You know, these would be emergency response vehicles that would respond to an incident potentially involving the president.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to hear, but also anonymous sources, no news story about like Secret Service vehicles having anything planted on them, regardless of who is implicated in it. I wouldn't believe something like this. I would not take this at face value. This is like the entire sea's worth of salt. A reliable source on Reddit. Yeah, exactly. You don't report this kind of thing to the media. I mean, you report the like devices found to the media. Because you don't have to say, right? Even if you know who did it, you don't have to say. You can just be like, this was a security concern. My uncle works at Roblox. Oh my god. I would only be talked about within a secure, compartmentalized information facility. You call BS on this? Yeah, there's no way that this, like, I don't know who Max Blumenthal is. I've never heard the name. And I feel like by virtue of me never having heard the name, he can't be someone crazy fucking important. Don't trust a local source, even if it's the reliable drunken homeless guy across the street. And because Donald Trump is very well known for his secrecy. Steam-powered geekery, thank you. You find it unlikely as the left-leaning media would scream about it? Yeah, there ain't no way. There ain't no way. Information makes me think that something else is going on, not just the usual we got screwed again. I don't know what this is. Explains a lot. Don't take it at face value. Use brains.
The president of the United
Use brains. Don't take it at face value, man. My source is that I made it the fuck up. At this point, you trust I saw it in a dream more because shit, at least a Tesla saw an AC generator in a dream and that shit worked. Paradoxical madness, thank you. Regardless if true or not, it is in character for our greatest ally to do this. I certainly fucking hope not, man. I certainly hope not. Chris Pham, thank you for the... When white supremacists said exactly what the black people in those videos were saying, we riot, and now that the shoe is on the other foot, we're apparently nonchalant. Yeah, it's a very weird situation. Like, people shouldn't be calling for death to others based on their race. It's really silly. Really goofy. You have the best big, beautiful secrecy. Everyone knows. I tell everyone about it. Also, the fact that you don't think the administration would be thrilled with his tattling. He's pretty much out there saying Trump is scared. He won't like that. Yeah, that seems very, very weird to me. Never forget the USS Liberty. I do remember that. Rosa Takanashi, thank you. Max is a long-time right-wing journalist. That makes me trust him less. I do not believe journalists. You suspect this is one of those fabricated influencers whose only goal is to distract people with BS? Only get your news from trusted sources? The mysterious force is arranging your alphabet soup into cryptic words. To be fair, if my alphabet soup started rearranging itself with no discernible force being applied to it, I'd probably record that and believe whatever it told me, you know? Because I was like, how would that happen? Is this a ghost? Is this a spirit? What's going on? And before Tim mentions the Foxu on the show, Tim? Oh, Tim Dillon? Oh, I don't know who Tim Dillon is either, but he looks like a podcaster. Max Blumenthal's entire feed is about how there's a genocide in Palestine and the American government is compromised by Israel. Oh, okay. So he's just trying to throw even more crazy fuel on a crazy fire. Damn. Tom Dillon is a center-left comedian. Interesting. Beware the soup. Beware soup. And then, I do know it is at a little past 8, but I wanted to bring up this last article here. I saw this completely on accident. It was like a actual notification. Sometimes my news feed sends me notifications. And this was in the notification, just the headline. And I was like, I bet if I read this article, the headline will disprove itself later in the article. So I have to read this to satiate my curiosity. Undocumented father killed by ICE agent in Franklin Park. Shooting had no criminal background, lawyer says. I mean, that's first of all impossible because he's here illegally. So, I mean, first of all, impossible. But also, I'm assuming they're trying to say no other criminal background. But I'm also going to put a huge X to doubt on that. The undocumented father, shot and killed by an ICE agent in Franklin Park, Illinois, only had a history of minor traffic violations, not a criminal record. That is a criminal record. What do you mean? What do you... And this guy who already broke the law and is here illegally only had traffic violations. The Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement said Friday their agents were targeting Silvero Villegas Gonzalez for arrest Friday. They said he was a criminal who was in the country illegally, but his attorney Manuel Carrenas said that's not entirely true. Don't fly in my face, you stupid bug. Go get zapped. Help! Villegas Gonzalez's family shared a photo of him to a GoFundMe page. No fucking way he has a GoFundMe. That needs to get taken down ASAP, brother. After his death on Friday, saying he had just dropped his 2 sons at school that morning. DHS says an ICE agent was trying to arrest him when he resisted and attempted to drive his car into agents. This headline would make you think that this was like some poor brown immigrant who just got shot for no reason while walking in a park eating an ice cream cone. And then you get to the article and they're just like, oh, well, you know, it was just some illegal who resisted arrest and attempted to run over ICE agents. Just a poor, fiery, but mostly peaceful criminal. That's when DHS said an agent fatally shot Villegas Gonzalez. When I realized it was our client, first of all, I was upset, Karadness said. It didn't seem to fit the person that I knew. CBS News Chicago investigators found the 38-year-old father had 4 traffic violations between 2010 and 2019 for offenses including speeding and expired driver's license. How did he get a driver's license if he was here illegally? What the fuck is going on, Chicago? Not having insurance, of course he didn't, because he's fucking illegal, and not having a child restraint seat. What? Only had a history of minor traffic violations. Speeding, expired driver's license, no insurance, not having a child restraint seat. He's been here illegally as far back as 2010. For at least 15 years he's been here illegally. Yes. He needs to, well, he's dead now, so he can't be deported. I guess deport his body, who cares? Karadnas said he represented Villegas Gonzalez in 2 of those cases. Both of them were resolved favorably. Neither of them involved criminal violence, he said. Well, trying to run over ICE agents is criminal violence, buddy. Homeland Security said Villegas Gonzalez had a criminal history of reckless driving and said he entered the U.S. at an unknown date and time. President Trump says anyone in the U.S. illegally is a criminal. Karadnas disagrees. I don't give a fuck if you disagree, you weird little freak. He should have been gone. If he had been deported, he wouldn't be dead. He was undocumented, but he was complying with every single law. He was working. How is he working if he was here illegally? Who hired him, and who do we need to go and impose massive fines on for hiring someone illegally? And once again, how is he paying taxes if he was working? How is he paying taxes, especially if he had an expired driver's license? You know, was he using someone else's social security number? Did they give him an ID for being here illegally? Like, what are we doing here? Why are we arguing with these people? Get them the fuck out. He would be alive if he had been deported. Deport him with his whole fucking family. What is this? They use sales tax and such as paying taxes. That doesn't count! You disingenuous commie fucks! Karadnas said Villegas Gonzalez was respectful, hardworking, and willing to comply with what the court required. I wouldn't care. He should have been deported. He can be deported and alive. Like, this shouldn't have happened, dude. If he had to go to court, he would go to court. If he had to pay a fine or he had to do anything the court required, he was very compliant. Why the fuck didn't he file for citizenship? Why wasn't he a citizen? That's not complying, brother. Oh yes, the guy who tried to run over ICE agents would have complied. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the actual fuck? Karadnas said he wants to see a full investigation into what happened in Franklin Park to prevent another person from dying over a traffic stop. Yes! Not all federal agents are required to wear body cameras, and it's unclear if there is any body camera. I want to see it. I want to see it, because we all know it's going to be exactly like all the other body camera footage that's been released. We all know it, so please release the fucking footage. The FBI Chicago field office confirmed it has been informed of the situation and is helping with the investigation. That's wild. You do not hate journalists enough. Fucking Marissa Sulek with this fucking title. Fucking this weird Karadnas guy trying to keep illegals in the country. They gotta go. They gotta go. The illegal resisting arrest was willing to comply. I'm just so angry because, like, this is a death that shouldn't have happened. He wouldn't have been in a position to run over ICE agents if he had been deported when he should have been years ago. You hate these liars? Yeah, it's fucking insane. This man shouldn't have lost his life. He should be still with his family in whatever fucking country he came from. As Jesus Christ, not journalist thank you. Marissa Sulek, the propagandist, not a fucking journalist. Hearing Karadnas pronounced Karednas just tickles you. I don't know how to fucking pronounce his name. He wouldn't be dead if he just applied for citizenship. Yeah, that too. If he just applied for citizenship like a normal person and came here, he also wouldn't be dead. Instead of putting the event that happened in the title, they just say he was killed. It's incredibly fucking unfortunate. I don't like seeing this shit, dude. You've hated journos since they fucked over Dankula. They killed any credibility. They're all propagandists, man. Well, not all, but most. Go ahead, make my day, you dirty deportation lawyer. would have also been alive if he didn't try to murder the ICE agents. When someone is here illegally and they have a track record of breaking the law, I don't really have much faith in them to not escalate to violence. So he should have just been deported years ago before he racked up other charges and shit. Status shills is a personal favorite of yours. Undocumented, by the way. Yeah, they gotta use the nice language. Alright, it is a little bit overtime. So let me see Homestead is online here. A Chip ISO, thank you. Need encouragement? Old news. You're able to hit... Sir!
It's been a few weeks since the nose splints were removed post-surgery, deviated septum. First meeting the doc, he said that my nasal passages were blocked 70 and 90% respectively. Having the plastic macaroni out, I ask, WTF breathing is wonderful?
Hell yeah! Thank you, Major Spike. I'm glad you fixed your deviated septum. Breathing is wonderful. I love breathing, though I forget how to do it well sometimes, you know? It just happens. The plastic macaroni, that's what it looks like! Dead Moron, thank you for the sub, dude. Zantetsu, thank you. Only traffic violations? Does that include a U-turn on the highway? Yeah, right? Ghost, thank you. Ren is the reason your city is so lawless and the reason Trump is sending the National Guard in. True. Hopefully it can get cleaned the fuck up, dude. Psycho, thank you. Death to mosquitoes. True and real. True and real. Let me see who's online here. Dap, 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 dap. Dap, 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 dap. Damn, it's a little quiet Saturday, brother. A bit of a quiet Saturday. Henya's got a new outfit. And I think I saw a tweet from her the other day where she has like a new merch shop, or merch will actually get delivered to people this time. So congrats to her. Oh, she's wearing an Adidas suit. Hell yeah. All right, so I'm gonna raid into Henya. Remember, if you bring up politics to a non-political streamer, you get banned here. Don't do that. Don't be a freak. Bringing politics to a cute girl doing cute thing. I believe in you guys and your abilities to behave. Thank you for hanging out. Finn the chat, thank you for the 420 blaze it candy ass. Thank you. Parsifal, thank you. Good night for now. See you again next time, favorite Foxu. I'll see you guys on Tuesday at Tuesday time. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you for hanging out. Bye bye. Bye bye.